Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 4th Championship Sunday of the first season of AWC here on The War Within. My name is I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Super Tees. We're going to be joined by Lithy just a little bit later. These are the final moments of the season before we head into the grand finals and the gauntlet. And Super Tees, the stakes could not be higher.
No, most certainly. I mean, it's coming down to the wire. Every team wants to be taking down the #1 seed from their region, basically. It's welcome to the JUNG in North America. It's Echo from Europe. Everybody's gunning for them. They've got a target on their back. Everybody's working in cahoots with each other to try and level up in order to take down these top dogs.
Yeah, lots of top dogs in the region. Of course, we can get to that a little bit later and talk about the standings. But first, Ven, I kind of want to know, like, what's in these players' brains? Like, what kind of pressure do you feel like they're feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think a lot of it just comes down to momentum, right? You want to go through this 4th cup, have a great performance, and it's kind of going to give you that momentum moving into the finals and the gauntlet. So I think that's what a lot of teams are looking for. For some other teams like the Move, which we'll get into later, there's a lot on the line today. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Most definitely. We're taking a look here at the standings currently, and of course we got those top 3 players, top 3 teams, Zico, moving on to the grand finals. And like we said, the stakes are really high here in the EU region in particular.
That's right, Aya. We got our top 3 locked in: Echo, Drive Overload, and Streamer Zone GG. And we are going to see Drive Overload and Streamer Zone GG kind of battle it out for potentially that 2nd place position, and just kind of getting that momentum heading into the finals later on. And then, of course, Echo looking to maybe perfect the entire region. And the only other thing that can happen here is ULTIMA. If they go on a tear, they can climb 2 spots and become the final boss of the gauntlet. If they can win even 1 series, they'll climb 1 spot. So ULTIMA is still playing for a little bit of gauntlet standings, and we do know who our top 8 is here, and you can see it, all of those teams between 1st and 8th. So the first team on the chopping block is going to be old and bad when it comes to that gauntlet later on.
Yeah, most definitely. Cannot wait. Cannot be any more excited. EU region has been so exciting so far this year. But we're going to take a look at the bracket for our lovely Sunday here, lovely Championship Sunday. Of course, we're going to be starting off in the upper bracket then with Echo versus StreamerZone.gg, the only team that has made Echo bleed.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 teams that have been absolutely on fire. Echo going for 4 straight cup wins this week. They beat Old and Bad, they beat Phoenix Reborn, and they earned themselves a semifinal position once again, which I think they're very comfortable with at this point. For Streamer Zone, their road has been going through IL2 as well as ULTIMA, and now they get the rematch against Echo. This is the finals last week, and Streamer Zone stepped up in a huge way. My player to watch is Tessia. I mean, I think he was kind of the MVP of last week. Even though they did lose, he really made Echo sweat, and I'm really excited to see that rematch a bit later on.
I mean, even in the lower bracket, we got a rematch as well from the open bracket between ULTIMA and Drive Overload. And when I was watching Waz's stream live during the open bracket, he seemed really surprised that ULTIMA had managed to defeat Drive Overload in that series. It was very unexpected. So the second time around that they meet in that lower side, there's a lot on the line for ULTIMA because they want to try and climb as many ranks of the gauntlet as possible because we're entering a new patch, we're entering new meta, new class changes. So you really want to avoid as many teams as you can at that point, Aya.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are not the only games that we're going to be looking at. We're, of course, hopping over to North America for the second half of the day. We can look at their bracket. We've got 4 teams left over here as well after yesterday's eliminations. We've got Welcome to the Jung versus Mentally Damp Zico up in the upper bracket.
Yeah, welcome to the JUNG. Looking kind of like the Echo of North America, just clean sweeping, doing so well in this season. Already 3-0ing the Absurd, 3-0ing the Move, and now they find themselves going up in that upper bracket against Mentally Damp. And then, of course, for Mentally Damp, this has been a team that's been very surprising to see. They've had, finally a good breakout performance here, beating out Cup 1 champions Power Toads with a clean 3-0. And then yesterday, surprising me, beating the Silk Tigers, which is another stacked roster in North America, 3-1. So they're going to go up against Welcome to the JUNG. It's going to be a really tough match for them. But yesterday, Dopamine was able to pull off some clutch mage tricks with his Ice Walls and with his Ray of Frost playstyle. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, and then of course in the lower bracket we have an intense series. It's going to be the Move versus F tier, and this is actually a rematch of something we saw in the upper bracket where the move beat F tier 3-0. So both those teams find themselves in the lower bracket. They find themselves up for elimination, but it's the move. This is a very important match for them. If they beat F tier here, they earn their spot in that top 3. If not, Liquid will keep the position. So lots on the line for this one.
Yeah, I think that might be the series I'm looking forward to the most for today. So definitely stay tuned for that one. But like we said, we are in the EU region this morning. We can take a look at the first series that we've got coming up here. It is Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. We talked about that one just a little bit ago. So if you're watching in chat, definitely send in your predictions, get those points in, and we'll send in our predictions as well. And we can take a look at those and kind of see where we line up, because I feel like Echo, you're in a bad spot if you're betting against them just based on them, historically, Super Tees, and how consistent they have been. But Streamer Zone GG, we've seen that they are kind of a challenge for Echo in the past.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand finals last week, it went all the way to game 7. Waz was at 1% behind an ice wall and survived by the skin of his teeth to be able to take that narrowly. So for sure, Streamer Zone have gotten a lot better as a roster over the season. They've expanded their compositions. We knew them in the past as kind of like a jungle cleave one trick, and whenever jungle wasn't working, they just struggle. But now they've adapted. Their new member Tessia on Mage has been hard carrying. They've leveled up so much. But for me, at least in my prediction, is that Echo looks like they're even leveling up, which I didn't think was possible. It's like you're on the top of the mountain and somehow you've got a ladder and you're going even higher into the clouds or something. I don't understand how Echo does it, but they're getting better and better as well. So I think Streamer Zone is likely to be able to take at least a game against Echo, but yeah, Echo is just they're a beast in the European region.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've been consistent for so long, and they're kind of Zico. They're like a serpent. Like you cut off one head with them, and they just grow back 2 more. I mean, once you're playing with each other for that long, you can hear their comms too. I mean, Ben, you just did a great video. I'm actually going to throw that question to you instead, Ben. You just did a video on them on their comms and like how much chemistry this team has.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's particularly interesting to watch Waz because he kind of just, first of all the players are amazing, best in class, but like for Waz, he sets the whole team up so well. And, you just watch every single time someone's off stun DR, they get, every single person is kidney shot, every single person's cheap shot, always followed up with a gouge. He's calling out, the hunter has kick, don't worry, I'll cover him, I'll pre-blind him. They're just looking out for every single angle. And as a unit, they work together so incredibly well. And I think that's just so hard to beat because not only are they so mechanically good, which can be an advantage for players, but I also just feel like their strategy and their preparation and their game knowledge is just 10 out of 10. So I don't really know where the weaknesses are, to be honest.
And we'll see if Streamer Zone GG can poke some holes in maybe some weaknesses that they do find. But I do kind of love seeing Streamer Zone GG. We've kind of seen them develop over the course of the season, and the players themselves over the course of the last couple of expansions. So, I mean, this is a team that is ramping up, and it's also Cup number 4, Zico. So maybe they do have something in their pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they had a pretty slow start to the season, but these last 2 cups, they've really shown what a contender they are in the European region. And, like we mentioned, I think a lot of that comes down to kind of opting in for a little bit more Mage Feral over the jungle cleave that historically they've basically only been running that jungle cleave. So adding in Tessia, bringing him in, and kind of molding Tony and Tessia together into like a force to be reckoned with has worked out well for them. But I think it's going to require a lot of finesse if you're going to take down Echo. We saw them get pretty close, actually, in the European finals last week. But can they repeat that performance? I feel like Tessia was playing so well to even be able to bring it to that point. And they're going to need to really step it up here today.
Yeah, they certainly are, but Streamer Zone GG, I feel like this is one of the teams that is definitely up to the challenge, so we're going to find out in just a couple of moments if they're ready for it. It's game number 1 here in the upper bracket championship Sunday, Echo versus StreamerZone.gg.
All right, I can't wait to get this going, man. What are the compositions going to be? We got the Feral Mage Priest going up against the Rogue Mage Priest. They're not starting their lineup with Chanimal this time around.
Yeah, it actually was Raikou who kind of needed to be tagged in. Fun fact, Streamer Zone was the first team, I think, to make Chanimal kind of bleed, at least on broadcast. So we'll see. That's kind of why I think they're going to be leaning on Raikou in this match. They're going to be going head-to-head. Raikou versus Tessia, Tony versus Waz, Meh versus Relza. Let's see how Waz decides to open here. He's going to stealth across the map looking for a potential sap. Tony just opens up immediately. Sap on Tessia just to slow him down. Now a cheap shot potentially into a fear. Beautiful setup here from Echo once again, but a counter Dragon's Breath and preemptive Snowdrift by Tessia completely denies Waz's opener.
Really good denial of this pressure so far, but they find a D-Yard kidney shot. Big damage following through. Tessia blinks away, dropping down a Comet Storm. Waz Shadow steps in pursuit, but there's big damage blasting towards Raikou as Met is in crowd control, Bash into Ring of Frost, and Streamer Zone's initial defense is solid, and now their offense is just as solid as well. Look at this chain. Another Polymorph into a full clone. A fear on Waz. They've isolated Raikou. They stun him out of the fear. They ice wall him behind the pillar as well here, and Waz gets a cheap shot intercepting Tony, and you can tell that Streamer Zone are on point so far, and it's not even a minute into this game.
Yeah, well, full fear on Relza. He's going to use the Will of Forsaken. He grips Tessia away. Full Cyclone onto Raikou, though. Great denial there by Tony. Waz is going to shut that down with a little bit of an off gouge, but both teams are relatively stable. The next setup on Tessia could be scary. He's got no trinket, and Relza still doesn't have his medallion available for 15 seconds. So Echo's going to be looking to pull an ice block here very shortly if they can connect the CC. Full kidney shot on Relza. Pre-pain suppression. Nicely done there by Relza before going into the polymorph, the pain suppression trades. But if they get the ice block anyways, that would be a bit of a disaster. Tessia can't hold on. They do manage to find it. And that's some major defensive cooldowns pulled through. Massive spell comes in. Tessia the shot. Swap on Waz out of nowhere. Beautiful counter pressure from Tessia and Tony. And that gets the void shift there from Meh.
Tessia cancels his block at 30% health while his healer's still in crowd control to lob a huge attack. Both priests are in the sky. Ultimate penitence at the same time. You don't see this very often. Just firing penances back and forth. That's going to completely stalemate the game in that moment. But Met is met by a Maimstun as he hits the ground into a Dragon's Breath, possibly a Polymorph, full Polymorph, no trinket. Can they connect onto Waz? Waz preemptively evasions. If Tony can get behind him for a stun, it can be devastating. They're looking for more crowd control. Will they find it? A Snowdrift is following through, but Met fades out. Now Tessia on the back foot. Relza's out of crowd control. Can he save him? He's forced into his second ice block, and he's still in trouble as Relza is forced to break out of that fear. He gets a fear of his own onto Meh, but it's on diminishing return. Their only opening is a one-shot wonder on Waz, and they need to do it fast.
Yeah, Waz kind of realized it. Think he's playing safe here. Going to be going after Tessia, loading him up with the ruptures, getting him prepped for an attack. Now moving forward, lands the full kidney shot here onto Relza. He's going for it, but a preemptive polymorph. Beautiful polymorph there by Tessia, the mass polymorph tech, doing work, and a full stun on Waz, but he gets the cloak. There's a gap in the stun. Cloak of Shadows comes out, and he should be able to continue this push here onto Tessia, who has no ice blocks left. There's no defense here for Streamer Zone. Tessia's in a lot of trouble. Preemptive barrier comes down. Fear onto Raikou. Relza doing what he can to stay free from crowd control, and Waz is in trouble now. Out of nowhere, they're just taking him down through raw damage. He gets Maim stunned. Tony going for a potential Cyclone. Waz is on the run. He gets the counter cheap shot here, looking to make a play, trying to turn this pressure around for his team, Sid.
Tessia fakes a kick. He's got precognition. He's desperate. He's spamming polymorphs, trying to break up the chain on Relza, and he stalls it. Double DB into the clone from Tony. Relza is free of crowd control. He has a pain suppression available, but Meh has a medallion available, and they're still trying to hammer down on Waz. His evasion comes up in 10 seconds. Can they find an opportunity before that 10-second window has gone by? Tony's got a vortex on Meh. They drop down the ice wall. They catch Waz out of position. Tessia moves in. He tries to blast wave Meh, but it looks like he faded it. He's looking for polymorphs. Is he going to death it? He's trying to fake the death, but Waz intercepts with multiple cheap shots, kicking him on cast. DB defensively instantly removed. Tony's feared off. Relza is feared as well. Tessia is isolated. No blocks remaining. Another polymorph from Raikou. He's free casting, and he's finding so many ice lances. Waz steps over. Tessia blinks away, kiting him with the flurry snare, but here comes a Comet Storm from Raikou. It's not enough damage. Tessia defies death once again, but they need to find a way to turn this around and get crowd control. They're starting the chain with a bash, but Tony is met with a kidney shot. I don't know if Tessia can get there. He can't. Echo are free of the chains of crowd control. Relza's into a cheap shot. He pre-paint suppressions, but paint suppression might not matter. Relza trinkets, but he trinkets into a full blind. Waz is just waiting in the wings. Relza is feared by men. It is lights out for Streamer Zone in game one.
I mean, Waz, he is such a trickster on that rogue. We're going to see it in the replay. He pulls behind the pillar. So this is the teamwork we're talking about for Echo here. So Waz realizes he's in trouble. He pulls behind the pillar with Tony and Meh. He gets the kidney shot on Tony, and that's what starts the chain. So Tony's behind the pillar by himself. He gets feared out of the kidney shot. He moves forward. He gets the interrupt here. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. So Waz is line of sighting. Tony kind of falls for the bait behind the pillar, gets kidney shot. Waz moves over. He kicks Tessia. Then he vanishes out. Cheap shots Relza. Raikou immediately is there to pounce. Cheap shot on Tessia. Yeah, Mez there for additional crowd control if needed. He instantly blinds his trinket, and that's where he also gets a shadowy duel. So Relza, the crowd control actually breaks, but Waz gets the shadowy duel. So, I mean, these are the kind of plays. It's like, it's so hard to beat this team because I don't even know what they messed up. I think this wasn't even that bad of a game for Streamer Zone, but these final plays from Waz, I mean, he just makes Subtlety Rogue look so insane.
Oh my god, dude. It got so close multiple times. Like, Waz, if he takes off even a single point of versatility on his gear, I think he's died like 3 times in this game. So it's been really close, just as close as it was last week, honestly, for him in this position. The only downside I really see is that if they're not able to pressure Raikou at all, then he can just offensively ice block, and the Med doesn't need to worry about like splitting his attention. And it seems like he's able to get a lot more done. I mean, we look at him on details, he's top of the meter, he's getting so much control as well, he's getting pretty much any polymorph that he wants to get, like at the end of the game. And it just seems completely uncontested. I almost kind of feel bad for Relza, because like this is his medallion and his paint sup, and they just killed him through both. They just killed him through both in that specific instance. And Waz is doing a remarkable amount of damage as well. Like we've seen Feral Druids doing, topping the meter. Waz is beating the Feral Druids as well. And it's always interesting for Echo, because everybody else is re-rolling, and Echo are like, why are you guys re-rolling, man? Like Roguelock Priest and RMP, bro. Like, just get good. Like, why are you guys re-rolling to Feral? And Echo's just completely dominating still with this. I almost kind of wonder what would happen if they did try Feral, if it would be even better for them in this instance. But they're looking well polished. They know exactly what they're doing here.
Better? It seems so hard for it to be better. Yeah, I don't know. I just have so much confidence in the Rogue Mage Priest. It's like, you always think with with the amount of crowd control and burst the Rogue Mage Priest has, like, it can be very difficult to pull off, right? Like they make it look easy, but no one else is playing RMP and finding success. Literally no one else. So it's just so crazy to watch them be able to pull this off so consistently in these games. And I'm curious if there's anything else. Do you think we're going to see a Paladin swap? Like, do you think potentially we see?
I think last week they opted only for the Priest. I'm pretty sure they played only Priest. I think the Priest is just better for kind of combating Raikou. As far as like death and fade, I feel like you have more frequent tools. Gives you a bit more damage. It gives you mass dispel threat as well. I feel, and it's also comfort. I feel like Relza is like one of the best priests in the region, right? So if you want to go up against Med, you want to ult in this situation. I don't know. I don't think they should change. I think the Feral Mage Priest, this is just a skill matchup 100%. They got really close there in game number 1. We're going to a big map, giving a lot of space for Relza to avoid potential crowd control chains.
Yeah, Waz moves in. Let's see what he can do. Full sap here on the Tessia. Tony's just waiting in the wings, waiting for a pounce. Pounce onto Raikou to try to slow him down. Relza actually fears Waz out of stealth. Nicely done. He gets dispelled, though. Finally setting up the crowd control. Full polymorph lands here. Nicely done. They're going after Tony, mixing it up a little bit. Really trying to punish Tony in the opener. They get the Barksian at the same time. It looks like Raikou is going to be more of a pressure point in this match, Sid.
Interesting. Both teams are switching their strategy. Raikou is now the main target, and Tony is the main target for Echo. Completely opposite of game number 1. They get a polymorph onto 2 players. I love these multi-target polymorphs from Tessia. He's playing such interesting tech on the mage that nobody else plays. He drops down the ice wall. Moves out of position there to get back in line of sight of his team. He's not going to get caught off guard, but now he walks into a full cyclone. He's pinned in the middle of the map as a result of that ice wall. Raikou gets Dragons with. Waz used his medallion. He is a target now. They catch him in the main stun. They're trying to punish him, but there's no CC on Meh. They get a cyclone. Can they drop him in a 2-second clone? Do they have enough damage to actually do that? Waz actually vanishes away to stay on target, chasing down Tessia, but he has a snowdrift rolling. He gets another stun on Waz behind the pillar, but now he's kidney shot out of line of sight. Mess seems to be doing fine with these powered shields on Waz, but he can't keep chase. Raikou's blinking in offensively. I'd love to see them punish Raikou when he's using these blinks offensively like this.
Yeah, it would be nice. Tessia did trade out his trinket in that exchange, so he got stunned up. He just immediately trinketed out. Now it's going to be Raikou in some trouble. Pain suppression here from Mad, but he's in a full cyclone that might be able to pull out the first ice block. Raikou really doesn't have too many defensives to navigate through, but it looks like the crowd control will subside, and now it's a counter setup here. Cheap shot on Tessia, cheap shot on Relza into a full polymorph, and this could easily be the first ice block, but a beautiful preemptive snowdrift once again from Tessia slows it down. Tony comes in with a cyclone. Great defense there by the side of Streamer Zone.
All right, both teams deflecting each other time and time again, but Waz still with no medallion is the main point of vulnerability for Echo. They Dragon's Breath him, they knock him away, trying to bait a Shadow Step, but then Tessia just blinks on top of him anyways, maybe trying to blink away from Meb. Here comes a Combat Storm from Raikou. He's looking for crowd control. He gets the kick on the ring, but he gets knocked on the follow-up. Nice Typhoon by Tony, breaking up that crowd control, and Relza ducks into the Meteor, so the fire damage will break any CC on himself. Really tactical play from Relza in this position to stack up during the AoE. Ice Wall comes down, but oh no, it whiffs as Meh is not behind the Ice Wall. His Ultimate Penitence connects, and this is honestly one of the first Ice Wall misplays I've seen from Tessia.
Yeah, It's not the end of the world. He's got a pretty good track record at this point. Cloak of Shadows as well as Evasion come in from Wazo as he is under fire. Interrupt onto Tessia. Full kitty shot lands. Can they pull the ice block? It's a massive amount of damage. Waz is there to connect. He needs to be very careful. Shadowy Duel could potentially come in. That's the Void Shift. They're prioritizing the Void Shift over the ice block to keep Tessia aggressive. Raikou gets interrupted on Frost. Can they take him down? Relza definitely has some work cut out for him here, but he stabilizes Tessia. He's a little bit low, but I don't really think he's going to be a swap target in this matchup. Preemptive barrier here by Matt, trying to slow down this push. Beautiful knock. Yeah, the Typhoon doing work there for Tony to keep Waz free, but it's a counter setup. Big Ring of Frost, and this is easily an Ice Block. Do they have the Master Spell? Matt potentially going for it. He gets the Master Spell. Tessia is still in trouble. The double fear lands. Relza immediately using the Will of the Forsaken. Great play there by Matt, pulling out some additional cooldowns.
They need to get pressure on Waz right now. They're starting to fall apart as far as defense. They get the Ring of Frost. They've isolated Waz, but it's a Shadowy Duel. Is he going to survive? He's avoiding a bit of damage, but not. He steps behind the pillar, and Med barely gets the Void Shift off in time, redirecting his health. And now Tessia on the back foot, trying to escape from Waz's clutch as he steps over. He kicks him on cast, moving towards Relza to set him up for Raikou. Raikou's in position. Polymorph looks like it's going to get counterspelled right before the cheap shot came through. Tessia actually, I think, trinketed for that counterspell, but now he's into a full blind. Relza has to trinket immediately. Rapture, but he gets polymorphed on his trinket. Looks like he deathed it. He's into another polymorph. Tessia blinks back behind the pillar. Relza with quick reflexes. That polymorph would have likely been game over in that position. Mez actually behind on mana. Can they stay stable here? Waz still with no medallion. Cloak in 9 seconds. Tessia blinks forward. Ice Wall's coming down. Dragon's Breath gets kicked on the ice wall. Tessia's baiting Waz in the starting room, possibly. Snowdrift. He might be looking to wall him off from the entrance. I'm very curious to see if he can get this set up with the way that he's positioned at the moment.
Yeah, Tessia's in a lot of danger, though. This could easily be the second ice block. Kidney shot onto Relza. Do they get the polymorph? They do. Raikou manages to find it. Actually, I don't know what broke it there. Relza not going to be going to that full polymorph, but Meh secures the double fear. Master Spell not going to be available here for Meh as Tessia goes into his ice block. He exits early, trying to get aggressive here with his icy veins, but this might just cost him his life in this match. Raikou still has the cold snap. He still has an ice block available, so defensively, Echo is ahead, but a beautiful ice wall comes down, isolating Raikou there. He goes for a Frostfire Bolt. Both mages exchanging blows here. The power barrier drops down, and it looks like they should be able to survive, but I'm very worried for Tessia.
This could be it for him. He's got Mass Barrier. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Mass Barrier immediately. If he can recover, he can use Alter Time. He's going to alter, but I think he should cancel that. I think he's at like half health when he rewinds this alter. Relz is into a full fear. He's still just kind of tanking with it. There, he cancels the alter. He knows he's going to go into a bad position. And now Met is into a Cyclone. Watt still has no trinket, but Relz is in crowd control. Tony's got Heart of the Wild in 20 seconds. Maybe he can off-heal Tessia a bit here while Relza is sitting through this crowd control. It's still so close here with no medallion for Waz and no medallion for Met to escape. Waz is setting the team up, but Tony intercepts with Maim stuns. Tessia gets a polymorph on Met, and somehow, some way, they're likely going to get a second block from Raikou. He invises to stall for the second block, but that invis doesn't last too long. They get a full clone. There's still no trinket. Second block. Potential mass dispel. Relza can't. He gets kicked. Nice shutdown from Waz. Waz goes for the blind. Is Relza going to be greedy here? There's no blocks remaining. He's trying to be greedy on the blind. He gets away with it. He knows Waz isn't in position. He gets another crowd control. There's the kidney shot. Is he going to paint up? Meh is into a batch. Both mages in a lot of trouble. Raiku's still lower at this point. Meh gets knocked away. Is he going to be able to keep him alive with the Rapture powered shields? They swap to Waz. Big swap onto Waz, but the shields look like they're going to be good for Meh. He's just trying to hold on a full clone. He trinkets out of it, and somehow, some way, if Streamer Zone can, they get the polymorph. Raikou has absolutely nothing, and Tony's going for the kill. Double Dragon's Breath. He gets knocked away. He leaps right back into a fear, but it doesn't matter. The bleeds tick through, and Streamer Zone take down Raikou in game 2.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Putting more pressure on Raikou, that's what you said you wanted to see in game number 1. They pulled it off here in game number 2, and I think it's intelligent. I mean, if he's going to be playing Shimmer, he's going to be playing aggressive. You got to punish those plays, and I think defensively, Streamer Zone had a great game, but honestly, this is just an amazing series. I don't think we could ask for a better series to start today, but you can see this is where the pressure on Raikou starts really coming in. These Cyclones from Tony denying these setups on Relza are just absolutely immaculate here. Waz gets caught into a Snowdrift. This is when they cause an additional panic here onto Waz. He gets shattered there by a big Comet Storm Meteor, and that just means that Meh has to put his attention on not only Waz, but also Raikou. Dampening's high, pressure's on, and this is exactly when Tessia is able to sneak in a polymorph, getting a little bit of a mistake there by Meh, and that was just really beautifully done. And unfortunately, at this point, there's just not enough healing, no gas left in the tank, and Raikou goes down. So great play there by Streamer Zone.
We're in the last cup. It's the last opportunity to show what you've got before the War Within finals, and Streamer Zone want to make a point that they can take down Echo. And look at Tessia's pressure this game. 122 million damage. In the first game, they got dwarfed by Raikou and Waz, so they stepped it up an immense amount here. I feel like in the first game, they're really tunneling on Waz, and they left Raikou way too open. But on the second game, they punished him. They saw when he was offensively blocking. They saw when he was offensively blinking. They were switching to him and finding openings and following a less predictable path, which ultimately allowed them to be able to find an opportunity for victory. And we're going to the same matchup. Tiger's Peak, a little bit more of a neutral-sized map, so Met is less likely to be caught in these positions where he's kind of in the middle of the map chasing his team and trying to get around ice walls. I think is the main point for Echo as far as this, but maybe they don't want like a very small map because ice wall might be really bad for them. So this is kind of a safe line for Echo, almost out of respect to be going to Tiger's Peak.
I love this too. Just like you mentioned, a complete skill matchup. Echo leading with their best composition, the Rogue Mage Priest. Streamer Zone leading with their Feral Mage Priest, and they're just going to go head to head. It seems like one of those matchups that can definitely go either way. We're all tied up. Streamer Zone, can they send Echo down to the lower bracket? We've been nonstop talking about Echo. They've won the last 3 cups. They want to get 4 in a row, but Streamer Zone is going to be looking to shut it down here, and they might be the team to do it. They're playing well. All of us predicted that Echo is going to win, which I think is a fair prediction. Let's be honest. I think it's safe for the prediction points to go with Echo.
If you're the one guy in chat that predicted for Streamer Zone, though, you're going to get a big payout on points in the chat. Your chat's leaderboard is going to go crazy if you happen to be actually going in that direction. But I think almost every team in the tournament really has been raising the bar. It's like every week the team is getting better. They're introducing a new class. They brought on a new 4th member. They're playing different strategies than they were before. They're expanding on their resources, and it's really awesome to see, because like this is what you want to be setting up moving into the War Within finals with all the downtime between then in order to prepare for it. I can't imagine how good they're going to get at that point, but we're about to start here. Tiger's Peak and Streamer Zone do it and send Echo to the lower bracket.
Let's see exactly how they decide to open. I do feel like Echo will likely just put more pressure on Tessia in this game. It seemed like going after Tony really didn't work out that great. He's going to go for an early rake stun, though. Just wants to deny any kind of opener. They do manage to get Waz out of stealth. He gets cheap shot. Matt is just snared up across the map. Fear into Snowdrift, once again denying the opener here from Waz, and Streamer Zone playing a really solid defense here at the start of this game, but it is going to be Raikou under pressure once again. Massive damage from Streamer Zone. Raikou needs to be careful. He trades out the greater invisibility, looking for Frostfire Bolts. Big shatter here on the Tessia. Stun on Meh. Is there going to be any follow-ups? Tony looking for a Cyclone, but it gets Dragon's Breath. Beautiful Dragon's Breath by Raikou into a Blast Wave. Great backup.
All right, here comes an Ice Wall. Rels is in a blind. Tessia gets low. Waz gets even lower. Meg gets there around the corner of the wall. He snuck through the crack there in the opening, and he manages to get Raptures rolling through, but now he's in a Skull Bash. Tony's being really aggressive towards Meh. He stuns Raikou with no trinket because Waz has evasion, but Rels is in a fear. Tessia is in a fear. 2 targets are low. Waz could set up, but no, he gets cycloned. Tony taking him out of the game, but Raikou gets a polymorph. Is Waz going to be able to set up out of this? Meh is in a bash. Waz in a double fear at the moment. Tony looking for a cyclone. He gets that onto Meh, and Tony is taking real control of the game. They have to shut him down, and they see that. They have to punish, but Raikou is still feeling the pain from all these cyclones that Tony's been able to get.
Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a mage race here, but a nice swap onto Waz. Maim into a rake stun, but looks like man has the healing to keep him alive, or else it gets interrupted on the ultimate penitence into a cheap shot. Oh, Time Warp gets shut down, but a full fear lands onto Relza. Nicely done there by Mag. Good backup. Tony with these cyclones has been so incredibly impressive, and the biggest thing in this game is that Raikou and Waz just cannot connect on Tessia at the same time. They're getting shut down. Raikou might go into an ice block here, but I think he should be okay. But yeah, Tony basically MVP right now with Tessia playing so defensive really well at denying them.
A full ultimate penitence is ticking onto Waz right now. He has to duck for cover around the balcony with a Shadowy Duel defensively. And now Shadowy Duel is not there as a threat. The pressure from Streamer Zone in game number 3 is so good at the moment. If Tony can keep this up, he's leading the DPS, he's leading the clones, he gets another full one onto Meh. That forces the Cloak of Shadows from Waz, and Raikou, he's getting caught, he's kicked by Tony. Tony's absolutely on fire. He's met by the double DB, however, but he's bashed on it, so it's not going to matter. Meh is getting in position for a fear, but then Raikou just gets cloned low health. Meh is put into the clone. Waz is alone. He's realized realized it. He's stuck in the middle of the map like a sitting duck. He pops evasion to try and predict the attacks, but Tessia doesn't care about evasion. Rapture barely comes in time, and Streamer Zone are looking absolutely insane right now. Their pressure is endless. They're dying through paint suppression. They're dying through Rapture. They need to find a way to turn this around. They need to shut Tony down. Finally, some opportunity as Tessia is forced into the ice block. Met is in the sky. Ultimate Penitence not getting value. He cancels it early, coming down to the ground to go for a Mass Dispel, but Tony's going for Cyclones. Relza has to Void Shift. He gets it off in the nick of time, and can Streamer Zone resettle after Echo's assault?
Oh, nice wall there, but it looks like Mez going to be able to sneak through. Good push there by both teams, but it's Icy Veins from Raikou that was able to pull that ice block. Raikou himself, he has the altar time up, will pop it. Was in trouble though. Big shatter combo on him. He needs to be careful. Double Dragon's Breath comes in and a Blast Wave. Tessia doing work here, basically trying to solo Waz. The full Ring of Frost sneaks in. Nice job there by Tessia once again. They're trying to set up a counter aggression here, but Waz and Raikou are both low. Waz's health is just going down. Matt has to trade out the pain suppression. He gets interrupted. Beautiful counter spell there by Tessia, and Echo is on the back foot, but they're making a swap. They're going after Tony. He bear forms, trying to just bolster his defenses here in this moment with the bark skin, but it looks like both teams will be stable as Echo looks up to set up a counterattack.
A nice line of sighting from Met and Waz. Tony fakes Waz's kick, but they're able to line of sight. He cloaks offensively, steps in for the gouge. Waz is going for an all-in right now to force a major cooldown. He sees the opening. Tony has no trinket. Massive shatter combo from Raikou. Can they finish him? Relza gets the paint suppression through the cracks of the crowd control. Tony's back into bear, and Tony looks like he might be able to survive this assault from Echo as Relza is bouncing penances in. Double Ring of Frost lands. Raikou repositions. Met is into the full clone. Tony is trying to get there, but Waz steps over. He's going to be able to intercept. He breaks the polymorph chain. Met is free from crowd control, but actually gets caught by another polymorph as he's trying to push in aggressively onto Relza during the kidney shot. Raikou blinks behind the pillar. He finds the polymorph, but Tony pre-bears. They have to go on Tessia. I don't think they're too unhappy about that. They're pretty close to getting a second block. A full fear from Matt. It's a double, baby, and Tessia is trying to be greedy. Waz doesn't look like he can get there 100%, and he actually gets away without blocking. Tessia fakes the kick. He gets the polymorph on Waz. He's baiting the death from Matt. He gets grip back to the high ground, and they force a block from Raikou. He's trying to wall him off. They counterspell that, but that forced Raikou to cancel his block. Waz is looking for a re-stealth. He might be able to find it here behind the pillar, but the wall comes down. He gets pulled out of stealth. Is he going to go for another one? Waz is spending a lot of time just trying to re-stealth at the moment. He gets a cheap shot on Tony. He's trying to set up. I don't think he can believe that they didn't get the second block from Tessia. He finds the kidney shot. Raikou has to get there. He blinks in. Tony jumps, but he gets intercepted, and they don't get the polymorph. Relza's actually free. This is a great opportunity for Streamer Zone.
Oh, but Tessia is just taking all-out damage. Big shields coming in here from Relza. Tessia looks like he will survive. A Cyclone from Tony shuts down Waz as they continue to make the push here, trying to get the second ice block. Both mages only have one left. 5 minutes have elapsed in the game, and this is so back and forth, even on mana. Both these healers looking to just avoid as much crowd control as possible. Look at Meh. He's going to be crossing the map here, maybe looking for a fear on Tony. Can he find it? He fades the Cyclone. Nice denial there by Matt, just trying to keep Raikou and Waz healthy. Tessia goes for a polymorph. Full maim stun here onto Waz, though, as they're turning their attention onto Raikou. Relza avoiding crowd control quite well here, but a full polymorph now onto Meh, and now it's going to be Raikou who needs to be careful. He's just going to ice block. He totally respects the go ice blocking. Looking to get aggressive. They're looking for the win here, but that was a bit reckless by Echo.
Oh no, Tessia, he's got a block. Is Meg going to be able to be there? He's cycloned at the moment. He's solo, double fear. Doesn't look like Meg has it available. Tessia's just going to chill in the ice block for now. He comes out looking for polymorphs, trying to fake interrupts. Waz has got cleave damage, ruptures onto both players. Big Comet Storm coming through, but Waz gets cloned. Tony, can he get the clone here? Meg has no trinket. He stuns Raikou. Tony's trying to pressure Meg. He's got him vortex behind the pillar. Tessia on the left, Tony on the right. He gets knocked, but in line of sight. Tony gets counters, but the Ring of Frost comes down. It doesn't connect. He DBs him. He needs to get a polymorph on him. He's not finding it. Now he's into a cheap shot. No blocks remaining. Relza trinkets and drops the barrier. Can Raikou knock him out? Raikou actually in trouble. A lot of pressure coming through from Tony. Waz intercepts, cheap shotting him away, peeling him for the time being, but Met is struggling. Not a lot of options here. Only Void Shift really remains. Is he going to be greedy with it? As powered shields and ice barriers come through, Raikou is holding strong in defiance, trying to finish Tessia. Waz is making his way over, connecting. He gets gripped way across the map with the polymorph. Nice life grip from Relza. Met gets rooted into a full cyclone. Great setup from Tony. Raikou has no blocks. Can they actually do it? They need damage right now with 1 second remaining on the clone. Relza's into the skies. Ultimate Penance is raining terror from above. Waz into stun. Big swap onto Waz. He has trinket. He's going to cloak, but man, he's got basically no mana. The wall comes down, and cloak is about to end for Waz. Is this going to be lights out for him? The bleeds are ticking. Raikou is dying, but Meh is now taken to the skies with Ultimate Penitence, and look at that healing. He's pulling Waz back to full health, but Raikou has not fully recovered. Tony needs to get a cyclone. He's looking for it. Is he going to get it? He's not finding the cyclone, and Tessia He has a block. He has another block. He just needs to press it. He actually lives to a third block, and Streamer Zone still have a chance.
Yeah, they stay in it. Big shields coming in as well. Tessia looking for a counter push here onto Waz, who has no defensive cooldowns, no cloak, no evasion. Might have to trade out the Vanish. Matt is running on fumes. Relza completely out of mana. This is so back and forth. 40% dampening, but Waz is in so much trouble. There's nothing left. He goes for the counter setup here. Relza's into a stun, but he gets maimed and almost clocked. No, Matt comes in with the Void Shift at the last second, but I don't know if Echo's going to be able to recover. Icy Veins up for Tessia, but he's in so incredibly low. Waz is just going for it. They realize it is do or die. Stun on Tessia into a kick, but ultimately it could be Waz that falls. No, Met in defiance here, Sid.
The premonition shield from Meh right here onto Waz keeps him alive, and Tessia has no blocks. Relza has Void Shift, though. He has 0 mana. They might be able to kill Meh. Tony's bleeding, but he gets caught behind the pillar. He trinkets. He goes for the stun onto Waz. Can he turn this around? He goes for the clone. He gets feared on his clone. He goes for it again. He gets cheap shot. Waz is there, and Tessia blinks around the corner looking for a snowdrift, but he's met by a cheap shot, and Relza already used Void Shift. Everyone is getting AoE'd at this point. Anyone could fall, but Waz actually has evasion. Tony has to kill Meh. He has to kill the healer. He can't attack through evasion. He's trying to kill the priest, but Meh is such a difficult target to take down. Tony is going all in with Barskin and Survival Instincts. It is absolutely down to the bitter end. There will be absolutely nothing left for either team at the end of this one. Waz's Cloak of Shadows is about to fade, but he steps behind the pillar, avoiding a near-death experience, but Raikou is left in the midfield, completely isolated and taken down, and Streamer Zone do it, taking the swing match and move to match point.
I need to catch my breath. I mean, that was such an amazing game. We're watching literally some of the best Warcraft we've seen, or World of Warcraft PvP we've seen this season. I mean, this is a phenomenal series. You know, call your mom, call your dad, tell your friends, because this one is incredible. You don't want to miss out. Streamer Zone here, we can see on the replay. I mean, look at how intense this is. Both Breach just completely tapped on mana. 40% dampening. And I mean, this is going the distance, but it's only because these teams are playing so insane. At any moment, these games could end, but their defense is just looking amazing. But they kind of hit the timer at this point. Good pressure on the Meh. Waz is in trouble. He has the Cloak of Shadows, so he has to trade that out as well. But I really like what Streamer Zone does. They don't overcommit to chase. They realize they have a lot of damage. Meh's not really going to be able to recover here, so they just keep the pressure up onto Raikou. They get the stun on him. And I mean, what do you do if you're Meh or Waz? You're 10% health, completely out of mana. You can't really help Raikou. You just kind of realize it's over at that point. But just close call after close call. Great defensive plays on the side of Streamer Zone, really denying the setups of Echo. And I think that's the biggest thing, is Echo just isn't getting clean setups. And it comes down to positioning, and positioning mostly, honestly. Tessia just playing so far away, and Tony being really disruptive with those cyclones, Sid.
Oh man, Tony had a great game this time around. I mean, insane game from both sides. You literally can't play this out any closer than this moment right here in time. Like, they're leaving this game with 0 mana. They're leaving this game with 0 cooldowns. Matt wishes he had mana to press Powered Shields here. He just wishes he did, because it would save Raikou. He just doesn't have the mana to do it, to keep it going. 9 minutes of just raw intensity. That didn't feel like 9 minutes. It felt like 9 seconds with how back and forth this game number 3 was. And as we move to game number 4, is it time to bring in Chanimal?
I don't know. I mean, last week Raikou kind of had to come in and save the day. I kind of wonder, is it a Chanimal angle or is it a Waz cat angle? Is he going to be playing Feral?
I feel like Streamer Zone's got way more EXP on the mirror, especially because they've been going up against Drive Overload all season.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, like, are we starting to finally see the Feral Druid pull ahead of the Rogue? Like, what do you think? Do you think that Echo... obviously, they can come back in this one, but I'm wondering if they're starting to lose faith in the Rogue a little bit. I mean, Streamer Zone, to me, is just playing so incredibly well defensively. They're denying the setups, and if you're not getting those perfect setups as the Rogue, inevitably, the Feral is going to be pulling ahead with the amount of damage that they're able to do. But I just can't believe Tessia is greeting so much in these games. I feel like, we're highlighting Tessia a lot, and he is making some insane plays, but we really got to shout out Relza and Tony as well. They were playing so well as a team. And this could be the second time we see Echo going down to that lower bracket. Potentially, I wonder what they're going to do here in Game 4.
Taking their time. I don't think they can believe they're on this one. This might be the first time all of us get a prediction wrong. Has that happened yet this season?
I'm sure it has.
The entire desk, maybe even the chat. Literally the chat and I think the desk would all be wrong if Streamer Zone end up taking this series. And I don't think anyone would guess it would be a 3-1 either. You would think that if they did win, it's going to be just absolutely brutal game 5 here. So, but maybe Echo on the larger map, they're really running the clock. They really want to discuss this, like what went wrong for them. How could they have maybe been more on top of Tessia? How do they want to deal with Cyclone? Do they need to attack Feral Druid more? Or was that bait? It was going after him a bait. They're not bringing in Chanimal. So obviously I think Echo has had some war games or something as far as practice, and with their games last week, obviously with that insane play. I think Zico's video game of the year, where Chan just became a volleyball, or Med became a volleyball, is getting knocked around the map and completely destroyed. So maybe they just don't want to run that matchup. They're going to have to run it back as Rogue Mage Priest, and they've just got to find a way to deal with Cyclone from Tony while also still maintaining uptime on Tessia, and that's such a difficult juggling act for them to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, just how spread out Streamer Zone is. That when you're playing against a Subtlety Rogue, that's exactly what you want. You want to be as far away from your team as possible. If you're all clumped up, that's when it becomes really easy for Waz to get cheap shots on everyone, you know, gouges and kidney shots, and just kind of control the whole team. And that's where you get kind of crowd controlled out of control. We're a little redundant there, but yeah, the CC gets out of control. When you're spread out, it becomes a lot more difficult. You know what I mean? If he's going to go for a stun on Tony, then all of a sudden you just shimmer behind the pillar before you can even get there. You separate from your priest entirely, and then when Waz kind of overcommits, Tony's already out of the crowd control, and he can play defense at that point. And, you know, we're getting the preemptive snowdrifts on Waz. I really like that Tessie is just not afraid to pressure Waz by himself, or at least have a kind of a 2-versus-1 with Relza and himself really pressuring Waz when he is going for those crowd control moments.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Echo on match point. Not many teams can do this. Put them in this position. Nerve-wracking. They want to end this season with 4 cup victories in a row, and Streamer Zone stand to be a thorn in their side and eliminate their perfect run. Waz has moved forward, but there's no sap. He's waiting for the cheap shot. Tony's out of style. He gouges the mage, but he gets caught. He steps forward, but Tony didn't find the stun. Finally, he finds it, and Raikou is taking so much heat in the first 10 seconds of the game. Meta repositions back, or actually he's just in the middle of the map at the moment with powered shields going through. Ultimate Penance, he's getting really aggressive with this. I think Meta realized he lost on mana, so he's just sending Ultimate Penitence on cooldown to make sure he gets more of them in the game.
Yeah, big shadows coming in here from Raikou. Got that double ring of frost full blind now onto Relza that he did not break the blind. Is there any follow-up? Cheap shot comes in. Can they get the ice block through the pain suppression? It would be a massive lead here for Echo, but Tessia holds on. The crowd control will subside, and now they're looking for some counter damage. Tony gets the full cyclone here onto Mab, but still, Streamer Zone rotting down. Big ice wall. Big swap here on Waz, and he's forced to trade out that preemptive cloak. Beautiful ice wall there with Relza up in the sky with the ultimate penitence. That was a great play, but ultimately didn't get too much.
Full sheep, full clone. Raikou is alone. Can they get a block not even a minute into the game here? I think they're pretty close to getting it. They get the first big bite. Great position for Streamer Zone, but Waz is trying to turn it around. Here comes the kidney shot. Here comes the cheap shot. Big damage from Meh. He's getting in position to get a fear onto Relza. He pre-fades through the ring. He gets the fear, and Tessia has to respond with a block of his own. If you scratch Echo, they are going to scratch back. Meh, though, feared behind the pillar. Raikou is still on hypothermia. Can they connect some damage? Raikou gets gripped back behind the pillar. Relza is repositioning away from that pillar. Snowdrift, big swap onto Waz. Can Meh get the dispel? No, he's into the main stun. Waz is getting destroyed. He vanishes at 10% to step over and start getting things going for his team. Are they going to be able to kill Tessia? He may still be on hypothermia right now. Relza has no trinket for 4 seconds. Tessia blinks back behind the pillar. Relza gets broken free of crowd control. Met is trying to move forward for a psychic scream, but he is so snared. They go for a blind instead. Relza's just going to trinket that and respect it, but he gets polymerized to his trinket. He deaths it. He's in AoE. It's going to break. Tessia blinks behind the pillar, displaces back away from Waz, getting in line of sight for a ring around the corner. He gets the polymorph around the corner onto Meh. They overlap it though with a fear, so Meh is going to trinket. He's completely off DR. They knock Meh away from a fear. Relza's trying to run away. They don't want Meh to get on top of them. They're trying to kite. They're trying to drag this on. They know that they could possibly win on mana. Streamer Zone are focusing on defense right now.
Yep, Streamer Zone playing very well defensively. These setups onto Waz, I really like Tessia just trying to go for the solo mission, but a big shatter on Raikou as well with a big bite. He's in trouble. Med drops down the barrier, but Raikou's just going to be trying to line of sight, doing the best he can, but this could easily be the second ice block, and it is. Massive Spell potentially sneaks in here from Relza. Can they take him down? The Cyclone lands. Nicely done. Raikou is in so much trouble. He's stunned up. He's going to be shivering, but he gets caught with the ice wall. The ice wall again from Tessia. 3-1 for Streamer Zone. They send Echo to the lower bracket. They are not messing around.
Oh my god, Streamer Zone do it. Last week they got as close as a team ever could, and in the upper semifinals they take Echo, they send them to the lower bracket, they advance to the finals. I mean, I think it's likely we see a rematch, so if you missed this series, it's probably going to happen again, but maybe it doesn't. I wonder if, like, Drive Overload, they see this type of series, and they're like, hey, we can play that comp. Like, we got JT on Priest, and Elswave on Mage, and TJ on Feral. Like, we could maybe do the same. Is this going to be Echo's perfect run? Getting completely destroyed. Look at this replay. Look at this control. This Ring of Frost onto Meh. The Master Spell around the corner. Rel's is faking Waz's step kick, but then he sees the DB and he just goes for it. And he squeezes the Master Spell before Waz can get there. They get a clone onto Meh behind the pillar. And Raikou blinks in offensively, but he blinks away from Meh. So Thessia's like, good job blinking in, bro. You got baited. And he tried to displace back, but his displace wasn't behind the wall. And Meh could not get there in time. What a crazy setup from Streamer Zone. These guys have improved so much year over year, and it's awesome to see them taking games off of them like it was 2021 again.
The Ice Wall plays, I mean, I really want to see Raikou play Ice Wall. He never really plays it, but Tessia is just finding wins. We're seeing it week after week. The Ice Wall is just finding win conditions out of thin air. Tessia is just doing such a good job setting up these situations. Once again, the Ring of Frost. Waz, look at this DB and a polymorph on Waz as well. He shuts down the setup entirely, and it's just a 3 versus 1 at this point. Really nothing that Raikou is going to be able to do, and the wall comes down. Streamer Zone in the finals, beating Echo. They might have to get a rematch, like you said, but I mean, they got to have an all-time confidence high at that one.
Oh my God.
It's like May. Tessia.
I can't, dude. They did it. Oh my God,
We're all wrong.
Every single one of it, in chat too.
Yeah,
Chat's wrong.
I've never been more
wrong.
happy to be wrong though. Yeah,
Me too.
you know.
So I in the beginning I said, yeah, you'd be silly to vote against Echo, and here we are, Streamer Zone GG, proving every single one of us wrong, and now it is in fact Echo that will be knocked down to that lower bracket, and this is definitely a bit of a plot twist here in the AWC. This is we don't often see Echo down in the lower bracket, so they're gonna have to battle it out down there. And like Sid always says, it's a shark pit all down there already, so it's going to be a little sketchy. But I can't help but feel Super T's like they're going to make themselves their way back up to the grand finals.
I feel like a lot of the other teams might feel empowered by this moment. It's like, oh my God, It can be done. They're not completely unbeatable. They're not immortal. Like Streamer Zone did it. Like maybe we have a chance, guys. So in that lower round now with Drive Overload and Ultima, it's a rematch between them as well from the open bracket. So they're going to be going into this as hard as ever. Ultima's trying to climb ranks in the gauntlet. Both teams now want their shot to be able to completely eliminate Echo, steal their perfect streak, steal their 4-cup row. You can't call it a hat trick because that's 3. We need a new phrase for 4. I don't know if there's like a traditional sports phrase for winning 4 things in a row, but Echo wants that. Echo is all about legacy for Waz. He wants to just be the best World of Warcraft arena team that there ever was. He wants that legacy. So the remaining teams here, they're looking to try and tarnish that a bit and try and prevent him from realizing it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Drive Overload facing off against Ultima down in the lower bracket. The winner of that series has the pleasure of fighting against Echo in the lower bracket to see who makes it to the grand finals. Stick around. We're going to head to a break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we saw Echo facing off against Streamer Zone GG. Echo fell to the lower bracket. Now we're moving on to a lower bracket series, Drive Overload versus Ultima. Both of these teams facing elimination. Lithy, both of these teams have had an incredible journey to get here so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Ultima play yesterday a bunch already. I mean, I went into the day with a lot of expectations and a lot of hype, or rather the weekend, because we're talking about Friday, obviously. And Ultima is one of these teams for me that could do a lot of wild stuff this weekend, but also could struggle a little bit. Ultimately, we got a little bit of both on the other side to Drive Overload. They've had a rough weekend. Definitely one of those top 3 contenders. I mean, they're basically locked in for top 3. It's all about now figuring out between them and Streamer Zone who's gonna secure that top 3 slot. But they've had to make it all the way through the lower bracket. And who sent them there? Well, none other than Ultima in a 3-2 nail-biter in the open bracket games. So we get a rematch of that one. It's going to be absolutely intense, and I am more than here for it.
Yep, so am I. Excited to see these two teams facing off against each other once again here in the lower bracket. And like we've highlighted, like Lithy highlighted, it's going to be a very long and intense game. Very important series for these two teams. Let's take a look at the predictions. Looking at what chat is predicting, it is Drive Overload and for first and Ultima in second by quite a big margin as well. Zico, you're predicting a 2-3 for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Ultima has been the most expensive team when it comes to like predictions. Like, I swear, every time I bet for them, they lose. Every time I bet against them, they win. Like, I don't know what's going on. So I took a moment to just DM my boy Nethy here, and I just asked him, like, what's going on today? Are we winning? Like, I need to catch up here on the predictions. I'm losing, and your team is costing me a lot. And he said, well, we usually just look at your predictions, and then we do the opposite. So I just can't win here. But yeah, I think, you know, to elaborate on that a little bit, Ultima, they did beat Drive Overload. And I feel like right now, the teams who have invested early in the best ferals, the stonks, are just looking better and better. And I think Cassidy is really up there with TJ. I think he can definitely tangle with him, combined with the fact that usually it's mages that can kind of make Ultima, well, mages combined with rogues usually that can make those Prez evokers kind of struggle while they don't have the rogue on their side on a Drive Overload. At least we haven't seen him tagged in yet, so I'm going for Ultima with that in mind.
All right, well, let's see if Nethy is correct in this prediction for you, Zico. It's Drive Overload versus Ultima, game number 1 here in the lower bracket.
Alrighty, Elswave on the LA Shaman once again coming in for some Flame Shocks. On the other side, Smite is the first one caught in the opener, gets Rake stunned up, the damage already brought in on him and Nethy. But of course, the Double Dragon, ultra high amounts of mobility, and they're just looking for a good setup. Solid damage onto TJ here. Elswave burning through the Astro Shift. JT getting swapped to on the sack. Massive damage right out of the gate, and 30 seconds in, Drive Overload just lost the majority of their CD, Zico.
Yeah, this Double Dragon packs a heavy punch right now, but Nethy is caught up in a Hammer of Justice. TJ getting interrupted on his Cyclone. JT catching up a little bit there in the backline on his heels. Mike still has, I was going to say, both of his Obsidian charges, but he pre-Obsidian scales this one, which is basically his like bark skin immunity type of thing, which also gives him immunity to interrupt. So he's blasting off right now, doing tons and tons of damage. TJ forced to trade out the Heart of the Wild in that exchange. They're going to Cyclone Smite, slowing him down for just a moment, but Elswave's caught up in a Maim stun here. Nethy caught up in a stun as well from the Elish. A nice blink there from Nethy, avoiding crowd control. Now both of these lizards are out here and they are looking for blood. Here comes the deep breath. They managed to clip it onto JT as well. Sleepwalk connects. TJ gonna be in trouble, and that will cost JT his medallion.
Yeah, a little bit of a dangerous moment there for Smite as well. The burst damage was good, but not quite good enough. Cassidy trying to follow up, just keep the bleeds rolling, finds a full Maim stun onto JT, but TJ is there for the damage as well. Nethy locked down the Cyclone, makes it through. But Cassidy immediately trinkets that, wants to stay on the offensive and not let his team fall further behind. Nethy gets the cloak out, a little bit of CC immunity to maneuver better here. As JT is trying to cross the map and reposition, has the sack back ready, and really does not want to throw that in on top of Elsewave's Astro Shift. You don't want to overlap those CDs, as DJ pops the Barskin as well. You can really tell how defensive they need to play against Ultima. And this is outside CDs. Dragon Rage just came up, Zico, and they can send it right now.
Yeah, that deep breath is going to be very, very scary as well, which is coming out right now from Smite. There's the double deep breath connecting. Can they get the sleepwalk? Not looking like it right now, but this is the tip the scales as well as the Dragon Rage. So much damage being traded onto Cassidy and TJ at this point in time. Cassidy, though, looks like he's going to be able to stabilize, not even trading out his Barkskin. It's going to be Smite who will be the target of choice here, trading out his Obsidian Scales in that position. Nethy has a little bit of catch-up to do, maneuvering around the pillar, avoiding that Cyclone, blinks back into the middle of the fight. Cassidy, though, still taking a lot of damage, going on a solo mission here onto the healer. I'm not sure how effective that is going to be. It's going to be a nice rescue shield coming out there onto Cassidy. TJ is going to duck for a second, looking to get the Cyclone there onto Cassidy. Manages to find it. Nethy now caught up in a Hex and a Hammer of Justice overlap there behind the pillar. Nice fake cast on the Cyclone from TJ. He manages to find it onto Nethy. Smite could be in trouble here at this position, but it looks like Cassidy's going to peel the situation here by stunning Cassidy. Nice deep breath coming out from Nethy as well, and it looks like Ultima will be able to recover here. Smite looking for another deep breath, manages to clip the entire team. Here comes the sleepwalk, but I think JT has his trinket back here at this point, so he's going to be able to trade that out. Doesn't look like he even needed to, because it just broke there to some crowd control.
Yeah, and Clutch Hodge coming in to interrupt the Shroud from Nethy. In the meantime, Cassidy is taken down low, but the Emerald Communion is gonna stabilize the entire game. Mana-wise, it's actually looking pretty evened out, but another full clone on Smite is gonna lock him down and relieve pressure off of Drive Overload. Overall, their CDs, on the defensive side, are rotating back up, and now a nice cross-CC setup here with the Sleepwalk and the Maim Stun, but the swap onto Smite is solid. And Nethy needs to rescue him out to keep him alive. Eternity Surge coming through. 15 seconds on the next Dragon Rage setup. If they can get one or two defensives before that, it would be massive. Elsewave down to half. Big damage. Holding on to the Astro Shift. No sack. Elsewave really greeting on the defensive side here right now, but it pays off. He stays alive without too much trouble.
Yeah, I want to see Nethy try to be able to pump a little bit more in the matchup, but they keep shutting him down with the interrupts, but it is good. He's soaking up a lot of these wind shears. Eternity Surge coming out for Smite, not able to find a sleepwalk there to follow up that stun onto JT. JT looking for the Searing Glare, looking for a Repentance actually out of the Cyclone, manages to find it onto Nethy. This could be trouble for Cassidy. He's going to activate the Survival Instincts, but instead they're going after Smite here, taking a lot of damage. Smite, what are you going to do here? Finally, the Rescue Shield comes out. Cassidy actually did hold on to Survival Instinct, just used his renewal there in that position. Elsewave is taking quite a lot of damage. Nice quell onto that Lightning Lasso. Smite looking for the Fire Breath, looking for the Eternity Surges, looking for the Sleepwalks, not able to find it just yet, and it is going to be Nethy instead caught up in a Cyclone. He's going to immediately trinket that, and Nethy is running low on cooldowns here. They need good pressure. They're finding it onto Elsewave, but Elsewave has some cooldowns to trade here, still has that Stone Bulwark Totem in his back pocket, and Smite is rotting down. TJ is hungry. He's looking for blood. The Maim Stun connects. Smite trinkets it. Oh no, they overlapped it, the Cyclone there onto TJ, but it's going to be a Cassidy getting swapped to. He's taking so much damage. Smite is also rotting down here. What are they going to do on the side of Ultima? Smite is going to fall, and it is going to be Drive Overload taking game number 1. Just building this brick wall composition with the Ellie, Feral, Holy Paladin, not really leaving any openings here for the double Dragon Feral to capitalize on.
That's incredible. I was a little bit worried because they kept overlapping the Astro Shift and the Sacrifice, but it's more than enough to stop any of the damage coming through. And JT obviously has everything so well under control that you don't really need to space those CDs out and just keep playing. And ultimately, as you mentioned, a brick wall, yeah, you can't really hammer your head through that. It just starts to hurt at some point. And ultimately Cassidy and Smite paying the price. Nethy is really not quite able to keep up with the throughput there. But if we're thinking back to the games on Friday especially, that's a situation Ultima has found themselves in a few times. And in particular, that series against Phoenix Reborn, against Old and Bad, was one where over the course of the series, the defensive play and the rotation of defensive cooldowns just got better and better with every single map.
Yeah, definitely those time stops can be crucial, but in those last moments, we saw the deep breath Cyclone overlap there, then a huge swap coming out there onto Cassidy. But unfortunately, he was a little late there with his survival instincts, so Nethy had to allocate most of his heals to keep Cassidy alive. But then Elsewave just goes ahead and blasts Smite, which of course has been the main target there. So would have loved to see Cassidy kind of trade out his cooldowns a little bit earlier there. And then there's another matter, which is a big issue right now for Ultima, and that is the damage gap. Like TJ, he is gapping every single Feral Druid when it comes to damage. Look at that, 198 million damage to Cassidy's 141. That is a significant difference when the LA Shaman is out damaging the Feral Druid. And also on this kill log, we saw it there onto Smite. Unfortunately for him, Elsewave just tab targeted right after they almost blasted Cassidy, and he just sends this massive Earth Shock onto Elsewave for 1.7 mil, rocking out some Lava Burst as well. The liquid magma coming out there as well, applying those flame shocks. And yeah, it's a heavy punch from Elsewave when your Elemental is proccing a Fire Blast, your Weapon Enchant is proccing for 200k, and you're sending a 1.7 mil Earth Shock. Like, that is 2 million damage in one global, essentially, from Elsewave. So it's really tough when you're getting deep into dampening, and the LA Shaman is able to do that.
I feel like that's the single biggest hit I've seen in a Death Recap this season. That is disgusting. But yeah, that's what LA Shamans do. You gotta be careful, especially Elsewave, who has been so proficient. Well, not just this LA Shaman, but on the casters in general. Super dangerous to deal with, and that is something Ultima just needs to handle. And we already talked about the defensives, especially towards the end there, as you mentioned, Zico. Maybe like slight fumbles that they need to clean up. But I have the confidence they can do that, because Drive Overload, they've beaten them before. Ultima is the team that sent them down to the lower bracket in the first place, so it would be not unthinkable they do it again. But it's going to be a hard one, because Drive Overload, after all, they're one of the top 3 teams in Europe.
Yeah, Drive Overload definitely feeling a little bit of pressure right now. Their second spot is on the line here. If they lose here, they're going to be tied with Streamer Zone in terms of points. And they definitely want to have that momentum carrying in to the finals. It, of course, doesn't matter if you get second or third in terms of standings, because the second team is going to face the third team anyway. But still, you want to go into that next tournament, that big tournament, with the confidence, of course, of being that second place team. But Ultima here, they are on Ruins of Lordaeron. This has been a good map for them in the past. It's a big open field, not a lot of places where you can hide from the damage. And I really want to see Cassidy step up in the damage department here. We know he can do it. Let's see if he can do it here on game number 2, opening up onto JT. They're going to go ahead and get a deep breath. Massive damage connecting here onto everybody. The Sleepwalk breaks, though, onto JT, but they did get his trinket there. Cassidy is taking some return fire, already turning out his medallion, as well as the Bark Skin, both incarnations running for these Feral Druids. TJ also traded out his trinket there, so a very explosive opener here with already 4 trinkets being popped. Smite now caught up in a stun. Nethy is going to rescue him immediately away from the action. Cassidy left behind, though, and gets caught in a lightning lasso. TJ looking for the Cyclone. Beautiful Quell interrupt there on that stun, and now they're going after JT once again here. No trinket this time, no divine protection for that one, but still manages to just walk it off at this point. But look at TJ, he gets swapped too as well, and there is so much damage. There's so many lasers flying out here as Nethy connects with another deep breath. Who is he going to heal, though? Smite, look at him, he's dropping very, very low. Nethy forced to trade out his trinket there, and that really is a big victory for Drive Overload.
Yeah, it's looking good right out of the gate, but I love the adaptation here from Ultima, just focusing down the healer a little bit more. That's something that's worked very well on Friday. And JT under pressure, he operates very efficiently at the moment, but how long is he going to be able to keep that up? Cassidy is getting swapped to, solid damage coming through, down to half, and Nethy needs to put in the time dilation. The Bark Skin is traded out as well, a few CDs down the drain, but JT gets caught in a maim stun, immediately bobs himself out of that. The sack is in as well as Elsewave gets cleaved. TJ taking some punishment as well. You can really see Drive Overload is getting fired on from all sides here by Ultima, but JT doing a great job of stabilizing things. Shroud comes through for Nethi, but still taking massive amounts of damage. Cassidy is looking for that Cyclone, connects it onto Elswave. TJ gets kicked on his own clone. The Sleepwalk is in. Massive damage on the Feral, down to half, down to 20 before he gets brought back up, but holds on to the survival instincts. So far, the defensive play from Drive Overload is looking clean.
Yeah, and Cassidy has been able to keep up with TJ, but now he finds himself stuck in a Cyclone, but still, Smite is just continuing the onslaught here with Nethi. Cassidy is going to be able to reconnect now onto TJ. Look at that damage from TJ, and now they're going to swap over to JT as well, keeping him stunned, and that will be the Divine Shield from JT. Has to use it there to keep TJ alive and himself in that position. I really like this pressure that they're putting on the Holy Paladin here in match number 2. Cassidy caught up in that Lightning Lasso, elsewhere trying to slow things down, but nice interrupt there, but look at Smite, he's taking so much damage there as well. Caught up in a Cyclone on low HP. That's going to pause the momentum there for a second coming out from Ultima, but Nethi is still continuing the pressure on with a nice deep breath. Double deep breath connects from Smite as well. He fake us an interrupt. Spear Bloom connects for Nethi. Manages to top himself back up, but Cassidy is low. Has defensives to trade though, and it is all about these lizards. Smite gets interrupted down to half HP, but manages to recover. TJ is going to be the next target on the chopping block. Elswave now forced to trade out his Stone Bulwark Totem there in that position. Still has the Burrow for later, but look at this damage onto Smite. It is unrelenting. Nethi might have to trade out his big cooldowns there with the rewind. Might have to use it, and there it is. Rewind comes through, but TJ is getting blasted. JT is in a Cyclone, and they take him down. Beautiful pressure coming out from Ultima. They hold down the gas pedal from start to finish, and this comp is so explosive. It's so unreliable. You don't know who to heal if you're JT. Should I heal myself? I'm taking damage. Should I heal my Feral Druid? Should I heal Elswave? Who is going to trade cooldowns? It's just a never-ending kind of damage fest coming out here from these laser beams and fire breaths.
I think Smite was averaging like 700k DPS across that entire match. Absolutely incredible damage from the Devastation Evoker. But yeah, this is where Ultima really shines. Pedal to the metal gameplay on a map where Drive Overload just can't get away from them. It's so nasty to deal with, as you mentioned, JT. The question is, who is he healing? Who does he need to heal? The answer, honestly, the entire game through is everybody. And at this point, you can see JT is sitting in a Cyclone. He's getting re-CC'd on the follow-up. He gets the sack out onto TJ, but it's really not enough. Survival instincts are gone. The Bob doesn't do anything. Lay on Hands is on cooldown. JT really rotated through every single CD he had that did anything in this situation, and it wasn't enough because there was just so much pressure on Ultima. And that's something you just gotta deal with in some way. I'm not sure if the Paladin is the right pick on such a small map into this Double Dragon, but I mean, JT is doing his best at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest issue here for Drive Overload was that Cassidy at this point, he just like shifted gears and just focused a lot more on damage. It was a lot more close between him and TJ, only separating them by like 7 million, and that can be attributed to, you know, some Cyclones or one of them getting Cycloned a little bit more than the other, but that is definitely being competitive. You know, only 4 million between these two Feral Druids, whereas in the last game, it was like 40-50 million separating them, so that's a huge damage discrepancy. Cassidy stepping up here with his team in the damage department, and in general I think the map worked out really well as well here for Ultima, able to just get all of that big pressure out, and especially for Nethi, because the biggest strength for the Prez Evoker, of course, is that you have a lot of extra damage. You have the deep breath, you contribute with a lot of offense, but if your team is just getting gapped on damage, well, it doesn't matter that extra damage that you're adding in. It's not really gonna, you know, change things too much. Yeah. And then the Paladin is just gonna out attrition you. He's gonna have more cooldowns to trade. He's gonna have more ways to break out of crowd control. He's gonna have cooldowns that kind of rotate back up a little bit faster as well, and he's gonna just be able to block more kills and then out mana you. So Ultima, they're gonna need to do it here now on Tol'vir, though. Much more difficult, as the pillars here are significantly larger and there's just more space for JT to kind of run around. But I want to see Ultima go after the Holy Paladin more in general anytime they have an opportunity to, because I really think that's what kind of unlocked all of that pressure.
I very much agree. Let's see if they can take the swing match or if Drive Overload will move up to match point on their map pick. Let's get into the sands of Torviron. Elsewave getting rooted up here with the landslide. Smite is the first into the fight, and TJ gets rake stunned on the opener by Cassidy, and immediately they close the gap onto JT and are on the Paladin. Already early time dilation thrown onto Smite because Nethi is not messing around at all, and JT getting punished for standing open field here for a moment. The swap over onto TJ is good. The cleave is excellent, but Smite also taking some good punishment. JT on the sack trying to kite away, but the entire team is just trying to stick to this Paladin, and this Zico is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, and now a double deep breath coming out here for Smite. Eternity Surge being loaded up. Big damage connecting, but Cassidy gets stunned to slow it down for just a moment. JT still holding on to his trinket this time around. Last time he had to use it, only this time trading out his Dwarf Racial. Now JT crossing the map here is going to be really good for him because that is a lot of distance that Nethi and Smite and Cassidy are going to have to cover. But meanwhile, they do a little swap there on to TJ. Nice sleepwalk there onto JT as well, but looks like it was Tremor Totemed actually by Elsewave, so nice Tremor there coming out from Elsewave. He connects a Hex onto Nethi as well, so really slowing things down here for for Ultima. But Nethi now caught up in a Hammer of Justice, has to heal himself, has to heal Smite. Multiple points of pressure for Ultima, but look at them, they're swapping back onto JT. JT immediately trading out the Blessing of Protection in that stun, but now it could be TJ here next on the chopping block. He realizes that, ducks back into bear form. Beautiful Cyclone there onto JT, but it will subside. TJ will stay alive with that beautiful defensive play, and now looks back to get back onto his target, which appears to be Smite, but the damage is just so high. Nice Cyclone here from Cassidy as well onto TJ while he's low. If they can connect now onto JT, that could be a nice opening here. And there's the deep breath coming in. Who are they going to go after? It looks like it's going to be TJ mainly. I would have liked to see them put a little bit of pressure onto JT there as well. He has the sacrifice though, and it looks like TJ, he's not even going to need to use it onto him. Now finally, TJ taking so much damage, but still JT just holding onto that sacrifice time and time again, opts for the lay on hands instead. JT just holding onto it. He doesn't want to get swapped to with that sacrifice dot, but they're just going to swap to him anyway. They don't even care about it. Nethi gets hexed there onto his Emerald Communion as well, and both teams are definitely trading blows right now.
Nethi finally bringing in the Emerald Communion. The swap is good. The damage is great. Cassidy gets bounced down to 10%, but still holding on to those survival instincts. Nethi has everything under control. The ping pong on the health bars is a real this matchup so far. Nethi trying to get in with a deep breath, trying to connect. They find JT for the moment at the very least. Deep breath from Smite, driving around the corner. A little bit of Tokyo Drift action coming through as JT is trying to pull back. Elsewave and TJ both on half HP as Cassidy is put off to the side into a clone. And for the moment, at least Ultima is putting on the pressure. Cassidy dropping down to 20%. Nethi flies in for the heals. Big Spirit Bloom connects and tops his Feral off. But JT had to throw in the sack in that situation. Elsewave has the Astral Shift and the Burrow still available. TJ sitting on the Survival Instinct. So there is gas left in the tank defensively. I'm very worried about Smite and Nethi though, because Zico, this is starting to look a little bit dire on the toolkit.
Yeah, Nethi not with a lot of cooldowns left to trade here, but they have pressure onto JT, and that really is the name of the game right now for Ultima. They need to just find counter pressure. That is the only way they're going to be able to stay alive. Spirit Bloom connects here for Nethi as Elsewave just continues to rain fire all over Ultima. Beautiful damage coming out here as he has the Ascendance popped. Massive counter pressure from Elsewave, but still JT, look at him. He's kiting Cassidy around the corner, but so much damage coming out from Cassidy. TJ, meanwhile, is getting blasted on the other side of the map, and JT, what is he going to do? He trades out the bubble. He had to in that position, and he is so far behind on healing. This is exactly the counter pressure that I was talking about. Now they get the Astral Shift from Elsewave as well. JT's mana is looking absolutely horrendous at this point as well, but look at the return fire. Every time JT crosses the map, it forces Smite to stay out in the open, and that unlocks Elsewave's punishment, and Elsewave really needs to find a way to carry the game. But look at that beautiful deep breath connecting. Cassidy is down to low, but JT is in so much trouble. They don't have the follow-up stun. It's too late. JT manages to get a huge heal off between those stuns, and he manages to stay alive because of that sleepwalk though, connecting onto JT, but it instantly breaks, I assume, to the Feral dots, but Smite as well, taking a lot of damage. Nethi with not a lot of answers left. 18 seconds for that Emerald Communion. Can they take Smite down before that Emerald Communion comes back up? They pause him on low HP in the Cyclone. The Rescue Shield comes in to reposition Smite. JT could be in trouble in this last potentially final stun lock, but he's not even going to trade out his trinket. Nethi with no mana left. The Emerald Communion will recover a little bit of mana mana though and be able to recover a little bit of HP for his teammates. One final push here potentially for Ultima. Can they make it count? Cassidy on a solo mission once again, trying to put the team on his back. Gets Hammer of Justice. The Emerald Communion comes out for Nethi as Ultima looks to make their final push. There's the deep breath connecting. They have the damage. Fire breath being loaded up. JT with no bubble left. Another deep breath hits into the Paladin and he drops down very, very low. It's do or die. TJ could fall. JT could fall. Ultima are pushing for the win. Can they take him down? He's so low. JT with no mana left will fall and Ultima will take the swing match against Drive Overload.
What a rush. What can you say if you're JT in that situation? The answer is nothing because the cat got your tongue. Ultima grabbed the swing match. What a dominant performance. They're just running them down, Zico. It's incredible to watch. Pedal to the metal the entire time. They're not letting him get away, kite around the pillar or position in any sort of way.
Cassidy with big carry here, dude. Cassidy, the 2 times where he just went on these solo missions onto the Paladin, it netted them bank. They got every cooldown in the game and ultimately were able to get the kill as well at the back end of it. Nethi comes in here with the deep breath, barely clips JT there through the pillar, and then a nice bop onto TJ to try to free him up. Stun comes out onto Smite to slow his damage down, but Cassidy is just unrelenting with his pressure. JT tries to stay alive, but he's got no mana left in the tank, and then finally Nethi connects here with the final killing blow as TJ tries to Cyclone Cassidy there to pause the damage. But the fact that they rotated back those cooldowns, the fact that they were able to play such a long game with the Prez Evoker, that is what really helped them out in this series. Because if you look at the details right now, Elsewave, TJ, slightly ahead of Smite and Cassidy, but it's not a big difference. But then you look at the healer difference, and that is where the Prez Evoker shines. If Nethi can just stay in like this, get his damage off, connect with the deep breaths, get the fire breaths, get the blue lasers, that is where they can push the advantage and actually win on mana against this composition and against the Paladin, which is very, very uncommon.
And you're generally already expecting Paladins to be a little bit higher on the damage side when it comes to the healers, except for looking at the Disc Priest, right? But Evokers, and especially Nethi, just doing such an excellent job of just keeping the offensive rolling while his team is under so much fire. That's exactly one of the big reasons why I'm such a big fan of Nethi, because they just manage to bring both aspects, the defensive and the offensive play in. And look at this damage breakdown. The last 8 seconds, it's basically just Nethi and Cassidy running JT down. Just incredible, incredible damage coming through, and we're just locking the same comps in, we're running it back and starting... Zico, I'm starting to feel pretty good about our predictions here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, after game number 1, I was like, maybe not, but it looks good. Ultima, you know, this is their bread and butter. We've seen them kind of do some alt-D shenanigans with Smite on like the BM Hunter, but this is the comp that has gotten them the furthest. This is the comp that they look best at, and in my opinion, if you can play triple main, even if it is slightly unconventional, we see a lot of teams do well with it, even though it's not, you know, something that you expect to see compositionally. Like even yesterday in North America, we saw a meme for the, what are they called? Meme for the Dreams. Playing,
for the memes, yeah.
Yeah, for the meme, sorry. Playing Frost DK Enhanced Shaman, and that is not a good comp, but still making it a competitive series, still grabbing wins, and still, you know, looking decent. So definitely nice to see these teams kind of just play their mains and just see what happens. And Drive Overload, they have some options as well, but they're opting for the same thing here. Oh, we're remaking.
We're remaking. We'll get this game rolling in just a second. We're in no rush because this is an excellent series so far. And I agree, Zico. This is kind of one of the biggest reasons why AWC is so exciting for me. Yes, you have your top teams. You have the absolutely amazing players. But then you have teams that are kind of up and coming, that are newcomers maybe to the AWC in general, that pull out some curveballs, some wacky comps. I think it's okay to call Double Dragon a little bit of a wacky comp, and just performing with it and having fun while doing so. It's just amazing to watch. It's such a treat to enjoy. And hey, they're so close to making top 3 on this cup. They're still in the running to improve their seeding for the Gauntlet as well. So this is definitely not the last we're going to see of Ultima this weekend, one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be seeing them actually tagging in Elsewave here on the Frost Mage. And I think it's a good answer. Okay. If you have a Frost Mage against those Prez Evokers, you're going to be able to slow them down a lot. We're going to be seeing a lot of crowd control kind of slowing them down. And one of the big weaknesses for the Prez Evoker is when they get rooted. If they get rooted, they only have that one Dispel for it. So if you root them and then they Dispel and you root them again, it can be really annoying for the Prez Evokers. So Frost Mage, let's see what Elsewave can do here as he looks to potentially get a little bit of pressure, just throwing out some Blizzards. Doesn't want to open up yet before TJ maybe is in position. I think what's happening right now is TJ doesn't want to be there. Oh, TJ gets pulled out and Cassidy's going to open onto him. Oh my God, was he in cat form too? Oh my God, TJ gets caught in cat. Big opener here coming out for Ultima. TJ already falling low, trading out his Barkskin, trading out the Sacrifice. Nice pre-sack there actually. Cassidy is playing the Roar right there. He tried to Roar Cyclone JT, but not able to find it there in that position. And Smite gets a nice rescue there as well to reposition behind the pillar. Cassidy!
Oh, but Cassidy is down almost! So much damage coming in out of nowhere from Elsewave. The Icy Veins are really popping off right now. Also bringing in that Snowdrift in case they want to go for him. He's just going to lock them down with some additional CC. But it's a very interesting trade-off. You bring in the mage for a little bit more control, a little bit more pressure, but trade off the perceived tankiness at the very least here. But of the elemental shaman, but we'll see how Elsewave will do, because generally he has been doing so incredibly well all season on this mage. In the meantime, you can see JT standing fairly chill in the backline, not being pressured too much so far this game. And there's the Ice Wall coming through, blocking Nethy off from the rest of the team. But a quick blink to the side is going to be more than enough to reconnect with the team. Nice sleepwalk onto JT. Now they're swapping over the Paladin with massive damage. But Smite down to half, needs to pull back immediately. And Nethy has everything under control for the moment as the deep breath comes through. TJ down to half. JT still stunned up, chilling for the second. But the Lay on Hands is going to salvage things.
Yeah, and now JT is still rotting down a little bit here. So the Frost Mage so far looking decent, but it hasn't worked out just yet. Nice time stop coming out from Smite there. As soon as Nethy gets put in that crowd control, it's a time stop angle for Mr. Smite. But now he's taking a little bit of damage, but Nethy's out of crowd control and he's able to heal through it. Nethy's mana not looking as good as JT's, but still pretty high. 2.5 minutes into the match, we find Cassidy in a Cyclone. Smite trying to reposition, and TJ, he is getting absolutely blasted. TJ needs to be careful, but at the same time, oh my God, he's just gonna fall. Huge pressure coming out there from Ultima. What was that? He just line of sighted JT there, I think, in the final moments, and then JT was forced to trade out his bubble, but it was too late, and he just fell. I really didn't expect TJ to die like that. Getting a little bit too aggressive in the match, gets punished. Ultima takes it 3-1.
Wow! I did not see that coming. There was so much left in the tank on both sides that they could have pulled out. And we can look at this replay again. The key thing really is JT's positioning towards the other side of the pillar. He needs to stay this far away, because otherwise they're just going to jump on him, put the pressure on him, put the CC on him. But TJ, he has the survival instincts. He's running Smite down. JT is trying to follow up around the pillar, then decides to go the other way. TJ gets a little bit of CC in at the same time and just gets bursted down. We'll see the death recap in a moment. Just a disgusting amounts of pressure in that situation. But really, just literally Ultima having the right reaction, the right call in the right split second to just completely take him down.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can see it here. So JT's positioning, like you said, far away so he doesn't get swapped to. And then TJ, he pushes in here. He wants to get aggressive onto Smite because they have a Cyclone on the Cassidy. So it's a 3v2. But look at that line of sight happening here. JT, I think, doesn't want to commit to that left side because you see what Nethy just did there? He used his hover blink to try to cut off JT. So Nethy was going on one side, and then you had Cassidy a little bit later when he comes out of that Cyclone going the other side. So they kind of corner JT there in that moment. JT, I feel like he should have just went in and tried to tank the Nethy CC here, because if it is a sleepwalk, they can always interrupt it. Elsewave has counterspell. They also have, actually, Elsewave ports back to that side. So It's a bit unfortunate, but I think he should have just kept running there towards Nethy, even though Nethy did blink in and most likely was going to look for some crowd control there. There's always the chance that you can pre-sack the crowd control, or at least if you bubble, you'll be immediately in his line of sight instead of getting caught and CCing yourself with line of sighting at the pillar for a couple of seconds. Then you get caught in a stun lock, then you bubble, and then you still have to run into line of sight. So bit defensive mismanagement there coming out from JT and TJ. Line of sighting each other there for just a moment. But hey, Ultima's going to be happy with this. They knock Drive Overload out of the competition, and they secure themselves, I think, their first ever top 3 position, proving the majority of the desk wrong. I'm curious to see if the chat also... Did the chat... is the chat getting farmed here? Did the chat predict Overload?
They predicted Overload, yeah. Twice in a row now. This is not looking good for us, guys. But hey...
It's looking great for Zico and me.
Very true. Once again, though, the lower seeded team, the underdog, wins another series, and now we've got no Drive Overload, Echo down in the lower bracket. I don't know what's going on. We've got this lower final, Zico. It's Echo versus Ultima up next.
I mean, today is just a day of upsets here, and I mean, we see it here on the bracket, right? So, Streamer Zone beat Ultima, Echo beat Phoenix Reborn, Echo lost to Streamer Zone GG. That's just how we start off the Sunday, and then we immediately go to this series where Ultima, definitely considered the underdog, beats Drive Overload, and now we got Echo versus Ultima. And we might even see Ultima versus Streamer Zone in the finals. That would be crazy if Ultima can just keep playing like this. So it's definitely been a crazy weekend here in Europe. But I'm more curious about what's going on with the standings at this point. Is Drive Overload is out, and Streamer Zone, I think, is tied with Drive Overload now for second place. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. And, I mean, if Streamer Zone wins the entire cup, I think they just overtake them as that second place team. So they're definitely going to be feeling good about themselves if they can do that. Very, very crazy stuff going on here. Even at the very last moment, at the very last cup, things are being, very shaken up. And in Ultima's position, they also just climbed the 1 spot in that gauntlet. So winning this series means that Ultima has to win 1 less game in that gauntlet.
This is exactly what I was expecting out of this weekend coming into Friday, right? Because Ultima has been looking so good and consistently improving every single weekend, and the fact that they were in the upper bracket, I was so ready for them to upset the top 3, to influence this entire standing as much as they possibly can. And here we are. Here we find ourselves, Streamer Zone GG, in a prime position to overtake Drive Overload and lock in that second spot in the top 3. Ultima, in the meantime, they went up to 5th place, and, I mean, it seems to be a little bit of a weekend of miracles, right? So it's not entirely out of the question that Ultima might actually make it all the way through, do the complete lower bracket miracle run, and win the entire cup, and maybe even lock in that 4th spot, that final boss in the gauntlet title. It's gonna be entertaining to watch. But first, oh my god, they need to go through Echo, and that's not gonna be easy.
No, certainly not. Yeah, Ultima, they were in 7th starting off this, before the tournament started, and now they've jumped up several spots. So I'm looking forward to seeing their running continue on down there in the lower bracket. So we're going to head to a quick break. Before we do that, though, we're going to play a spell guessing game. My cat has come to join us for it, and
Hey.
we're gonna check out some spell guessing. Yeah, maybe. I think we're predicting a feral spec ability. Let's see. Whose spell is it anyways? We're gonna see if we can get some of these spells correct. Blank within 12 yards, reducing their blank. Why are we covering up that percentage? Blank. Why are we covering up that percentage in that way? What's going on with that?
This one is a
number is that?
So.
Yeah, it looks like an 8 because they've covered up half of it. Something within 12 yards, reducing their... Is it movement speed? I feel like it's something on a 30-second cooldown that reduces
speed by...
movement speed for everyone around you.
There's like no information on this. This is like
I think
too
piercing
wide.
howl is a little bit more than 30 seconds and more than 12 yards, right? Was it 12 yards?
I think it's lower cooldown on piercing howl than 30. I could be wrong. I haven't been playing a lot of warrior. We need the alternatives here. I feel like this
give
could
us
be.
give us the choices.
This could be a lot of things. This could be a lot of things here. What's something that slows everything around you for 8 seconds? What?
What is this?
What is this?
What's? I don't get it.
We gotta decipher these codes. What does this mean?
Oh,
What?
no.
What's going on?
Oh no.
This is apparently a faction
getting hints
feud
from
thing,
production. This is
Zico,
not
and
fair.
you're supposed to have the answers.
What?
But I think you're still confused.
I'm even. It's. Wait. So wait. Let me think here. So, JPQS.
Oh, okay.
X4KM.
Oh.
NK68B. 4H8S. 5TQR. What happens if I redeem that on my Battle.net client? That could
Like
wait.
if you
Is that
type it in the? Oh.
what happens if I open my Battle.net and I just click redeem code? Like I click on my name and then I click redeem code and I just type that in.
Okay.
Could this be a gift from production?
Wait
Is that what
a
it is?
minute. I think they blessed us.
No
I think
way!
production has blessed us.
No way. Okay. And now we've unlocked the actual spell here. Okay, so Wingclip is it's not Wingclip. Tracker's
Void
Net,
tendrils.
it's not Tracker's Net. Mass, it's between Void Tendrils, Mass Entanglement, and Piercing Howls. It could be Void Tendrils.
has more than 30 seconds cooldown.
Okay, then we're ruling that out as well. So it's between Mass Entanglement and Piercing Howl. I feel like Mass Entanglement. I think it actually is Piercing Howl, dude. I don't think it's because it would say instead of reducing them, it would say rooting them in place.
That's a good
right?
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mass
So I
Entanglement's just a
actually think
root.
it is Piercing Howl. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
We're going with that.
All right.
I am
Piercing
gonna go with
Howl.
that as well.
All right, we're locking it in.
Let's see it.
Oh.
Let's go.
Hey.
Hey, we're back.
Very nice. Okay, let's see.
Not losing my warrior card. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's do the
Nice.
icon. Let's see.
Okay,
Let's do
okay.
This. Oh,
Wait,
boy.
I want to know what did somebody? I wonder what somebody won. What did they get? That's.
I don't know. Is it game time?
maybe it was yeah, but
It was
maybe
game time.
game time. Yeah, I think it was game time. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is it game time?
maybe it was yeah, but
It was game
maybe
time.
game time. Yeah, I think it was game time. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at these icons.
That's the difference. Okay.
I've got the. I need to
I'm
find my
seeing
magnifying
a difference
glass.
on the teeth. I think, or am I seeing a difference on the teeth? I feel yeah.
The
D
nose.
has weird teeth. D has an extra. It has an extra like spike or like an extra. You see that on the bottom left, and then the nose. For me, C looks the most real. Like my gut reaction says C.
Detective Pyle on the case.
What was your eye saying?
I don't know. That didn't help at all.
Just gave you a headache.
Oh, yep.
My gut reaction says
My-
it's C, but that's just like it could also be B. I feel like.
I feel like it's not A.
You don't
I
think it's A?
No, it looks too red, right? I don't know. It doesn't look right to me.
I see
I'm not
what you
feeling
mean.
it.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
I think D. I don't know. I'll go with D. I don't even know what the. Oh, there's like teeth differences. Okay, I'll go with D. Nope. I'm not going with D. I'm going with
I'm
B.
locking in B.
Locking in B. Well, I'm not sure about the C lock in yet. I need a second here to think because I feel like C. I kind of want to lock in B as well, to be honest. I feel like it's either B or C. It's really hard because I feel like the nose on C doesn't look right. The teeth on D doesn't look right. And then on A, I feel like the nose doesn't look right either.
There's also extra stripe of red underneath the skull. That's not supposed to be there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like at the bottom.
Yep. I'm saying B.
Yeah.
I think it's B.
I'm going
I
with
think
B
it's
too.
B as well, actually. I'm going to go with B.
All right, let's see it. Save us, production. Oh, what?
No.
No way it's
No
D.
way.
Actually,
No way.
D.
No
Okay,
way
okay.
it's D.
I should have stuck with it. Yeah, I feel like the lesson that we've learned from this game, if anything, is stick with your initial gut reaction.
No,
Yeah.
don't. My initial gut reaction was A.
Okay,
I think
maybe
mine was
for
C.
me. Maybe for me. All right.
Maybe you have better instincts than us, Aya.
Perhaps. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Echo versus Ultima facing off in the lower bracket. Stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the lower bracket. It is Echo facing off against Ultima Super Tees. One of these teams is knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, Ultima, they've made it through some of Europe's finest teams to get this far into a top 3 position, but now they face Echo, and I wonder if they were even possibly expecting this to have happened, because Streamer Zone, they weren't supposed to have won, you know? The Streamer Zone are rewriting history by taking Echo on that upper side, and now they all go up against Echo, and I think, unfortunately for them, they have Ultima's Kryptonite. They have a Subtlety Rogue, and not just any ordinary Subtlety Rogue. They've got Waz, so this is Ultima's greatest challenge by far of the tournament.
Definitely, and just looking at those predictions, I don't think anyone believes in them, but Ultima, you know that they believe in themselves, and I certainly hope they do. We're heading into this series. It started Echo versus Ultima, game number 1.
Oh no, they brought in Chanimal. This is not gonna end well for Ultima as they pop into the arena. Waz already has the Shadow Blades out. Nice scatter shot. Smite actually coming in on the Hunter. We're seeing a little bit of jungle out of Ultima here into this Log Rogue from Echo. And Meh answering the initial pressure with a good, quick rapture and a bunch of shields. Nethi caught in a full fear. The cheap shot follow-up, double cheap and triple DR into a full fear from Chanimal. So much pressure from Echo, but Ultima for the moment stays alive.
Man, Chan is just untouchable in these matchups. This is typically so hard as a Warlock, but look at this. He's just killing the entire team. He's topping the meter. He's going to spiral completely out of control. They get a freezing trap. It doesn't matter. They don't even dent Chan. Here comes the Shadowy dual one-shot. Waz trinkets out of the scatter. Cheap shot looking to take Smite down in this initial stage. He trades out a cooldown. Is it going to be enough? He roots up Waz, but there's a kidney shot. Nice Cyclones from Cassidy. Pausing the aggression, but Meg gets a Master Spell, removing Waz from the Cyclone. But Cassidy's there for another Cyclone, but Nethi's now caught into a coil. He's caught into a fear, and Cassidy's dead out of nowhere. The pressure from Echo is immense.
Chanimal just pumping left, right, and center. Map coming in with the ultimate penitence. Smite dropping lower and lower. He has one more survival of the fittest. Trinket still available, but Nethi is dropping lower and lower on CDs. No reversal, no Emerald Communion. And no real damage that they can bring in. Waz is locking him down. Smite is on half HP already as Cassidy is just sitting in open field trying to heal himself a little bit. But Meh running in for the double fear. The kidney shot as well. Cassidy about to die. Mind control on Nethi as well. Cassidy on 10%. Massive Spirit Bloom coming through. Nethi stabilizes the team for just a moment. But how long can they hold on as Cassidy is being taken low once again? Chanimal just to completely cursing this entire matchup.
Yeah, really good kiting. This is the Call of the Wild window coming up in about 6 seconds. So if Smite can survive to that, they've got Incarnation coming up. They might be able to run Chanimal over. Barrier comes down. They need to survive. Just a few more seconds. There's the Incarnation, but Cassidy gets cheap shot on it. Smite's now cheap shot on his Call of the Wild as well. Waz is peeling all of their aggression. Nethi is doing what he can, but even time dilation may not be enough. They have to trade Barkskin on top of it. Survival of the fittest as well, but Nethi is dying in a swap. He pops the Renewing Blaze. Everybody on the side is Ultima. On Ultima is dying. Can Nethi manage to do this? Can he keep his team alive during this window, this opportunity? Chan has survived the Incarnation. The Call of the Wild is going to be subsiding soon as well, and the cheap shots from Waz are completely deflecting this attack. Chan may need to use the Gateway, though, as he's positioned here on top of it. They're holding strong for now. Rapture powered shields with the Archangel. These are going to be massive powered shields for Meh. He's lining up for the kill. Mind Blast, Independent, Sap off the blind. Waz's crowd control is unstoppable, but it looks like the Sap actually broke a little bit earlier. They stack up on some AoE. Cassidy is still dying. Nethi, oh, a double fear again with no trinket. 1 second remains. He's in bear form, praying that he survives to it, but he gets shadowy dueled by Waz, but he gets a huge heal through the duel. I can't believe it. Nethi, with insane dream projection timing right there, applies a hot on Cassidy and kept him alive through the duel.
For the moment, it is not over yet, but Smite is caught by Waz. Stabilized by Nethi for just a moment, but the mana is fleeting fast, and Smite is dropping lower and lower. 1 more seconds on survival. There it is. Comes in the nick of time with a bit of acceleration healing that comes with activating it, but Smite is just gonna fall potentially here. Brings in the turtle in the nick of time, but how long is that gonna last? Nethi tries to get in the nullifying shroud, but Waz kicks him, shutting that down immediately. Great hover around the corner, but in the meantime, Cassidy gets caught out of form. Kidney shot, taking him down. Meh running in for another double fear. He has been so dominant this entire map, and Echo gets rewarded for it.
This is such a hard matchup as a Warlock typically. You just kind of get run down by the Hunter and Feral. This has got to be one of the hardest matchups, and Chan is literally just making it look like it's a cakewalk. He's just like, that's how much of a master he is at Warlock and how much his team is supporting him, because this is usually, we've seen so many other Warlocks fighting Jungle Cleaves in North America and Europe that just fall over. They get no damage out. It looks so miserable for them. But Chan, in this matchup, one of the hardest matchups, he's fighting Ultima, who just took out some of the biggest names in Europe to get to this point, and he's doubling their damage. He's taking this Jungle Cleave and he's doubling their damage while not even having to use his Unending Resolve throughout this entire match. It's absolutely wild how untouchable Chan is as a player on this Warlock. Even despite the nerfs that have hit it, he's still been looking as strong as ever on it. And honestly, not even just his defense, his offense. He's catching these fears, he's catching coils out of the fears. He just has insane game awareness both defensively for kiting and when to flip the switch on offense, and he maintains his pressure throughout all of those circumstances. He is easily an MVP here for Echo and Ultima now, man. They put up a fight. I honestly was kind of expecting them to get totally dominated with the Preservation Evoker versus the Rogue. They lasted a decent amount of time. They forced medallions, but
Yeah.
it's not going to get easier. They have to step up even beyond this if they're going to take a game off Echo.
Well, in all fairness, Ultima is never the team to dominate from a game one outwards, so I'm expecting them to ramp over the course of the series at least a little bit, but it's not going to make it any easier, right? I think the other thing we should and can talk about is the fact that they're running with Jungle Smite on the Hunter now instead of the Double Dragon, and I feel like that's a great pick into the Rogue, especially that Echo is bringing to the table, because I feel like Double Dragon would just flop over.
Yeah, I think one dragon is already a bit of a liability into a subtlety rogue. Bringing two, not the best decision. I think the composition is probably their best opportunity. They've got a good map as well for it. This is one of the worst maps to try and kite on as a warlock. So I think Ultima are setting themselves up to possibly get a win. And honestly, even if you're able to take a win off of Echo, that's already an impressive feat. We've only really seen, I think, Drive Overload took 2 games from them. We saw Phoenix Reborn take a series and now Streamer Zone, but very few teams ultimately can actually consistently even take a game off of Echo, and let alone Chanimal. Chanimal's has got to have one of the best win rates, I think, in AWC. So Ultima here, taking their time. Maybe they're thinking about it. The only thing with the Double Dragon is that it looks like it's really well practiced. They look really good on it. Whereas the jungle, I don't know how much time they've put into it relative to it, because the Double Dragon's been so important. So yeah, they're actually going to go back to the Double Dragon. They want the comfort, I think, over the jungle. Smite just didn't have enough fun, I guess, on the Hunter. He wants to go on the Dragon.
But it's also the ideal map, right? Because we've seen how they play the Double Dragon on Ruins of Lordaeron. It's not even pedal to the metal, it's the pedal through the car floor, basically. What they're playing with this Double Dragon on Ruins of Lordaeron. So Echo will need to be very careful, especially Chanimal, I think, is going to be once again the big focus of this matchup. Really keep an eye out how Chanimal positions, how he kites, and how he plays this game out in terms of CC. And together with Ma, he really needs to be on top of his game if he wants to come out of this arena alive, I think.
Okay, I'm really going to be looking for his portal positioning. Do you think he's going to start this portal in the room, portal in the middle? Because I feel like there's a lot of questions around where he should be putting his port.
I think the big question is how open field can Ultima stay against Chanimal if Chanimal decides to not play around the pillar, right? How much pressure can they actually get on him, and other way around as well? And it's gonna be all around this pressure game. Can Nethi keep the HPS high enough to counteract all the pressure that Chan is bringing in, the lockdown from Waz and the pressure from Meh as well? It's going to be an intense one. Maybe the best option for a map win here for Ultima, but we'll find that out right now.
All right, gates have opened. Waz is moving in. Who's he going to get the sap on? He gets a sap on Nethi. Deciding not to wait. Chance casting dots on Nethi. No, he's intercepted by Cassidy, but now Cassidy's exposed. Waz can set up. Double fear, but a pre-immune deep breath there from Nethi. He's just warping around the map. Nethi is an expert on this dragon. He knows his weaknesses. He predicts the stuns. He activates the shroud. He delays it. What a great start from Nethi.
Yeah, looking absolutely solid. Chan ports out immediately, gets Vortex back in. Great setup here by Cassidy to keep Chanimal in the line of fire. And the damage is solid. Deep Breath coming through from Smite. He's trying to connect onto Meh. Maybe looking for a Sleepwalk. Nethi pushing in as well as Waz reconnects onto Smite. Finds the kick into the full kidney shot. Lots of pressure, lots of damage behind the line of sight. Nethi on the other side of the map really needs to come in late and stabilize his dragon. The Dream Projection doing work, at least that's what it did last time around on the duel. The swap over onto Cassidy is solid as well. Meh with a big penance providing a lot of damage here as well, but Chanimal once again being the target as Smite is taken down to have Nethi as well just dying, and this is exactly the amount of pressure I was worried about from Echo.
Nice full. Well, the mind control with full dots. Cassidy just dying to dots right now. Chan can free cast it. So many Malefic Raptures that he just got off. Smite is critically low. He's got options. They're going to trade the Emerald Communion, but even the Emerald Communion doesn't even do any healing. They're dead through it. This is insane damage. Cassidy trinkets at the last possible second. Emergency bear form. He's trying to make it out of this. He's slowly but surely recovering. Nethi is a mad lad right now for keeping his team alive to this, but he gets feared with no trinket, and surely that will be game over as Echo continue their domination. They want that rematch.
It is insane. Echo is on fire. They are locked in, and if you've ever asked yourself what happens when an almost unstoppable force meets an immovable object, well, you get this game. Echo up to just insane pressure from Waz, from Chanimal, just incredible amounts of damage. And look at Chanimal, 800k DPS. This guy is topping the meters. It's insane.
I will say, I mean, offensively, maybe it looked a little bit spookier for Echo. I don't know. I think the jungle looked better. Just even if it's not as well versed or as well practiced, it kept Chanimal a bit more aware of where he was. I feel like he was able to get on top a lot more with this matchup as opposed to the jungle, where jungle is constantly running away and trying to reposition. And if Chanimal gets to play aggressive and free cast on enemies, like, yeah, it's just not, you're not winning. I don't think you're going to be able to survive the opening stages, even despite Nethi with these like tactical positionings and deep breaths at the beginning to avoid the opener. Like the game's going to last so much longer than that when you're fighting Echo. Like you're never going to, I don't think, outside of a huge blunder, I don't think any team is going to really cheese Echo before like 6 minutes if you're going to win against them.
No, I think that's a very valid estimation here. But ULTIMA is putting up quite the fight. I'm especially surprised, honestly, though, if I'm looking at the damage done here, how much Meh is doing. We were talking about it last series, that Nethi was providing an incredible amount of damage, and you can just tell by how little Nethi gets to do in this matchup, by how overwhelmed he is with just keeping the whole team alive. And that's just something, if you're playing a comp that's so pedal to the metal, and especially also not necessarily completely reliant, but expecting your healer to also bring in a solid chunk of contribution into these offensive plays, then suddenly being encountered with so much counter pressure just takes so much wind out of your sails, and that's something we've seen here. And ULTIMA on the map pick, we're going to Hook Point. They're trying the same thing again. I would assume this is just gonna run it back, full comfort, double dragon, try to take Echo down.
I mean, myself personally, I think I'd rather see them try the jungle again. I feel like they lasted much longer, and they kept Chanimal more on defense. So, out of personal preference, I actually think the jungle looked a lot better for them. I would actually like to see them go back to it. I think it's a good map as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, Smite's going to go back on the Hunter. I think he's just more durable. He has more defensives, a little bit more healing, surprisingly, as well, with the changes to the Dark Ranger hero talent tree, the new addition for the War Within. I think that this is going to be a bit better. You also get the Roar of Sacrifice, which you can use when you're stunned from your pet, which gives you a little bit of extra utility to your team, because Waz is setting up with these triple stuns. So the pet is free, and he's like, hey, I'm here. I can do something. Roar of Sacrifice might save somebody. As opposed to the Evoker that just kind of gets completely isolated. And the Hunter damage is just more guaranteed also, if you're not getting cheap shot and disintegrates and constantly shut down. So I personally like the Hunter better in this matchup.
I very much agree. The other big thing for me is not just the durability of the Hunter, but also the fact that Echo, compared to all the other teams in Europe, what it seems like at the moment is not playing Holy Paladin. They're playing in Dispriest, and Dispriest just has so many more tools to deal with the consistent pressure and especially the kind of the SCC attempts that ULTIMA is trying to bring in with the high mobility on the Double Dragon. You know, those hover sleepwalks that Smite is attempting over and over again. Dispriest can just death that every, 15, 20 seconds, while a Paladin needs to rotate something like a sack or needs to have a trinket if they can't line of sight it, and that just makes the pressure from the Devastation Evoker so much less effective, and then bringing in the Hunter just feels like the way a better option, especially if you go into something like Diamond Ice. You can avoid the trap being deathed and just pressure Meh CC-wise a little bit more. In terms of...
It's really hard for ULTIMA here, because typically you'd have a priest for jungle, and the priest can run in while the healer's trapped and get a fear. but Nethi has to cast Sleepwalk. So I kind of want to see him be a bit more aggressive, maybe fly in with an Obsidian Scales, play the Aura Mastery so he's immune to kicks, and try and find more CC, because the Freezing Trap is not going to be enough. And Smite has to play Diamond Dice, otherwise the AoE from the pets and the Feral Druid, it's going to end up breaking the trap. So if Nethi can somehow keep his team alive through Chanimal's pressure, get on top of Met and find crowd control, maybe Ultima can do this on Hook Point.
Maybe they can. Waz is looking for an opener, sneaking around the far outside, dodging the landslide coming through from Nethi right out of the gate. Cassidy just the same, biding his time. Nice sap onto Nethi. Chanimal gets the first rounds of dots in. That's a massive deal to open up the pressure, but Waz reveals himself, gets Rake stunned, and massive damage on the Rogue right out of the gate immediately. Brings in the Cloak, almost dies, has to a Health Stone in the first 30 seconds. What an opener from Ultima here.
Oh, they're setting up on Nethi now. He's going to trade the Emerald Communion. That's a full respect from Nethi in this position. They swap back to Cassidy on the pillar. Mez there as well. They're cleaving the whole team. Chan is once again free casting. They're focusing the Rogue. They've just decided, you know, Chan is not a target. This guy's just unkillable. We have to go on the Rogue. But if they go on the Rogue, they're going to die 3 times as fast. Everybody is rotting down right now. As long as Waz can stay alive, Chan will absolutely obliterate them. Full fear over on the Nethi. Into the kidney shot. Haunt is about to connect. Big swap. Nethi trinkets. He rewinds, but even Rewind is struggling to get himself back to full HP. And now he's down his medallion. He's down so much defense. It'll be hard for him to play offensive, but he's still going for it. He needs to add damage. He needs to add CC, but Mez predicting the attack. Ultimate Penitence. He's into the skies. Nethi pre-time stops himself on that Ultimate Penitence to delay the go towards himself, and now Waz is stunned. Smite is there. He gets the freezing trap. Can they finish Waz? They pre-pain suppression, and now Nethi gets caught. No trinket. Chan is there. This should be lights out. Echo domination 3-0.
Oh my god. I don't even want to look at the damage meter. Chanimal is doing more damage than the entire team of Ultima combined. That was disgusting. I can see the game plan not going for Chanimal if you think you can't kill him anyway, but letting that man free cast, it's just gonna make your day 10 times worse than before. Oh my god.
I mean, this is just a normal day in the office for Chan. He's been at this game for a very long time at this point. I think his first BlizzCon win, it was back with Soda and Talbadar. Like, think about the legacy of those names. Like, that was his first BlizzCon win, and that seems like it's got to be like close to a decade now, I think, or coming up on close to a decade. And he has just been playing Warlock that entire time, just continuing to master it over this entire period. And even the hardest of matchups for any ordinary Warlock, Chan makes it look like a breeze, just a casual walk on the beach. He's topping the meter, doing 1,000,000 DPS, able to capitalize on any opportunity that he has thrown his way. And it begs the question, now that Echo are getting back into the grand finals, is there a way for them to utilize him to be able to take out Streamer Zone? Because Raikou, it didn't look like it was working.
It was a rough matchup, most definitely. I'm very, very curious. The Warlock, of course, brings in its own advantages and disadvantages, and especially against this team like Streamer Zone, that's gonna put an insane amount of pressure on you, that knows how to lock down a Warlock like Chanimal, at least to the maximum possible extent, right? It's gonna be difficult, for sure, for Echo, but doable, and my goodness, I am so excited for that grand final now.
Just get it. Just get it going. Get it going, Aya. Let's do it. I'm putting this on you, okay?
Push the button.
Listen,
putting this on you.
I have got no control over how quickly these teams queue up. But yeah, I would love to get that as soon as possible. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the rest of this replay in the final moments for Ultima. They're going to, unfortunately, of course, be knocked out. But they did have an incredible weekend so far. But I couldn't agree with you guys more. I am very, very excited for this grand final here in the EU region. StreamerZone.gg facing off against Echo, and I've got a bit of a confession to make. I predicted Echo 3-0, but I bet all of my points for StreamerZone.gg.
What? You split your bet?
I did.
Places?
I did. Hey, no one said I couldn't. I was trying to get a big payout, but I lost. So now I have a total of 78 points.
Well,
in the Twitch.
Good thing. Good thing the prediction leaderboard is a little bit more important than the channel points, right? So yeah, I think you're doing well.
Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah, I'll bet my 78 points on the next one and see if I can recover that. But I couldn't be more excited for this next up series. And I was kind of comparing them to a serpent earlier. Echo, you cut off one head and they grow two more back, because it seems like one of the reasons that makes Echo so consistent is like when a team like Streamer Zone GG, for example, kind of figures them out, they're able to really quickly recoup and come up with something to make them unstoppable once again. But Streamer Zone GG, of course, this is a rematch for them, and they had a pretty convincing series last time we saw these two teams play against each other. And I can't help but feel like, Lithy, we might see that happen again. But of course, I gotta say, I'm rooting for Streamer Zone GG here.
I have a hard time rooting for Streamer Zone. Yes, I'm a big enjoyer of Thessia gameplay, but Chanimal on the other side, nah, I gotta cheer for Chanimal. I just can't, and I think Echo is gonna take that. They're not gonna be taken down twice in a row. I think they'll perfect this season. They'll grab all 4 cup titles for themselves, and it's gonna be intense. That's for sure, but it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be intense. That is definitely something we're going to be seeing, so I cannot wait. We can take a quick look at the bracket and where we currently are. Of course, we've got we had that lower bracket series that we just saw, Echo 3-0 Ultima, and it was StreamerZone.gg up there in the semifinals that sent them down there to begin with. Of course, we did have that Drive Overload versus Ultima for the lower semis, and it was Drive Overload that got sent out. And now here we are in the grand finals, all the way over there to the right.
Ooh, look at
and,
this.
Ooh, we've got the gauntlet Super Tees for the EU region.
Hey. This is happening, sometime from now, I think in November. This is the gauntlet stage of the finals, which is a single elimination tournament where the seeding is placed on 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th. And whoever makes it out of this single elimination tournament is going to be the 4th team in the War Within finals, where you get a front row ticket to fight Echo in the first round. But there's going to be some time, obviously, from now and that finals. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams level up, which compositions they end up specializing in over that time frame.
Yeah, that is going to be an intense gauntlet, so cannot wait for that. All right, well, we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have the grand finals for cup number 4 of the EU region. Stick around, this is going to be a good one. It's Streamer Zone GG facing off against Echo up next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the grand finals for the EU region here for Cup number 4. Then it's a rematch as well between Streamer Zone and Echo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was probably my favorite series of the entire season. So getting to cast the rematch again, I'm absolutely stoked about this one. Yeah, Streamer Zone, they really put on a show for us in that upper bracket. Echo obviously wants a rematch, just breezing through that lower bracket, and we'll see if they can come up with a different answer.
Yeah, Zico, can we just walk through kind of what went down the last time we saw these teams, in case anyone didn't see the reason that Echo got dropped down here?
I mean, if you didn't see it, I highly suggest, if there's one series you should watch, you go back and watch that one. But if you didn't, quick recap. I think Streamer Zone, they pulled out ahead. They just looked so coordinated with their Feral Mage Priest. They were finding ways to extend the match. They were finding ways to get their counter setups. Of course, Echo was running that Rogue Mage Priest, so tagging in Raikou. And I think the reason why they tagged in Raikou was because they actually bullied Chan quite a bit on the side of Streamer Zone last weekend when they met in the grand finals. So the rematch from the grand finals being the same two teams, and now we get the rematch in the grand finals again here. It's going to be awesome to see, but they opted in for Raikou, and that RMP didn't work out for Echo, even though their RMP is super polished. It didn't work out. Tony came out swinging on the Feral Druid. Tessia was able to close it out with a massive ice wall, as we have been seeing. And now I wonder, are we seeing Chan tagged in? Are we seeing the RMP again? What are we actually going to see here in the blind pick? This is the first time I feel like Echo are kind of just guessing what answer they should go with. And it is going to be Chan on the Warlock, which is something that I kind of expected to see here.
All right, Streamer Zone locking in their Feral Mage Priest once again. Tessia has been an absolute playmaker for their team. Let's see if they can get done. Waz gets his sap early on Tessia, but Tony's just going to be getting the game rolling on Chanimal. Waz looking to set up Chanimal, getting his dots up, but it gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Tessia, just playing this so aggressive, keeping Chanimal on the back foot. He did not get those UAs and haunts out, which is pretty important here. Rel's actually getting swapped too. Big damage. Surprisingly here, Waz putting some damage onto the Priest, goes for the full blind. Tony's rotting down. A great aggressive start here for Echo, Zico.
Sap onto Relza out of that blind as well. Mez out of crowd control. And if they have more follow-up here, it could be very deadly. Tony's running down behind the pillar here, already taking a lot of damage. He's going to activate the bark skin. He's going to duck into bear form. Frenzied Regen, survival instincts still available though for him. And now Chan is going to be the target on the chopping block here for Streamers on Ice Wall being casted for Tessia. Nice fear though from Chanimal is going to interrupt it. And Chanimal now going to be getting that pain suppression from Meh a little bit prematurely there, but he is going to recover. And meanwhile, Tessia is under heavy fire. How is Relza going to deal with this? He's spell locked right now, and Tony's running down, and Tessia as well in a mind control there for a second, but manages to get out, and now once again looking to build up a nice ice wall. They managed to find it, but Tony's not onto Waz. It's just going to be Tessia going for the solo mission, but Waz vanishing that snowdrift there, and now initiating the crowd control. And look at Tony, meanwhile, just getting absolutely destroyed. This was just pure domination from Echo. You can take them down once, but when they come back, they are absolutely revitalized.
Oh my goodness gracious. We'll see it in the replay while it's going on just a solo crowd control mission. And this is a strategy we see repeated here by Echo. They just allow Chanimal and Meh. They basically just solo somebody while Waz gets a lot of crowd control out. So this is those moments where Tessia has been rotted down. We get mind controls coming in here from Meh, just trying to slow down any kind of recovery that we have available. But during this time, you can see Tony, he is fully rotted. He is getting dotted. The Shadow Bolts are coming in. And all that happens is Waz goes over. He gets the gouge on Relza. Tony gets coiled. Full kitty shot comes in. And Relza just a little bit late to react to that one. And Tony goes down. So a really good offensive push there by Echo, keeping or catching Streamer Zone off guard. And I don't know. I mean, this is looking like a totally different Echo, playing this one so aggressive from start to finish. Great crowd control. Do you think this is what the matchup we're going to see for the rest of the series?
Yeah, so in my prediction, I actually went for Echo once again because I was thinking, so this is what the matchup comes down to me. The RMP versus the FMP, I feel like the Feral comes out ahead of the Rogue. So I think, are we going to see Chan? I feel like Chan, last time he got kind of bullied, but he still was able to put up a good fight, and Echo were able to kind of take it in the end. So I thought, okay, it's going to be the Chan factor versus the Tony Feral factor. That is going to be what decides this. And for me, if I have to bet, I will always go with the Chan factor. So I went with Chan, and I think that Echo, they're going to just be locking this in time and time again. And we are pretty split here on the board, 2-4 for 3 of us, and you and Super T is going in the direction of Streamer Zone. So I think no matter who you're asking here on the desk, we're all going to be expecting this to be a close series.
I mean, there's just really no doubt about it. The last one was incredibly close, and even last week in the finals, it was about as close as a series as you can get. So Streamer Zone, they've really leveled up. Their whole team is just looking really solid, but Echo will strike first blood in this finals. They want to get 4 in a row, right? This is their opportunity to get 4 cup wins in a row, which would be almost unbelievable, but they've been so dominant in the region. Only a few teams have been able to actually beat them in a series, but no team has been able to beat them twice in a series. So Streamer Zone is going to be looking to set that up for the first time.
Yeah, Streamer Zone as well, right now tied for that second place with Drive Overload. So if they can win here, they will overtake them in that position and solidify themselves as the second best team in Europe for the Cup season. So a lot on the line here between both of these teams. Echo looking to perfect the region. Chanimal being tagged in here on the Warlock. We're going to Ashamane's Fall, and I'm getting some flashbacks because Chanimal was the victim of the play of the year from Tessia on Ashamane's Fall last time these two teams met.
All right, let's see what they decide to do. Chanimal going to be looking to get those dots rolling early on. Actually, just gating away. Just wants to make some space on this initial crowd control on the meh. Get away as far as possible. Gets the UA up. Big damage here. Rel's actually immediately dispels it. So just going for that UA dispel. Doesn't want to allow Chan to get anything rolling, but looks like he will be able to connect the Han. He fakes the interrupt. Soul Rock comes in. Chanimal has a lot of pressure, but he's low on health. Ice Wall tries to get cast there, but Chanimal just immediately portals away. Gets fake casted out, and now a solo on Waz! Oh no, Waz! 1% health, cheap death. The Ice Wall Snowdrift from Tessia pulls everything from Waz.
Beautiful setup there, but Tony is under heavy fire. Pain suppression from Reza coming in. Snowdrift once again here from Tessia looking for the stun onto man, but he gets feared on it. And Tony's still not feeling confident right now. Has the Heart of the Wild ticking the frenzied regions, doing some work. Relza now in a triple DR cheap shot, man, looking for the fear there, but it looks like it was faded maybe by Relza in that position. Tony's still gonna take a lot of damage. Relza looking for the ulti P, not able to find it just yet. Wants to fake cast Chan, but he gets caught up in a mortal coil. Tony's still under heavy fire, looking for a massive spell right there, but not able to find it. Tessia under heavy fire as well. Chan's dots are really doing some work here, as Waz is going to be the main target in the series right now. Nice step kick there on the ulti P of Relza, and now they chain it with a kidney shot. Tony is in trouble. Big damage. Can Chan go there for the fear? He's looking for it right now. Not able to find it. Gets counterspelled. Tony should be able to recover, but I'm not sure. He is so low on HP. Once again, ducking into bear form. Frenzied region coming out. Ulti P from Relza should finally recover Streamer Zone.
I mean, that was looking dicey for a while there, but Relza now has some cooldowns rotated back up. He's got the Rapture, he's got the Archangel. Big shield's going to be available, and Tony's just looking to make some pressure here onto Chanimal. Looks like Tessia will get stunned up there. Was just avoiding the Snowdrift at all costs. Cheap shot into kidney shot. Met is now free, but it gets caught in the Dragon's Breath. Potential full polymorph lands. It gets interrupted. Great denial there by Echo. I mean, really, Tessia did such a good job trying to set up that CC, but Echo was just one step ahead and denied him every step of the way.
Yeah, and now Chan is still loading up a lot of damage. He's got the power infusion working with it. He teleports back behind the pillar. Nice mass polymorph there onto Matt. Looks like he actually deafed that. Beautifully done there by Matt, but he's caught up in the bash. Tony not able to find the follow-up Cyclone as he was caught up in a cheap shot. Chanimal is going to gate even further away from the fight. And here comes the Ice Wall. Waz, are you ready? Tony, though, seems to be the one taking the brunt end of that exchange. Tessia not going to be able to find that Ice Wall just yet. Looking for polymorphs, looking for the Ice Wall. Now blocks off Meh from Waz, but Waz just going for an own solo mission, gets a full sap there onto Relza, into a resap potentially. Meh in position for the follow-up fear, finds it as well. Tony manages to snipe a Cyclone. Tessia getting feared through his own Ice Wall, but it is Tony on the brunt end of that exchange. He's going to have to trinket and trade out the survival instincts.
Yeah, going for a clone. Can he find it? Tessia rotting down low. Needs to be careful. Ice Block might have to be casted out. Pain suppression trades, and I don't know if I'd like that trade. Maybe an Ice Block would have been better in that situation. Now he has no real defense here for Tony, but a full Snowdrift lands onto Meh. Can he get the full polymorph? It looks like Tessia's going to be able to find it. Meh tries to back him up, but not able to. Tony just rotting down so incredibly low. There's the Void Shift. Great pressure here for Echo once again. Chanimal doing a really good job kind of dealing with this incoming pressure. Matt in the backline throwing in a big penance, and all of a sudden Streamer Zone, they are running on fumes in terms of defensive cooldowns, but they're still making a push and playing aggressive.
Yeah, Tony getting the spell there on the fear. Nice pre-bear form here on the next setup. They're going to just go after Tessia instead. ULTP coming out from Meh. Big damage connecting onto Tessia. Nice cheap shots here onto Relza into a gouge. Can they get the follow-up fear? Meh is trying to get in position. He manages to find it. This could just be it. Tony is rotting down. Tessia is rotting down. Echo has all of the control. They get a DR sap onto Relza as well. Into a triple DR sap. Into what? Nothing more to follow that up, but still good pressure. Pain suppression trades for Tony. They swap to Tessia. Tessia might be forced into the ice block in this position. Chanimal is hungry and looking for the damage, and they push and find the ice block.
Yeah, but they are not out of the woods yet. Both Tessia and Tony are so incredibly low. Tony could easily follow in this moment. Gouge onto Relza. Do they have any follow-up CC? It does not look like a full blind lands. Oh, so unfortunate. Tony, I don't think he's going to survive this. Down to 5% health. Barely holding on, but a massive shield connects here by Relza. Maybe he can do it. He gets interrupted. Interrupt on Tony. They're just so far on the back foot. Echo is completely owning Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone cannot find their footing in this match. Finally, a clone lands. Tony's going for it, but Relza is still in CC. Ice block coming in from Tessia. Tony low on health, but everyone on Echo is full HP. They have no damage, no pressure. Gouge on Relza. Tony could die. Tessia could die. Tony's just in bear form, fleeing for his life right now. The Frenzied Regen will come in, and somehow, some way, Streamer Zone stay in it, but I don't know if they can keep this up.
Yeah, that is a miraculous recovery coming out from Streamer Zone. They need to find some offense, though, because the game is slowly fading away. They get a Snowdrift. They get the follow-up CC. Nice knock there into the Ring of Frost there. Tessia finds a double Ring of Frost, but Meh still has answers. She still has a Trinket, still has a Pain Suppression as well to trade, whilst trying to get a restuff here as they look to launch the next attack. This could be Chanimal, though, in a little bit of trouble. No, it's going to be Tony. The Haunt connects. The full dots connect. Tony is rotting down in bear form. Relza trades out the Pain Suppression here just out of thin air, just from those dots. Tony's going to trinket out of that cheap shot, reconnecting back onto Chan. He's making his last potentially push in the match. Chan trying to fake cast. He posts the unending result to go offensive, and he takes him down. Beautiful play coming out from Chan. He's had enough. It's so beautiful to watch. Chan, just at the end of this game, he's just like, he goes for one fake cast, no kick. Goes for another one, no kick. He's like, whatever. Unending result, haunt to the face, dead.
Echo looking very good in that game number 2. They're looking better and better. I guess you could beat them once, but getting that second win has not been done yet. I mean, just look at the pressure that they had in this match. Tony's so far on the back foot the entire game, just terrified for his life, having to basically play in bear form, getting no kind of counter pressure out, and against a composition like what Echo is running, if you're just playing defensive during the stun DRs, you're basically just waiting for the next setup, and it's just setup after setup. You can never really get anything going. Tessia tries to make something happen here. He gets a nice knock, a nice polymorph, the Ring of Fire on Chan, but ultimately Relza is just controlled so much in the match. Tony's just forced so defensive, and we're going to see it at the end where Chanimal just basically goes on a solo mission, taking down Tony. Maim Stun comes in, and this is where he kind of just goes for it, and Chanimal goes for those fake casts like you mentioned. Let's see exactly how that plays out here. Goes for the Soul Rot, tries to fake out the interrupt, just pops the unending resolve, the Haunt comes in, the Soul Rot, the Shadow Bolt, and Tony gets absolutely destroyed. Look at Waz. He's just behind the pillar, gouging up the healer, cheap shotting up the healer, realizing that Chen has more than enough damage to take him down. And in fact, when you look at this, Waz did 0 damage. He literally did no damage to Tony. Look at this. He contributed nothing.
Well, it's like a situation where Waz holds and Chanimal punches, and Chanimal packs a pretty heavy punch there. Look at that Shadow Bolt and the Shadow Bolt volley.
Haunt, 1.5 milli.
Haunt. Jeez, that is just an insane amount of burst there. Tony got absolutely rocked, and we're going to see Streamer Zone locking it in again. They have Casu on the bench, but it's been all about this FMP for Streamer Zone. They were able to take down Echo's RMP, but this time around, Echo, you can beat them once, but the second time, they are going to learn those lessons. They're just one of those teams that are so quick to adapt, so quick to identify what goes wrong in that previous series and make those adjustments moving forward.
I mean, they're also just a team that's going to go there and just look at VODs. Like the second they lost, they probably just went and studied the footage from last week, what went wrong, what went wrong in their series. Like I didn't see them on Twitter tweeting anything. They're just laser focused on winning. That's what makes them so deadly of a roster. They're going to analyze every little CC, every second of every game, and they're coming back in this series really strong. Their Roguelock Priest has been absolutely dominant. Chanimal, Waz, and Meh have been looking incredibly good with this composition. And it seems like Streamer Zone, they need to find their footing. They need damage because, like I said, if you're just playing this matchup on the back foot, you're basically just waiting to lose. Stun DRs are going to be coming in. Yeah, reminder of the prediction. Unfortunately, wait, Subiti's changed. All right.
Wait, what happened here?
I guess it was recorded wrong or something. I'm the only one that went with Streamer Zone. They can still do it. The prediction could still happen. Not over yet.
That's true. That is true.
Over yet.
And Streamer Zone, I mean, they played such a great series in that upper bracket earlier. That was just beautiful to watch. And if they can get on that same page and play on that level again, I feel like they can still take this. This is a matchup that they have won in the past. This is a team that you cannot count out. And we'll see here. We're playing on Tolveron Arena. And Chan potentially is going to be the main target of choice here. Tony's going to be opening up onto Chan. But look at Tessia. He's stuck in a sap. Waz gouges Relza. Matt already in position for fear. Tony's in a cheap shot. What a beautiful opener here from Echo. And that's going to force out the Will of the Forsaken of Relza. They chain it with a kidney shot, though. If they can get any more follow-up there, I don't think they will have any. But still, they force out the Will of the Forsaken. They force out the Bark Skin. They force out Tessia's Trinket. Ice Wall, though, isolating Waz for a moment. Needs to be careful, and he's going to activate his first Vanish.
Vanish comes out. Relza in a gouge. Still same old, same old. Lots of crowd control coming in from Waz onto Relza as Chanimal just rots down Tessia and Tony. Another cheap shot comes in. Relza just an infinite crowd control. Full fear comes in, and Tony could just die. Shadowy duel from Waz. The last second shadowy duel, but I think Tony weathers the storm. He's in bear form. Frenzied regeneration should be enough, but Tessia is just getting soloed. I mean, this damage is outrageous from Chanimal.
Oh, they spell lock the ulti P of Relza there. Master spell the ice block was sitting through a cyclone though. Tessia is just not playing the game. He's just getting feared. He's just getting absolutely bullied right now. And now into a kidney shot. Tony is in a cheap shot. They have multiple pressure points. Relza with the ulti P. Matt responds with his own there. You can see all the penance bolts flying through the sky right now. Doing so much damage onto Tony. Pain suppression is forced. The coil connects. Double fear coming out here from Matt. Relza gets gouged 0.1 onto his trinket. And Relza is just not playing the game. He gets feared out of that as well. They're pushing for the second ice block. I don't even think Tess is out of hypothermia yet. Finally, some pressure here onto Chan, but he's just got to teleport away behind the pillar, still holding on to all of his cooldowns. I think he used a health stone there in that exchange, but now Tony could be in trouble. Tessia realizes it, polymorphs Chan back up, and Echo is looking to launch their next attack, and Tony is not feeling safe.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I definitely wouldn't be. Relza right now, kidney shot does land, and does look like he'll break out of the crowd control, but he gets gouged into a full fear. Tessia, this could be the second ice block. Tony could easily fall. The damage is rolling. Tessia trying to do what he can with polymorphs. Is he going to be able to find it? Doesn't look like it just yet. Cheap shots come in, but Relza is forced. He used the void shift on Tony to keep him aggressive. They hit a big snowdrift here and ice wall onto Matt, now into a fear, but the damage just is not there. Chanimal doing such a good job with positioning this game. He's always portaling away at the perfect moment, and a solo mission once again. Oh my goodness, he thought steals the polymorph, full polymorph on Relza into a sap. Tony could get soloed. Chan pulls out his unending resolve to finish out the game, but he gets cloned. Beautiful clone there by Tony, but his health is going nowhere but down. Shadowy duel comes in from Waz. Can they end the game? He's so low on health. Can they take him down? He sees a few more moments for Relza to connect the heals. He gets a powered shield, and now Tony needs to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Chan has no cooldowns right now. Mez in a full cyclone. This could be good for Streamer Zone, but at the same time, Waz is there with the peels. Gets a cheap shot onto Relza, gets a kidney shot onto Tessia. Mez pushing in for the fear, finds it. Tony, what are you going to do here? Shadow bolts being hard casted for Chanimal, looking for the UAs, looking for the haunts onto Tessia. Tessia will potentially have to use his second ice block here, but a nice fake cast on the spell out, but Tessia drops so low, and he will be forced into that ice block. Waz now in a cyclone, Chan in a stun, but it looks like Streamer Zone is under heavy fire. Once again, they had good pressure onto Chanimal. If they can make another push like that, they're not going to be out of it, but they are running low on defensives here, Van.
Yeah, Tessia needs to get to his Icy Veins. It's 30 seconds left. Can they last that 30 seconds to get the damage that they need? Blast Wave and a Dragon's Breath here on Matt, on Chanimal. Mame Stun comes in. Tessia might be able to do it. Matt just trinkets out and gets the Void Shift. He wants to keep Chanimal aggressive. This could be the end of the game. Waz right now caught into a fear. Unfortunately, not really able to connect any crowd control. This is great pressure. Icy Veins is rolling. Streamer Zone might be able to put a point on the board if they can keep this damage up here onto Chanimal. Ice Wall comes down, but Matt gets right on top of Chanimal. Great position. He's not going to be fooled by that that once again, and now it's Tessia that could easily fall. Pain suppression trades here from Relza to keep him alive. He's got the alter time up available if he needs it. Going for a snowdrift here onto Matt. Chanimal getting low, but at the same time, Tony might get taken out. He trinkets Barkskins, continuing the pressure here onto Chanimal. Streamer Zone really wants to put a point on the board. Can they do it? Matt is trapped in the Ring of Frost. He gets full polymorph, and that could easily be the end of the game. Chanimal is so low on health. Waz is there with a defensive blind to keep Chanimal alive. This is such a tense moment, Zico.
Yeah, Chanimal, what is he going to do? Reza's going to kill the show, but it's not going to matter. Chan will fall.
Cross kill!
With the cross kill!
Kill!
The beautiful shadow duel! Tessia with an insane amount of kiting right there. Teleports away, then displaces back, then uses his alter time to reset the blink, and stays alive. Streamer Zone takes it. Oh my goodness, that was as close as it could possibly get. They put a point on their board, and we have a series on our hands here, man.
Okay, let's dial it back just a second. Dial back just a second. Streamer Zone.
You gotta catch your breath there.
Yeah, Streamer Zone. We can see here these final moments. Some beautiful plays here by Tessia. He drops the Ring of Frost, goes in, gets the full polymorph on Meh. And it's at this point where Chan is just in a world of hurt, a world of trouble. Tessia goes for the Blast Wave. Doesn't really do too much there. Waz does what he can. He gets a full blind onto Tony, but Meh just does not have the mana to recover. He gets interrupted on the penance, which means he can't take advantage of those Rapture Shields. Meh tries to fear up Tessia, but it's just an overwhelming amount of damage from Tessia and Tony in these final moments. The damage is done, and then look at Tessia barely holding on. He trinkets, he shimmers. Oh, we wouldn't see the final moments, but he shimmers, he displaces back. I think he alters and then shimmers again. Like he does a lot there with his mobility in order to survive and avoid that 2 versus 2. But Streamer Zone, hats off to them. The game was looking terrible. I'm not gonna lie, the game was not looking good. Chanimal, I think, uses Unending Resolve aggressively, and it's at that moment they kind of were like, okay, well, they're trading out a lot. If we live this moment, we can definitely come back in the game. So let's see if we see it. Not going to see it there, but yeah, great plays there by Tessia at the end. But it was that Unending Resolve from Chanimal. He popped it kind of defensively and offensively, but that put Streamer Zone back in the game and allowed them to get this kind of pressure and eventually close it out.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Resetting his blink there by using all the time and then instantly canceling it just to get that 1 second of mobility to survive that duel. But Chan in that position, not able to stay alive. And it was, basically 2 big moments where Streamer Zone made their push. There was one time, they got the low cyclone on Chan after he popped his Unending Resolve. And there was that second time where they got the Trinket of Meh on a name stun, I believe it was, where he had to Trinket Void Shift Chan. And then in this last push, I think it was actually the mass root of Tony that kind of trapped Meh behind the pillar for a little bit. And then that CC chain connected with a polymorph, and then he dropped the Ring of Frost. And then they were able to find the spell lock and actually get the win. So Streamer Zone, they know how to play this Feral Mage beautifully, but now we are going to Hook Point. Echo, what are they going to lock in? Probably the same thing. Streamer Zone also probably locking in the same thing here.
Yeah, and the small map makes it much more difficult. Like, against the Subtlety Rogue, I mentioned it in the first series between these two teams, you want space. You want as much space as possible. Otherwise, it's very easy for Waz to just be shadow stepping between targets, getting cheap shots on everyone, and really setting up his team. But if you're playing at max distance, then you can't really do that. It becomes a lot more difficult to land a stun on Tony and go after Relza at the same time without them being able to preemptively do something. So going on Hook Point is just going to make the map a lot smaller. It's going to be a lot more difficult here for Relza to navigate, and Streamer Zone taking all the time they have here to consider their comp options. I think there's a very high chance it's the same thing. Yeah, it will be. But at least take that time to discuss the strategy, because these games are incredibly close.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there, right? How close that was to a cross kill. If Chanimal doesn't die there, Echo wins that game. So it really just comes down to that final push for both of these teams. And Streamer Zone definitely showing up here. And Echo, they have the lead. They're going to probably take their time a little bit here to also consider their options, consider the strategies, consider what they want to do. But they also have Raikou in the back pocket. But the RMP didn't look... I was going to say the RMP didn't look too good, but let's be honest, the RMP looked fantastic. Streamer Zone's FMP just looked a little bit better, and they kind of already won that matchup. But, Echo could also be talking about strategies with what went wrong in that series, and if that is a bad matchup or if that's actually something where a situation where they didn't play, their comp to the fullest. So More than likely, I think we're going to see Chan tagged back in. He's been such a crucial member of this series, getting so much pressure already in the 2 first games, basically solo killing the Feral Druid. And he's going to be tagged back in, locked in. Echo just going to be utilizing that sub-rogue kind of utility, that sub-rogue crowd control on the hook point map, just being able to get a lot of stuns into multiple members of Streamer Zone with that sub-rogue.
Let's see what Streamer Zone's going to do to navigate this. For me, Streamer Zone, it's all about playing very aggressively in the match. You need to try to keep Chanimal on the back foot. You need to kind of smother them. And that's where they found the most success when they're playing on top of Man, they're playing on top of Chanimal, really just overwhelming them with casts, right? Like Tessia going for Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. He gets interrupted. He goes for a Polymorph at the same time. Tony's casting Cyclones. Like just completely overwhelm Echo with the amount of casts that you have, the damage you have. Don't be afraid to trade out those defensives aggressively and just try to keep Echo on the back foot. That's when it seems like Streamer Zone is really kind of in the lead in these matches. So maybe they can turn this map around, the smaller map, and really just be on top of Chanimal, play more aggressively in the match. But it's going to be difficult because he's such a good player at providing backup for his team. You know, defensively blinding, cheap shot and gouging when he needs to, just using all that rogue utility to keep his team alive.
Yeah, I mean, even at the end of that last match, we saw it, right? He realized so quickly, Chan is dead here. I need to defensively blind Tony. I need to gouge him. I need to buy time to get my DRs back and just keep Tony off of Chan. But wasn't enough. Tessia free casting as well with the Icy Veins is always a huge threat that has to be considered. So, and I think that's the big strength of what Streamer Zone is running right now. You have basically a KO level punch with Icy Veins, but you also have that with Incarnation. And Chan, sure, he's going to be the main target. He's going to be the guy that you're running at. You're throwing your crowd control onto Meh and going after. But if Waz ever, repositions into a bad spot, that's when we see the main stun, the ice wall gets dropped, and that's where we see, I mean, that was so close as well that Waz just died straight up previously in the Ashamain's game. So Streamer Zone, they have more than one ways to win this match, but I do agree, I think killing Chanimal is more than likely the best option, and if Waz happens to get caught, without a trinket in a bad spot, that's where you can capitalize on that.
All right, here we go. Remember, this is a best of 7 in the final, so Echo need 2 more to win, and Streamer Zone, they're going to have to win 3 at this point. Tony opens up. It looks like it'll be a cheap shot. We got a sap into Kidney on Tessia, cheap shot on Relza, gouge on the Tony. Waz doing Waz things at the beginning of this game. A full polymorph is going to be landing here on Meh, though. Great job by Tessia. Snowdrift tries to get used, but Waz is just out of there immediately, looking to get some damage rolling here onto Tony. Can Chanimal get the UA up? Doesn't look like they really have any kind of pressure going right now, but a full Kidney lands onto Relza. Chanimal just going to port away. Tony is in hot pursuit, though. The full fear, great fear there by Chanimal, portaling, landing that CC, and that is going to force the Will of Forsaken early on.
Yeah, and Chanimal now repositioning with the gateway. Tony looking for a stun here onto Chan, or onto Matt actually. Finds a bash there into a Cyclone potentially. No, he gets cheap shotted at the very last second. Beautifully done there by Waz. But Tessia is rotting down, goes for the Dragon's Breath. Mass Polymorph, not able to find it. He fake casts actually Chanimal there. He blinks behind the pillar and finds the Mass Polymorph onto Matt. Beautiful play there coming out from Tessia. Manages to connect with a little bit of damage as well. And Relza not able to make it there in time. Instead, wanted to fear Matt, but he catches a fear of his own. And now Tony is in a lot of trouble. Relza gets actually thought-stole polymorph by Meh as well. Echo is making tons of plays. The resap coming out there onto Relza into potentially a shadowy duel or a stun. Huge duel onto Relza. And now Waz is going to stun up Relza while Tony's running down. But Relza does manage to connect a big shield in that moment. Chan is taking heavy fire as well. Meh in a DR fear, but Tony's still on the back foot. Pain suppression will be used there by Relza as another fear connects onto Relza, and he does not want to be trading out his defensives on that one. Instead, just going to be relying on that pain sup to keep Tony alive.
Yeah, big Rapture Shields available here. Ultimate Penitence as well. Relza just trades that out. He wants to get ahead of the damage, top off his team, and allow them to play aggressive. A full Ring of Frost lands, but Meh preemptively trades out the Pain Suppression, absorbing a lot of the incoming damage. A full clone lands, and now Chanimal could be in some trouble, but Waz taking control of the situation, gets the kidney shot. What is he going to do here onto Relza? Relza actually fears him away. Great fear there by Relza, just slowing down this push coming in from Echo, but the gouge into the full fear. Tony's so low on health, and that will be the trinket swap coming in from Relza. That was a great offensive play there by Echo, and they get everything from Relza.
Yeah, and Relza still feeling a little bit of pressure there from that swap. The ulti P came out there from Meh in response, but now Chan could be in trouble. Unending Resolve, is it going to be enough? Tessia with the Icy Vents doing tons of damage, but they fear up Tony for a moment. Relza is in so much trouble. He dispels a UA right there. Risky gamble there, but it pays off for Relza. He's going to be able to keep his Feral Druid on target, and Chan now down his biggest defensive cooldown. For the first time, we're seeing Echo tested a little bit in the matchup, but Kidney Shot into Blind. Waz is going to sap this. This is so much trouble. Sap is going to come in shortly onto Relza right there, as he does. And now here comes the stun onto Tony, into a resap onto Relza. And this is why Hook Point is so deadly for Echo. Waz is all over the map. He shadow steps over, kicks Relza on the penance as well. Now gets caught up in a fear, but he gets dispelled there by Meh. Changes it with a Kidney Shot. Chanimal gateways in, looks for the fear. Malefic Rapture, so much damage. Meh gates in and gets the triple fear, the double fear actually. Relza has the Will of Forsaken, but the Shadowy Duel comes through immediately on that duel. Waz is hunting Tony as they coil Relza. Relza hasn't played the game for the last minute or so, but somehow, some way, Streamer Zone stays alive.
Was literally recording a montage movie here, and somehow Tony survives during those final moments. Let's see if they can turn it around here onto Chanimal. Chanimal has no trinket, no Unending Resolve. Full fear here onto Waz at the same time. Tessia is getting soloed here by Chanimal. Polymorph lands, and this is a good opportunity for Streamer Zone to strike back. They just have to hold on, continue this damage. Chanimal in trouble. He Hellstones, tops himself off, but at the same time, Tessia is low, and this could easily be his second Ice Block. And now there's 2 pressure points on the team. Massive spell! Oh no, Tessia! He's still in so much trouble, and interrupt there onto Chanimal. He's not going to get dots up here, and I think Tessia should be able to survive, but Relza still in crowd control, connects finally a big power shield, triple diminishing return cheap shot, stops the polymorph, but Tessia just gets out of that one, and a massive setup here onto Waz. Ice wall drops down, but Meh gets the grip. Nicely done there by Meh. He has had enough of these walls.
Meh counters the wall there beautifully with the grip, and now that would have been a really scary situation there. Waz actually has no defensive. They could easily just swap to him and send him here on the side of Streamer Zone, but it is going to be Echo launching the first attack. The Kidney Shot connects onto Relza into a DR cheap shot. Meh is in position, finds the fear yet again, and it's going to be actually Tessia rotting down here as a result, but Relza connects with some heals out of that CC chain, and now they're swapping to Waz. That's going to be an early pain sub coming out there from Meh. Chan 40 seconds away from his Unending Resolve, could be another exposed target here. Meh does have some cooldowns to answer, but here comes the Snowdrift from Tessia. Big damage potential here onto Waz. He's rotting down a little bit, but it's going to be Chan fake casting another kick. Soul Rot connects. Here comes the Malefic Raptures as well for Chanimal, and he is looking good right now, connecting a full fear onto Relza, but it's going to be Meh who has to do most of the healing work here as Chanimal is dropping lower and lower. No Unending Resolve for 15 seconds. Meh, what are you going to do? He has the Void Shift in his back pocket. The Hellstone should be more than enough now as Echo looks to push onto Tessia.
Oh, another Soul Well. He needs that 4th Hellstone in this game, so he's burned through a lot of them at this point, but now we'll get that 4th, and that's a really intelligent play. It's such a powerful defensive cooldown to utilize. Unending Resolve now available for Chanimal as well, so I think at this point, Echo is looking pretty good defensively. They're going to need to force some overlaps here. Streamer Zone really needs to ramp up their damage. They got the Icy Veins here in a short time, but I don't know if Tessia has that time. Full blind on Relza. Tessia in a coil, and there's just no how is he going to live. There's no way. He blinks behind the pillar once again. Relza in a shadowy duel. Is there any follow-up here on Relza? The cheap shot comes in, and Tessia once again just holding on by an absolute thread. Waz takes him down, but I mean, Waz played this game absolutely insane. Like, that was crazy. I mean, Tony had no business surviving earlier on in the match. I mean, Echo, they look good in this one. They're up 3-1, but Streamer Zone made that very close.
Dude, that was insane what Waz did there. He kidneyed Relza with no trinket into a blind, into a sap. Then he shadow stepped over, stun locked Tony, did a bunch of damage. Then he shadow stepped back to Relza, resapped him into a stun, into a shadowy duel on Tony, and then Tony just lives on like 10% HP. And yeah, we see it kind of similar line of play here towards the end, right? It's all starting with the blind into the gouge, and then they manage to connect here onto Tessia. Chanimal gets so much time to get his full dots out, and here he could duel Tessia, but if he doesn't have enough mobility to stay on Tessia, he's not going to be able to actually finish him off, and instead he duels Relza and then buys enough time for Chanimal to get all of his damage. The duel ends, and then Waz connects back onto Tessia and manages to take him down. Echo now up on match point 3-1 here against Streamer Zone, just one away from winning every cup in the region. Absolute domination.
I mean, they're really making a case for themselves as to why, they deserve to win those 4 cups. They just really crazy plays. It was not looking good for Echo last week. They had to sub Chanimal out. They weren't feeling confident in this composition, in this particular matchup. So they actually brought in Raikou. Raikou wasn't enough for them to get the win. This week, Streamer Zone, they managed to actually win that matchup. So all of a sudden with the Feral Mage Priest, they were beating the RMP. And now in the finals, kind of backs against the wall, they summoned Chanimal. He's been looking like he's been meditating, in the shadows on that Warlock. As Echo looks fully powered up.
Is that what Warlocks do in their off time? They just meditate?
I don't know. It seems like more of a monk thing to do, but what other explanation is there?
I don't know. Chan has just been doing some demonic rituals. He's been doing some tarot readings or something, dude. I don't know what's going on. He's doing a lot of damage though, that's for sure. They're just looking so, they look like a well-oiled machine on Echo. And a lot of it as well, because we've been talking a lot about Waz and about Chan, but also Meh, man. Every single time, the synergy between Waz and Meh is just so incredible to watch. They don't want to get into these 50-50 situations, right? Where Meh runs at Relza, he's not in crowd control, Meh's not in crowd control, and then maybe Relza fades the fear, maybe Relza defs the fear. They don't want to get into that situation where it's a gamble. Sure, Meh's a great player, he can win those a lot of the time as well, but why even risk it? You have a sub-rogue on your team, and it's always, they connect a kidney shot, and it's so beautiful to watch, because in some of these situations, you'll have Waz, he's literally, you'll have Meh, he's literally in a cyclone, and there's 2 seconds left of the cyclone. And Waz knows, okay, if I go and time my kidney right now, there's 20 yards distance between Meh and Relza. There is, as Priest moves at this speed, and he will perfectly get it, every single time they will do that calculation perfectly. And whenever there's not a kidney shot, he's like, okay, well, Meh is a lot closer to Relza. I'm just going to go for the cheap shot. I'm going to save the kidney shot offensively for Tony. And it's just those little micro plays like that. And it never seems to fail. It's just so good to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's been an absolute joy to see these two teams go head-to-head today. It was our first series, and it is our last series. Tessia moving in. He gets the Ring of Fire down. He's just playing aggressive. So you can see right now he has the Frozen Orb, the Blizzard, the Ring of Fire, just trying to get the damage rolling on Chanimal early on, but Mesh shuts it down with a double fear. They're going after Tony. Chanimal fakes out the interrupt. He gets the Soul Rod. He gets the Haunt. Massive damage here available for Tony. Is Relza going to go for the Dispel? Looks like he is. He just dispels it off. Doesn't want Chanimal to capitalize on all that free casted damage, and I think that's a really intelligent decision.
Yeah, and now Chanimal is going to just be kiting around the corner here, uses the Demonic Gateway to get away from Tony. Tries to fake us the kick, but Tony's not biting. Instead, he's going to just go for the Rake Stun. Big damage to Chan. He might just go down here. Unending Resolve comes out. The Healthstone comes out. Meh is down 1 pain suppression. Beautiful knock there onto Chanimal as well, knocking him out in the open field. Tessia is going to take a little bit of damage here. Tony's running down as well, a little bit, but still a lot of pressure. This is the best we've seen Streamer Zone look so far in the opener.
Yeah, man, right now in a Snowdrift. Is there any follow-up? He gets the Polymorph. A full Polymorph is secured. Tony needs to get the damage rolling here onto Chanimal. He's in a full Rake Stun. Tessia might get the re. He does, but Chanimal just trinkets out. He uses the coil on Tony into a full fear and shuts down any kind of incoming damage. Once again, getting the precognition here, but his health is going nowhere but down. Matt has a little bit of catch-up to do. Chanimal gets interrupted, but can now just free cast the Malefic Raptures, but he is not feeling comfortable. Matt is forced to trade out his trinket. He's forced to trade out the swap. Look at this ultimate penitence just absolutely destroying Chanimal. And all of a sudden, Echo has no defensive cooldowns.
Matt is caught up in a polymorph. They actually just beat the game. At the same time, Tony, though, is taking a lot of damage. He trades out the survival instincts. He wants to stay aggressive. There's no way he can, though. Forced into bear form. He might just rot down from this over-aggression. Shadowy Duel is so good for Waz. He turns it around, and Echo wins the grand finals of Cup number 4. That was looking so good for Streamer Zone. They were relying on that survival instincts for Tony to be enough to just stay aggressive, because they had their own crowd control rocking there, but it wasn't enough. Instead, Waz comes in and closes it out there with Shadowy Duel.
As if there was any doubts. I mean, Echo, 4 cups in a row. This team is looking absolutely terrifying for the finals, and they will be that first place seed. An amazing performance by Echo once again, tagging in Chanimal and taking down Streamer Zone. They did not lose a series twice. They only lost 2 series in the entire cup stage. 2 series. And they never lost to a team twice. They always came back and won. So just an incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just on another level, and there's a reason why they're the kings of Europe. Wow, what a performance! Just the presence of mind, to always find those setups. We're gonna see it right here at the end. So Matt is in a sheep into a resheep there, and then they had good pressure there on the Chan, and it's the next polymorph chain that actually connects onto Matt that's gonna be in big trouble. So Chan here takes a lot of damage while Relza went for that fear, and this is a bit of a panic situation for Chan. He goes back into that power word barrier, and he is dropping dangerously low at this point. And then Matt uses his Trinket Void Shift, and now Matt, if he gets sheeped here, it's so bad. And Fessia fake casts the counterspell, fake casts the fade, fake casts the death, and then gets the sheep. And now you're thinking, okay, Chan is going to be in huge trouble. Tony activates the survival instincts. He expects that to be enough defense. He stays offensive, forced into bear form, but it's not enough. Relza is sitting through a fear with just 1 second left on his trinket because he used that Will of the Forsaken earlier. And in that time frame, Waz manages to find the tiniest opener in the defense of Streamer Zone and win the game for his team.
That was fun. I loved every second of these matchups today. It's actually, these are the only games I got to cast. I casted the first series and
You're
the last.
lucky.
So this is all day. It's been Echo and
ones.
Streamer Zone for me, just over and over and over again. And it's amazing to see how the series evolves, how these players evolve, and just what a close series that this really was. Titan teams, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in the lower bracket as well, Europe in general has delivered, and we still got all of North America coming up. We got the Move fighting for their top 3 position. I mean, we got Welcome to the Jung. We got F tier. There's going to be so many good games coming up still. So, I mean, what a Sunday. Just what a way to finish out the cups.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, this is, the last cup that we're going to have before we head into the, the grand finals for the first season. So this is the last time we're going to see some of these series, some of these teams, but Echo, Streamer Zone GG, you can bet they're going to be there, and you can bet that Streamer Zone in particular is going to be, going back to the drawing board, having some huddles about what are we going to do about this team, because it's got to be so frustrating to find a way to beat them, and then the second time that you meet them within the same day, Echo is able to kind of figure it out and get that victory. So well done to Echo, huge job, huge good congratulations to Streamer Zone as well, because they've had an incredible season too. And obviously we know that Streamer Zone is an incredible team, but Ven, did you expect them to do this well in the beginning of the season?
Well, I mean, their foundation was like the original jungle, right? Their jungle cleave was incredible, and they brought on Tessia, who has been an all-star, let's just be honest, on that mage. He might not always win, but he always puts on a great show, and I think he's found an amazing team here. And even though they didn't beat Echo in the finals, beating Echo one time, I mean, they've really stepped up. This is the third series we've seen back-to-back-to-back where every game is close. Streamer Zone almost won the first series. They did win the second, and Echo does manage to win this final between them. But if we see these two teams go head-to-head in the finals again, I really do think it could go either way. So excited to see it, and I think Streamer Zone should be really proud.
Yeah, I agree as well. And we know that we've got the top 3 now finalized, and the gauntlet as well. We were taking a look at that earlier. I think we're getting the final standings updated, so once we do have that ready to go, we can take a look at it. But it's kind of been the overarching question of the entire season: is Echo gonna win all 4 cups? Is a team gonna be able to take them down? And I guess the answer is no. So we do still have that finals, and I'm curious if any of these teams, not just Streamer Zone, can figure something out. So here we go. Let's take a look at the finals, the final tally, and we've got a tie going on here, Zico.
Yeah, so Echo, 480 points, 120 points a cup. That is every single cup win. And we got Drive Overload and Streamer Zone second and third. And it couldn't have been any closer, because what decides this tie is the head-to-head score between Drive Overload and Streamer Zone GG. And Drive Overload is second because they've beaten Streamer Zone 8-7 in total games. So, I mean,
Yeah,
Europe top 3 has been very competitive. And then, of course, all the way down to the 8th position, we got our gauntlet teams from Phoenix Reborn to ULTIMA.
Absolutely. Well, congrats to the top 3 teams. And that being said, we do have an interview ready to go, and we are joined here by Chan. Hello, Chan. Can you hear us?
Hello? Yep, can you hear me?
We
Yes, sir.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
congratulations. 4 cups in a row. This is the first time we've spoken with you. So, how have you been feeling about the season and the success that you guys have had?
I mean, it's really insane results, obviously. I mean, I knew we were going to do well, but I didn't really expect us to win 4 in a row. I've also been getting, like, very unlucky with circumstances. Like, I was playing Cup 2 and 3 on Hotspot, and now I'm sick for this
Oh
Cup.
my gosh.
But
Ooh.
it's been good.
Oh.
It's been good. And I'm super happy that I can play Affliction. It's been years. I think the last time I played Affliction in, like, proper tournaments, maybe, like, Legion. So
Right.
it's nice to play that spec and also play and win on it too, you know?
Yeah, I think it's
Absolutely.
interesting. I feel like at the beginning of these cups, Affliction was kind of like the flavor of the month. Everybody was playing it. It felt like it got nerfed week after week after week, and everyone else kind of abandoned it. And you didn't. Are you kind of surprised to see that you're one of the only players still playing the Affliction Warlock?
To be honest with you, I was a massive doomer as well, and I was thinking it was going to be in the gutters, but it's still good. It's still decent. I don't think it's an S tier spec anymore, but it's especially good when you play with a rogue, especially with like Waz, who enables me to play the game completely, right? If I play with another class, it doesn't look quite as strong, I think.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of Waz's big strengths for sure. Just his communication and kind of covering for his caster. Well, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Chan, how does it feel now? You guys have met back on the roster, and like, how is the atmosphere in the team? Are you guys is it a positive vibe? Are you guys feeling good? Like, how was the mental, for example, now that you lost, for example, a series against Streamer Zone? Did you guys have like a productive conversation about that, or like, how were you guys able to kind of bounce back from that situation?
Well, I would say we're pretty bad losers, actually. I think when we lose games, it feels like when 0-30 for the night, we've lost 1,000 CR. It's brutal sometimes, but I mean, we all say go next, just focus on the next series, take it one game at a time, and I think we faced Team Ultima, and honestly, it's not a nice matchup for them, so that was nice for us to bounce back.
Yeah, you get like a little nice warm up there, and then you can come back to the grand finals and kind of do what you do. But what changed from last week? Because you guys had a little bit of issues, I would say, against Streamer Zone with the roguelock. What was different this time? Did you guys just play better on the day, or did you guys make any like change to the strategy? Was there anything you wanna leak?
To be honest with you, I felt like we played good last week. I mean, we threw the Asherman's game, there's no doubt, and sort of the first game on Nagrin as well. But I think we were all just kind of like jaw open, just completely CC'd by the fact that Dezia was just building walls everywhere and just killing us pre-CDs. It was just so panicky. And I mean, this week we expected it more practiced, and it was much less panicky, that's for sure. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we were just fully surprised last week. You know, it's just insane. We played super good.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, my final question: what are your plans moving forward for the season finals?
Well, the anniversary event's coming, I think, on Wednesday, right? So we'll be spamming games, practicing after that, and just preparing for that War Games ladder, and taking a nice little break as well. I'm gonna log on to Kata Classic
Yeah.
for the next few days, I think.
Don't get too
Yes.
addicted. All right. Well, thank you so much, Shan. Anything else you want to say before we let you hop off?
Thanks to everyone that's supporting us, all the fans, all the viewers in chat. Of course, to Echo, our sponsor, and to my teammates. They always perform, and it's beautiful to play with them, of course.
Awesome. All right. Well, congrats once again, and we'll see you at the finals.
Right.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
That's dude.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Jen.
Right.
And congratulations once again to Echo for winning the 4th finals here for the EU region. And that wraps up EU, and that means now we're going to transition over to North America. We saw a quick sneak peek of the bracket earlier on today, because we've got 4 teams over there also, and we have to find our champion for Cup number 4 for NA. So that means that we are going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to start it off with Welcome to the Jung versus Mentally Damp coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw the EU region conclude for the 4th Cup. Echo did take that victory over StreamerZone.gg, and now we're hopping over to North America games. We're starting off in the upper bracket. It's Welcome to the Jung Lithi facing off against Mentally Damp.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for Mentally Damned. They've looked pretty good yesterday against the Silk Tigers, only dropping a single map, but on the other side of this matchup you have the echo of NA, the legends that are back, Drake and Prev. At the start of the season, we had the big question, how good are these guys even going to be, especially with the new healer in tow in Zhang? And oh my god, they have been performing. 420 points so far. They've won 2 out of 3 cups in NA. And they just looked indomitable.
Yeah, we can see, the first place victor, quite a big differential between first and second, and then we've got Mentally Damp there in 7th, so they definitely need these points. They are fighting for their lives with this one, Ven. Do you think that they're ready, though?
Mentally Damp, I think they came in and honestly really impressed me yesterday. Dopamine in particular, playing the Frost Mage, really bringing in some interesting tech. It seems like there's a lot of different options you have on that Frost Mage, but he was one of the first people to actually bring in like the Ray of Frost, and it was catching teams off guard. He switched it up from playing like a really aggressive Shimmer build to a more passive kind of Blink Stun build where he's able to just free himself from crowd control and just focus mostly on damage. So I do know that these two teams, they are war game partners, so they play against each other a lot. They know each other's tendencies, and maybe Mentally Damp, they have the experience against this team in particular that they could actually take them out. But we mentioned it. Welcome to the Jung. They've been looking absolutely unstoppable as a team.
Yeah, they certainly have. But I mean, hey, if you take anything from EU, we've had some upsets already today. So Mentally Damp could definitely do it. I'm looking at the chat predictions. Seems like overwhelmingly they are going to be voting for Welcome to the Jung. So maybe I should put in some points since I lost so many points earlier today. I think I'm up to almost 200. So we're getting there. But we were taking a quick look at the bracket. Of course, the next up series is the Move versus F tier. There's a lot riding on that one also. So one of the teams that is going to lose from this series is going to go down there and meet them in the lower bracket. But here are the predictions, and looks like most of us, Lithy, are in agreement.
I mean, I'm not really surprised. I would have been more surprised to see some Mentally Damp votes. As Ven mentioned, yes, these teams know each other very well, but I currently just don't see any team in NA really being able to hold a candle to what Welcome to the Jung brings to the table.
Absolutely. Let's see what they can do, though. It's upper bracket. Welcome to the Jung. Game number 1 versus Mentally Damp.
Very interesting. So Mentally Damp, they are going to be locking in the Frost Mage, playing Dopamine once again, playing very aggressively. Look at him just blinking in immediately. And it looks like, I think they will be going after the Paladin as well as the Feral Druid primarily. Dopamine trying to get aggressive with his Icy Veins. Prev gets out of the Polymorph, looking to get the damage rolling. Drake taking a huge hit of damage. We'll see how Drake handles being tested in this match. But one thing's for sure, Prev is fully dialed up. Everyone is already rotting down from Mentally Damp.
Yeah, some great start to the game here from Jung. But we got to keep our eyes on Dopamine and Bleeds. These guys have been looking incredible yesterday, especially the Mage gameplay was convincing. And also with the Snowdrift, Dopamine has some playmaking potential. Gets locked up in some CC at the least for the moment. The counter stun on Drake is in as well, but the damage is good. Great fear from Prev, kind of peeling for his Feral just ever so slightly. MGXO has to trade out the sack, and should be fine, at least for the moment, as the Bob is thrown in as well, just to keep Bleeds on the offensive. Mentally Damp just really playing as aggressive as they possibly can in this situation, but both healers, solid positioning, not really leaving themselves open to too much CC, I am saying, as MGXO gets jumped and Drake tries to get some CC on.
Yeah, Dopamine just playing behind the pillar, looking for crowd control right now. Doesn't find it here onto Zhang, and looks like Drake will get topped off. MGXO and Dopamine are on the back foot. Dopamine so low on health. MGXO goes for the spell, but now he's in a maim stun, and that will be the Divine Shield. A great push there by Drake, getting pressure on multiple targets, getting that massive defensive cooldown, that Divine Shield out of the way from MGXO, and welcome to the Jung. They are looking extremely durable in this matchup. I think Drake and Zhang are handling this defense well, but a full bash lands. Bleeds going for a Cyclone. Zhang is nowhere to be found. There will be no crowd control, which means that Drake is going to full health. That being said, looks like Zhang is into a Hammer of Justice. Bleeds goes for a Cyclone, but Drake denies it. And now likely it's going to be Welcome to the Jung getting aggressive.
Dopamine just ice blocked aggressively, trying to get out of some sort of CC, I think, and immediately you can see Prev and Drake are trying to capitalize on it. Massive damage on the mage, alter time, not quite enough to help him out here in this situation, but he gets topped off. MGXO has to sacrifice the lay on hands, and these were massive defensives that just got tossed out of the window by Mentally Damned. Yes, Drake has to trade the survival instincts here, but overall, it's a massive win for for Welcome to the Jung, because Mentally Damned just loses so much in the process. But Drake, once again, whenever I start talking about Mentally Damned losing, it's Drake taking massive damage. Maybe we can influence that match and make it a little bit more interesting with a swap onto Zhang here.
Yeah, Zhang uses a sacrifice. They're trying to swap on all of that redirected damage, but Bleeds finds the Cyclone. Dopamine on the back foot. This could easily be a second Ice Block. Drake realizes he might be in trouble. It's going to be going into bear form. Line of sighting the best he can. Gets the full stun out. Prev fully loaded up on damage. Drops the Psy Fiend. Trying to get the pressure rolling here onto Dopamine, who blinks over. Dopamine is just so unafraid in the matchup. Honestly, I respect the aggressive plays, but it could definitely cost him. Greater Invisibility is traded out. He only has an Ice Block left, so one Ice Block left here for Dopamine. Drake's trying to find it. He gets the full maim stun, but needs to be very careful. Almost going behind the pillar and getting taken out there. There was a lot of damage from Dopamine and Bleeds, but Zhang in a great spot to keep him alive. And look at Zhang's mana. He's just almost full mana at this point in the game.
Yeah, full clone lands, and Prev doesn't even hesitate half a second to trinket that instantly. Dopamine still on the aggressive. They're just hammering Drake the entire time. They know they can't really kill Prev. They're not even trying to. Zhang gets cycloned up. Good spot from Bleeds to bring that CC in. Tries to follow up on the clone, but gets interrupted. Actually fakes it for a precog proc and gets the clone onto Drake. Now Zhang under fire. The swap over is good. The polymorph trying to come in on Prev, but he gets dispelled, immediately pushed into a bash, and Bleeds and Dopamine. Suddenly they get the CC chains rolling. They're starting to look really good with the control aspect of their game.
Yeah, but unfortunately, just no damage to follow it up. Drake feeling not that confident. He gets topped off, going for it now. Here on the Dopamine, MGXO is rotting down. Mana down to about 40% as well. Prev just going on a solo mission here on to Bleeds, just hitting what he can. And all three members are in a little bit of trouble with the Cyclone lands. Beautiful Ice Wall! Drake could easily fall. That life grip there from Prev, bringing Drake to safety. That was really nicely done. Great backup by the Shadow Priest. He holds onto the Void Shift as well, which is really important. Prev doing a good job of playing defense there and really helping out his team.
Yeah, really good defensive plays. The Void Shift is still available in terms of defensives overall. Welcome to the Junk, still looking more than safe. Drake, though, under a little bit more fire. It is the Icy Veins. He has the Comet Storm as well, so Dopamine really could try to hammer the advantage, but the Snowdrift so far hasn't really seen too much play, hasn't really gone for any fancy offensive attempts with that. As Drake is getting topped off, Zhang has everything under control, and if you look for the mana for just a moment, it is absolutely disgusting how well Zhang is playing here. 80% versus MGXO's 40%. Once again, the difference with the Mage versus the Shadow Priest, we've spotted that yesterday already, coming in massively for the gameplay.
Yeah, Prev loading everyone up with dots once again as Dopamine is caught into a stun and they're having to play so defensive. This is not the Mentally Damp we saw yesterday. Yesterday was all-out aggression on the Feral Druid, but a full Hammer of Justice on Drake once again. The Polymorph lands. Zhang immediately trinkets it. Wanted to keep his team aggressive, and now Bleeds is on the back foot. Look at Prev. He's just completely owning the entire team. Psyfiend drops down. This could easily be the second Ice Block. Dopamine tries to snipe off the Psyfiend, but does not have the time. Goes into the Ice Block at the same time. Drake is rotting down low. They are getting good counter pressure here, but Zhang has answers if he needs it. He has a Blessing of Protection. They have the Survival Instincts. They have the Bar Skin. Drake feeling very confident to make a push. He gets the full maim stun, and Bleeds could just fall. MGXO has his work cut out for him here in these moments.
Yeah, he has Bubble and Wings maybe, but Bleeds is on 20%, dips around the pillar, tries to get a regrowth in on himself, but they're just all rotting down. What can the Paladin reasonably do? Nothing. It's a double kill. Welcome to the Jung with an absolutely dominant game one.
Yeah, that looked extremely good for Welcome to the Jung. Yesterday, when we were watching this matchup from Mentally Damp's point of view, they were playing the matchup very aggressive, getting lots of crowd control out, putting tons of damage on the Feral Druid, really keeping him defensive. But this game was a little bit different. It seemed like they just handled the pressure really well. They had great counter pressure. Prev played defensive when he needed to with the life grips, and Zhang is just so good with his positioning, his mana, his defensive cooldown usage. Welcome to the Jung, they just really don't leave too many openings.
There were a few moments during this game, I think around minute 4, where Mentally Damp was able to get some CC setups, some multiple cross CCs, a polymorph onto Prev with a bash or a clone onto Zhang, where they were really able to pressure Drake even into using some defensives, but that is something we didn't see outside of those few moments, and it's something they brought to the table so much more prevalent yesterday, which allowed them to dominate the Silk Tigers in the way they did. But Welcome to the Jung just not as susceptible, just playing the defensive and the counter play towards that CC a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, Welcome to the Jung, they just look so good, both offensively and defensively, and they're just so incredibly good at navigating those situations. They don't overreact, they don't panic, they never really mess up their defensive cooldowns. It's just so rare to see this team make a mistake. So Mentally Damp, they have to force those mistakes, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it with this composition. I mean, we've seen this matchup. I think they definitely can win, but they just need to find a way to get aggressive, and they need to really try to find CC on Zhang. I don't know if that means all three of them need to kind of push in, need to land more Hammer of Justice onto Zhang. I'm not really sure, but it seems like the way they're playing it, a little bit more defensive, it's just really hard for them to get anything going. You can see Prev almost doubling the damage of Dopamine in this game, and that kind of pressure inevitably adds up in a matchup like this.
I want to almost compare it a little bit to Team Ultima, because they also play a comp that's very reliant on being super, super aggressive, and I feel like Mentally Damp can really benefit from taking a slice out of their book and just run Welcome to the Jung down a little bit more, focus the Paladin, put Zhang under pressure. Yes, he doesn't really crack easily. We've seen that in Dragonflight. Iron Link Zhang never presses his defensives and never dies, basically, but it is probably a better angle than this defensive open field play trying to kill Drake, which, as you mentioned, they're just not managing at the moment.
Yeah, the problem is I feel like there's not really a better target than going after the Feral Druid, because if you do decide to go after Prev, you can't polymorph Drake, right? Like at the very least, if you're going after Drake, you can try to control Prev, and I think Shadow Priest in general are fairly tanky right now. They get a lot of healing from Void Leech. They have the low cooldown dispersion. Like, they're just really durable. So I kind of like the idea, just get the crowd control on Prev, go after Drake, try to keep him in bear form. But another piece of that puzzle is to CC Zhang. I just think Zhang's positioning has been so good. And it comes down to that. It's a game of cat and mouse, Mentally Damp. They need to catch Zhang. They need to get him in polymorphs, Hodges, Cyclones. And if they can't do that, I don't think they're going to win this game.
But Zhang isn't playing Volpera. Where's the mouse?
True. That's true.
We'll see. We'll see where that goes. Dopamine, though, something maybe. Actually, I'm gonna rely on your mage expertise here a little bit, Ven, because we saw Dopamine bring in the Ray of Frost yesterday, and also the talent build with a little bit more just overall damage. This time around, bringing in the Snowdrift, we didn't really see that utilized too well. Is there a little bit of a different approach that Dopamine can bring in that's gonna shift the meta of this match a little bit?
I'm not really. The thing is, like, he's not even playing the Ray of Frost. I kind of liked it, honestly. I was like, okay, this is like some unique tech that Dopamine's bringing in. Like, he has that on-demand damage when he needs it, but maybe not having the most I kind of like when like yesterday, I felt like Dopamine was really confident in the matchup, you know? And now he's going for some safer choices here, you know, not really connecting too many Snowdrifts. It can be difficult to get those Snowdrifts, though, if Zhang is playing really well with his freedoms, right? Like, what are your options here? You basically have to Dragon's Breath into Snowdrift, because if Zhang pre-freedoms it, it just doesn't build up. The way it works is if you're immune to snares or you can shift snares, inevitably you will not get Snowdrifted. You can just kind of shift off the stacks or freedom the stacks. So I think Welcome to the Jung has an extremely good composition to dealing with Snowdrift. All three of them can basically just make themselves immune to it. So it's going to be hard to get full advantage of that.
We shall see. The Ray of Frost is coming in with the Snowdrift together, so we'll keep an eye on those freedoms from Zhang, and of course Dopamine trying to put some place on the map here as we head into Tolviron Arena. Mentally Damp looking to even out the series, and it's Prev that gets opened up on with a nice little polymorph, and the swap over onto Zhang, actually. The Ray immediately cycloned by Drake, though.
That is so sad. Dopamine trinkets out of the Rake Stun to get aggressive with his Veins, and just Drake casts a Cyclone in his face. Very unfortunate there for Dopamine. Not able to get that damage rolling. And now it's actually MGXO on the back foot. Divine Shield in the opener once again. 30 seconds. Welcome to the Jung already pulls out the major defensive cooldown here for MGXO. A great start for Welcome to the Jung once again. The offense and defense is looking good. Dopamine, though, unafraid, goes for the Dragon's Breath. Full sheep here onto Zhang. And this is what you want. Drake just preemptively in bear form. Prev right now, not able to back him up. Great triple crowd control coming out. And Drake is kind of all alone, but the crowd control has subsided. And Zhang keeps Drake in the fight. And now MGXO once again is under fire.
Yeah, the damage is looking good. Prev has the Rift in, and MGXO, he is on his last few lines of defense. He has the Divine Protection ready, can bring that in together with the wings for some solid heals, but after that he is on dry land. No bubble for another 2.5 minutes, and that's a long time against Welcome to the Jung that he needs to stay alive. Tears Deliverance comes through though. This is going to be massive heals. Dopamine with a solid Ice Wall attempt here, but doesn't quite catch Drake out of line of sight as he just shimmies over to the left and will be fine. But the damage is still looking decent. You can tell they're trying to kite them back a little bit, trying to bring Zhang further forward to maybe land some CCs on the Pally, but it's really not happening at all as MGXO gets locked down once again. Prev gets counterspelled. Great play by Dopamine, looking for the Dragon's Breath into the full polymorph, the re-poly coming in as well. So much CC set up right now, and they're trying to connect onto Zhang. Finally, the damage is looking good with the Icy Veins. Ray of Frost ready as well.
Yeah, big Frostfire Bolt, Frostfire Bolt, Frostfire Bolt. Big cleave here from Dopamine as he's looking to go on a solo mission here onto Zhang, but seems like Zhang should be alive. He's going to use that emblem, that Gladiator's emblem, that little bit of a safety net with that PvP trinket to bolster his health and stay alive. In the meantime, Drake getting swapped to. They trade out the Sacrifice and the Barkskin to keep Drake aggressive. Zhang gets a Hammer of Justice here on the Bleeds, but Drake is still in trouble. Great pressure here. Dopamine getting full advantage of this Icy Veins, putting himself in a great spot and netting his team some major defensive cooldowns. This is what you want to see if you are mentally damp. Now a full polymorph lands. Dopamine just having a field day here. Can they take down Drake? It looks like Zhang is forced to trinket. That's the survival instincts as well. And mentally damp is doing such a good job. But look, it's cost them almost everything. Dopamine, no, an overlap.
My God.
It's going to be the Blessing of Protection and the Ice Block. I mean, they played aggressive, but Prev really punished them for that.
Yeah, Prev just locking down MGXO the entire way through. Divine Protection is up, but Bleeds is dying at the same time. 2 seconds onto the trinket, 45 onto the bubble. MGXO just trying to stay alive, has the wings rolling. Should be able to top his team, though. Counterpunch on Drake is solid, but he has the Incarnation rolling. Really needs to pump the damage in if they want to keep the offensive going. Bleeds trying to get the clone through, but Zhang is there for a nice interrupt with the Holy Pally. Really aware of where the map is going. And Dopamine translocates back in, trying to keep the aggressive gameplay going. And this is really what I was hoping for from him. Just keep the pressure up. He's doing so much better than map 1.
Yeah, big stun here on Dopamine. Can they get the second Ice Block? MGXO just goes for a Dispel, but the pressure is still here, and Dopamine gets silenced up. This is looking very dangerous here for Dopamine. Drake playing defensive, though, realizing his healer's in crowd control. He's going to play it safe. Going into bear form, line of sighting. Now continuing the push here onto Dopamine. Can they get the second Ice Block? That is the question. Prev in the backline just throwing in Mind Flays, but this is the Icy Veins. Massive Frostfire Bolts once again, and they are respecting it. Welcome to the Jungle. They are not messing around. They realize what a massive swell of damage Dopamine has. It's going to be a bash into a Cyclone. Drake completely shuts it down, puts his attention on Bleeds, and I think this is really intelligent here by Welcome to the Jung, not giving mentally damp even a little bit of pressure here during these moments.
Yeah, Blink, Dragon's Breath doesn't quite land the follow-up as Prev gets the Fear through. Is going to lock Dopamine down for just a second. Another Silence coming through, and Zhang just kiting away from the Mage and the Feral. As Dopamine is once again back in reach, has the Ring of Frost. Nice knockback here with a Blast Wave around the corner. Is looking for another polymorph, finds a poly onto Zhang, but might just outright die. Is forced into the Ice Block for just a moment as Bleeds was sitting in a Cyclone. Drake on point with the CC. The Ice Wall comes through and locks him off from the damage. It gives him a moment of respite as Bleeds just needs to kite back. Panic moments for mentally damp as they are all rotting down. What can MGXO do with that bubble active? Ray of Frost coming through. Massive damage onto Drake. Zhang behind the corner, and Prev saves the day with a Void Shift. Beautifully done, but they need to recover still.
Yeah, Drake and Prev are rotting down. That Void Shift saving the day. That Ray of Frost almost paying dividends there for Drake to keep him alive. Bleeds is now in a full cycle and a full maim. Can they take him down? Do they have the pressure? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's going to go into bear form. MGXO in a prime position to keep him alive. Mana a lot more even between these two teams. Dopamine with no ice block just goes in. He will displace out immediately. Wants to keep up the pressure, but doesn't want to overcommit. He's got no trinket, no ice block, and is a very big vulnerability here. And MGXO doesn't really have any emergency cooldowns to keep him alive. Both teams, this is the first time we're seeing both teams feeling a little bit scared in this situation. Bleeds is going to get fully stunned up as Drake's doing a great job trying to get control of the match. Maim stun onto Dopamine, and Prev is just completely loading them up with dots. Massive swell of damage at the same time. Jang is going to get gripped into the Frozen Orb. That breaks the Polymorph. Great backup there by Prev. And now welcome to the Jung. I think with Zhang on Poly DR can maybe play aggressive. Same time though, Bleeds finds that Cyclone, so still not out of the woods yet. And Drake has to pull back. He's going into bear form. He's retreating behind the pillar, and the pressure has been much better here for Mentally Damp.
Yeah, solid ice wall, but no follow-up on damage on Drake. Dopamine tries to get around the corner, but in the meantime, Drake escapes through that tiny little gap in the back. Has Survival Instincts and Renewal ready, but Jung gets swapped to. Everyone on Welcome to the Jung now is rotting down. So is Mentally Damp, though, and MGXO has all hands on deck trying to keep his team alive. Nice jump out here from Drake, finds the bash onto Dopamine, looking to connect more damage. The Vortex is in as well. They're really trying to send him home now. The Psyfiend is in, Prev sending all the damage, PI, Dark Ascension, and everything else, and the kitchen sink tossed in. Drake finds the maim stun, Dopamine kites around the corner. In the meantime, Bleeds gets swapped to, and is just dying outright. Where are the heals? MGXO really trying his best to keep his team alive, but it's not quite working out. Drake gets CC'd up, maim stun into the clone, gets Master Spelled, but he can't follow up as it Bleeds, finds the reclone immediately, and that is enough for MGXO to stabilize the game for just another moment. Drake with the Incarnation still on the offensive, is looking to lock down MGXO. Divine Protection might not be enough. Prev isn't even in range, but the Ray of Frost is coming in. Dopamine dying at the same time. The Skull Bash kicks the cast, but the Mage is about to fall. Line of Sight's his healer. Little bit of heal there, and it's somehow still alive and kicking, but how much longer? They're all bleeding out. They're cat food at this point, and Drake is really damn hungry right now.
Yeah, he wants to close it out, the full bash here on Bleeds, but somehow, someway, MGXO keeps him alive. Here comes the Icy Veins, a miracle attempt here by Dopamine. Can his team stay alive a little bit longer? Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt, but I don't think MGXO has enough time, and he will fall. Welcome to the Jung. Keeps it going, wins game number 2. A great performance, but this one looked a lot better for Mentally Damp.
Yeah, I like this a lot. The fact that Dopamine kind of, I don't want to call it woke up, but got rolling really properly in game 2. His aggressive play, not just on the CC side of things, but also on the damage side, just looked so much better. So if they can keep this rolling, if they can keep ramping like this game to game, they might actually be able to start taking maps off Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dopamine in this one, I want to highlight him again. Honestly, MGXO and Bleeds did such an incredible job, but I liked that Dopamine played so unafraid. Like, even when, like, you know, he's ice blocking out of crowd control aggressively when he's the main target, you know, even with no cooldowns, he's still pushing in and trying to get plays. Here comes the miracle moment. Icy Veins is such a huge amount of pressure. Drake is not messing around with that one line of sighting, just kind of weaving in and out, making sure that Prev can finish them off. Drake kind of realizes, as long as I don't die, we can't lose this game. So he gets the stun, line of sights when he needs to, and eventually Drake and Prev are able to overwhelm with this composition, and they're just one away from sending Mentally Damp to the lower bracket.
Indeed. It's been a good run for Welcome to the Jung so far, incredibly dominant. They've only lost, I think, in total, including the open brackets, 8 maps, and 4 of them this single series that they lost against the Power Toll in the finals in week 1. So these guys have been almost undefeated the entire season through, and just to see Mentally Damp, a team that has come into the season somewhat late, I want to say, ramp up so much that they're bringing the fight so competitively to a team like Welcome to the Jung is super impressive to see, and makes me just so much more excited for the rest of this day.
I feel like today has already been such a blessing if you're a World of Warcraft Arena fan, and it just keeps getting better. The Sunday is just the gift that keeps on giving. So And we still have that move lower bracket game as well for qualifications. So, I mean, it really is exciting. Welcome to the Jung. They are very confident with this composition. No one has been able to best them yet. They're winning mirror matches. They're winning against everyone, basically. Any composition that has been thrown at them, they've just been winning. And it's been nice to see Prev on the Shadow Priest. And honestly, Drake, he's just one of those players. I mean, we talked about him a lot. He's that melee expert. Like, he originally came onto the scene as a Windwalker monk. And I remember watching him play before his debut in the AWC. I remember watching him play on Windwalker monk. I was like, wow. This guy reminds me of Chun-Li, and this is when Chun-Li was like the GOAT Windwalker monk. You know, everyone thought Chun-Li was the absolute best, and Drake and him, they were kind of close. And Drake was looking really good, and then he kind of just came onto the scene. He started winning every tournament on the Windwalker monk. He had to swap to the Warrior. Now he's a Rogue. He played Assassination Rogue for many seasons. Now he's a Feral Druid. He's played the Rep Paladin. So it's been really cool to see him kind of adjust on these classes and just make it look so incredibly good. And him being backed up by Prev and these amazing healers like Zhang, they're just such an incredible team.
They are. It's been one of the highlights, I think, for a lot of people coming into this season, that the legends, Drake and Prev, were back. Lots of question marks, obviously. Getting together with a new healer. Obviously, Brain stayed retired. They brought in Zhang instead, but I feel like he at the very least lived up to the legacy that Drake, Prev, Ceralium, and Brain kind of forged in the past. And now, well, they're starting a new one, and it's looking damn good already. Match point for Welcome to the Jung. Let's see if they can finish this one out and proceed to the Grand Finals.
All right, what is Mentally Damp going to do? I think it's one of those moments. It's really scary, but you have to play aggressive. You know, you're down. You're one away from being eliminated to the lower bracket. But I still think they need to make those plays. Double Rake Stun coming in. Prev looking for a double Fear, but Dopamine just immediately trinkets, trying to slow down the aggression, and they're going after Zhang. Dopamine has the Ray of Frost available. Is he going to channel it out? He does. He channels out the full Ray of Frost onto Zhang, but Zhang, I really like that he's playing the Gladiators emblem in this match. During these moments, he could just bolster his health, and they're not getting that Divine Shield, and I think if he didn't have that trinket, it could easily be like something major being forced out during these swaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I also like the positioning here, trying to draw Prev back to the pillar, grouping them up as much as possible to allow Dopamine and Bleeds to cleave as much as they can. Drake still under fire. Finally, Zhang pops in the sacrifice, a nice pre-sack on the Hodge, making sure that Drake is not at any risk to die or has to burn his survival instincts. But still, the damage is respectable, and Zhang really needs to be careful. Has the wings available if he really needs them to, but the heals should be more than enough. In the meantime, Bleeds and Dopamine are just getting cleaved and murdered. Nice little pre-cock proc. It's kind of trying to wall off Zhang here, but it's not quite enough. The Paladin just waddles past that little set of icicles. But the damage on Drake is still pretty good. Bubble coming through, and Zhang has to respect the offensive.
Dopamine had a really nice play there. He drops the ice wall, and Zhang just waddles to the one side of it, and then Dopamine cancels the wall, so there's no line of sight anymore, and Zhang just gets polymorph. So really cool, a little trick there you can do on the Frost Mage. Dopamine dropping that line of sight. Now going for a big Ray of Frost here onto Drake. But Drake seems to be okay, and Drake, like I said, is just so good at navigating these situations, realizing when he's in trouble. Big setup here onto Zhang, though. Divine Protection seems to be enough. The Hammer of Justice to follow it up. Dopamine has a lot of damage available. Veins coming up in about 20 seconds, and getting that Divine Protection out of the way. Zhang has no Divine Shield. I think Mentally Damp, they have a formula here. They can win this game. They have to go after Zhang after this polymorph, or just get him in crowd control. Either way, I do think Mentally Damp has some solid options here.
Yeah, the pressure on the Pally needs to stay high. If they can manage that, it's starting to look better and better. But for the moment, Dopamine just really trying to connect anything.
Oh, that
fantastic grip by Prev. Love to see that. And it's going to set up Zhang so much better for the next few seconds at the very least. MGXO trying to follow up. Nice Vortex coming through as well, keeping Dopamine locked down in open field while Prev is just free casting on him. Gets a precock proc as well as Bleeds is pushing in. Connects the cycle onto Zhang. Scary seconds here for Drake, actually. Trinket is available, but they are trading the survival instincts, and that should be more than enough. In the meantime, Bleeds and Dopamine both low. They force the Ice Block and the Bark Skin, and a full Hodge on Bleeds with a cross CC on MGXO. He brings in the Dispel, gets feared on that for just a moment, and it's the healers battling it out right now. Full rep on Zhang as MGXO connects the CC, but it's not quite enough to turn the game in their favor.
Yeah, full fear now on MGXO. Dopamine still in trouble. He's got the greater invisibility if he needs it, but he is just continuing to make a push. Frozen Orb comes down. Big Ice Lance is out onto Drake right now. Full Cyclone lands on Zhang. And Drake does have the bar skin, but he's being greedy. He's being patient. Sacrifice lands by Zhang. Tears Deliverance going to be cast out, and that means Welcome to the Jung should be very, very safe during these next few moments. That is a lot of healing that Zhang has for his team. Drake's feeling it. He's feeling confident. He makes the push. At the same time, though, stun out onto Zhang. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? It doesn't look like it just yet. Bleed's going for a potential Cyclone, but it gets interrupted there by Drake. Great backup, and you can see Bleeds and Dopamine. They're both rotting down during these moments. MGXO really struggling to keep them alive. He gets silenced up. Good crowd control there by Prev. Drake looking to make a push, but a nice knock by Bleeds, trying to get him out of line of sight. Zhang is not messing around, immediately trades to Blessing and Protection, realizing his team has momentum and wants to just keep Drake aggressive in the match.
Yeah, Dopamine tries to punish it with a double blink into the poly, gets Master Spelled by Prev, and now MGXO is under fire, finds another Dispel, gets feared on the Shadow Priest dots there, and finally the Snowdrift comes in. Drake immediately gets Dispelled out of that, but the Freedom didn't quite come in. Drake's looking for a Cyclone, connects that, locks down the Mage, and Zhang once again CC'd up. You brought it up, Ven. If they find the opportunities to push Zhang a little bit more, get those Hodges in, they might gain the momentum they need, but Prev is locked down with another Repentance. Dopamine rotting away. He has an Ice Block, the second Ice Block available, but also Ray of Frost. He's looking to get aggressive, just needs that setup, but MGXO is dying on the other side of the map as well. They really need to pull back and stabilize now.
Yeah, definitely. This is scary for Mentally Damp. Welcome to the Jung. They're feeling confident. They got mana. They got cooldowns. They want to make a push. Incarnation rotating back up here for Drake in just a few short seconds, and that is going to be an absolute massive amount of damage. Dopamine getting bleeded up. Bleeds getting bleeded up, and Drake is looking for the potential kill here in this match, but MGXO in Defiance just has so much healing, will keep his team alive, but for how much longer can he sustain this? Dopamine goes for a setup, but he gets feared up. He's rotting down. Bleeds is low on health. MGXO coming in with the clutch heals once again, and it looks like Mentally Damp will stabilize after the Incarnation, but that was a really scary moment.
Yeah, Leon Hans is out. 10 seconds onto the sack. This is how long Dopamine needs to survive, but the Ice Block needs to come in. MGXO, CC'd off to the side, is trying to top off his mage, while Drake is just sitting peachy. He has Bark Skin and the Survival Instincts ready, but a great Ice Wall. Oh, beautiful knock, but catapults him through the gap in between the pillar. He should be more than fine as he's out of line of sight, and now Bleeds once again the target. Dopamine also rotting down. MGXO, 40% mana, has Sec and 2 Bobs available, but I don't see this game going on too much longer as Prev is really making a push for it. Zhang down to half, Bleeds down to lower than a half. Sack traded out. If they can now find a swap onto MGXO, this could be devastating.
Yeah, Drake a little bit low on health right now, but with his Heart of the Wild, I think he's going to feel confident to make a push. MGXO rotting down, Bleeds at the same time, is in trouble, but Zhang is being really greedy here with the Divine Shield, looking for a Tears Deliverance, tries to get the Fake Cast here, Bleeds in a full Cyclone, Tears Deliverance is there, Hand of Divinity, Drake's going straight to full health, I think. He just needs to connect the heals, but unfortunately Zhang's in a maim, he cannot connect the heals, and that is going to be the Survival Instinct. Zhang is just so incredibly greedy. Void Shift comes in, he's still just holding on to the Divine Shield and the Trinket forever, indefinitely, finally trading out the Trinket, but I think that was way too greedy from Welcome to the Jung, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Mentally Damp, I think they've ran out of time. Prev and Drake, their damage is completely overwhelming. They are on the run. Prev gets interrupted, though. Dopamine in the middle of the map right now, just getting those icy veins, Frostfire bolts out, and Ice Wall comes in. I don't think it's going to land. It does, but it doesn't really accomplish too much. Ice Walls from Dopamine have been pretty ineffective in this match so far, but the Ray of Frost is a lot of pressure on Drake. He needs to be very careful. Zhang is out of line of sight. He cannot connect it, but ultimately Bleeds will fall. A great final push there by Welcome to the Jung. 3-0 over Mentally Damp, but God, my hat's off to Mentally Damp. They really didn't give up in this game. They made these offensive pushes. They were playing aggressive, and they made this a close series.
They were really trying hard to keep the momentum going from game 2, kind of get the same approach in, but they very quickly realized that Welcome to the Jung, they had shifted gears. They were ready for the aggressiveness, and the momentum that they were bringing in just kind of tipped them over. You know, as you say in Germany, ein Beinstein, you just you put a leg in between their leg. Just tip them over. I can't speak English today. It's horrible.
All right,
them.
well, let's see these final moments. Here's that ice wall I'm talking about. Bleeds is trying to utilize it for some line of sight. He goes in here, gets the rake stun on Zhang, but ultimately Bleeds kind of falls out. Prev is able to kind of solo him down. Drake moves over, he gets the bash, and that's going to be the kill. But I was paying attention to Dopamine, just trying to continue to get something going there on Zhang, but they're just so far on the back foot. Welcome to the jungle. They just look so good in terms of their defense and offense. Like I said, Drake perfectly navigates those situations where he realizes he's in trouble and he can pull away and play defensive. And then when he has the cooldowns, he is not afraid to really push in and get aggressive.
Trip them over, that's the phrase I was looking for. But yeah, no, you're completely right. Dopamine, I think, is a player we need to keep an eye out for in the Gauntlet, because if they spend a little bit more time practicing and improving until the finals, this is going to be an incredibly scary team to watch.
No doubt about that.
Incredibly
Welcome to the jungle,
scary.
though. Domination. Finals again. I mean, this team is looking unstoppable. It's just 3-0 for them. Just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 over and over and over. Like, it's just so rare to see them lose.
And you get 0-3'd, and you get 0-3'd, and you get 0-3'd. Welcome to the jungle, like Oprah handing out losses to some of these teams. My goodness. Well, they're going to be moving forward in the upper bracket. Mentally damp, though, we have not seen the last of them. They're moving down to the North American lower finals, so they've still got a chance to make it back to the grand finals and have a rematch. And I cannot wait to see who they do face, because they're coming up on another series here, the Move versus F tier. Winner of that moves on to face Mentally Damp. So I feel like from here on out, Lithy, these series are going to be very intense, especially considering the stakes of the Move versus F tier.
Oh my god, the Move. I think they're sweating going into this day today. Pika was talking about it yesterday evening. It might be a good day to start winning for the Move. I mean, if it's not today, when will they ever, right? So, might as well grab the 3-0 against F tier as they've done in the open bracket, because there's points on the line. There's a third spot, an instant qualification on the line, because they can take down Team Liquid. They didn't make top 8. And of course, you don't want to be stuck in the Gauntlet. The absolute nightmare scenario in this case. But F tier, I mean, they're in second place. This is one of the strongest teams we have in NA at the moment. Even though they are playing off-meta comps, they are incredibly dangerous.
Yes, sure are.
I was going to say, too, another thing that we don't really talk about that much is your seeding. Like, one of the problems with being in the Gauntlet is even if you make it through, your first game is Welcome to the Jung. That's not ideal, right? Like, you definitely want to be in that second and third position. Honestly, second and third doesn't matter that much because you end up just playing each other either way, but you definitely want to make it into that top 3 because, you know, making it through the Gauntlet in 4th place for the finals, immediately going up against Welcome to the Jung, that's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, and you've only got one chance to do it also, you know, at least with these first 4 cups, you've got a lot of opportunities to sort of get into that top 3, but with the Gauntlet, it's ride or die, you know, you lose once, you're kind of knocked out. We can see the sort of the staircase here that we're going to take with the Gauntlet for North America. We can see round 1, it's going to be Mentally Damp or Silk Tigers, but depending on how that goes versus the Absurd, and then they just kind of go up and up and up and up this dangerous staircase for the North American Gauntlet. So I'm excited to see kind of how this does end up forming. We'll keep everybody tuned in to how that's going. But in the meantime, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the Move versus F tier. So much on the line between these two teams. So definitely stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the Move versus F tier. We've already talked about the stakes for this series, so we know what these two teams are up against, and it's going to be a challenge no matter which side you're on. But I feel like, Zico, the Move in particular, we've just been kind of waiting for them to flip that light on, you know, to sort of launch themselves into where we know that they can be as a team.
Absolutely. I feel like the Move, you know, they've had some I mean, this weekend they've had a decent performance, but of course they want to get a little bit further. They are right on the finish line. They need to beat F tier. Good news for them. They have beaten F tier in the past, so even this weekend. So they just need to do it again, and then they will lock themselves in as that top 3 team. But still, between now and the finals, if they make it, they're going to need to make some adaptations here, because F tier, welcome to the Jung, both pulling ahead here in the standings. Currently, they're tied with the Toads at 220 points, and Liquid 12 points ahead of the Move. The Move wins now, they get 20 points, and they skip all of that gauntlet shenanigans. They can just relax for 2 weeks before the finals, or more actually, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Relax? I don't know about that. I feel like Peekaboo's going to be grinding so hard to make sure that all of his new alts are up to par here, because everyone's so far away from Welcome to the Jung. I don't think anyone can relax except maybe Welcome to the Jung. And even if they did relax, maybe they'd still be undefeated.
You think Welcome to the Jung's going to be playing Kata 2 during the offline? Now in the finals.
I don't know about that. I think all of these teams are going to just be locked in and using this time to just practice, but maybe relax is a bad choice of words. More like breathe out for a second, you know, just take a beat, you know. I feel like that's at least you're not going to be stressing as much as, you know, Team Liquid or Power Toads, you know, in that gauntlet.
Sure, yeah. There's definitely a place you want to be and a place you don't want to be in terms of the standings, and that is where the Move and F tier both are. So quite a lot on the line for these guys, like I said. Supertees, any players in particular you'd like to highlight heading into this series?
I mean, I just mentioned him. His sub notification. It's the man of the year. It's Peekaboo. He's got to step up to the plate for his team. They need him to play more than just Rogue, it looks like, in this current situation. And they need to be able to adapt beyond their normal constraints, which has been that Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman. I will say, I don't think the Feral Druid Rogue or Feral Druid Shadow Priest Paladin is much far away from the playstyle. You know, you dot everything, you stun things, you swap around. I think it's very similar, but the more that Peekaboo gets comfortable on the Feral Druid, then I think the more success that the Move are likely going to see. Fortunately for them, against F tier, they already 3-0'd them, and F tier has been really struggling with the Shadow Priest Feral Holy Paladin composition from all of the top teams that are playing it. So you know, maybe if the Move underestimate them, it might be hard for them, but I'm really expecting the Move to be able to take this.
Yeah. We can take a look at the predictions again for the casting desk up here. Oh boy. Okay. Ooh. All right. My bad. My bad, guys.
Are you hinging your bets again? Are you predicting for one team and then spending all your points? Where are your points? Yeah. What's going on with that?
I have not bet my points, but if I were to, it would maybe also be for F tier. Okay. I'm going for the weird pick. I'm trying to make.
Trying to make your points back.
I just saw a sneak peek of the leaderboard for the predictions. Okay, I'm barely beating one guy, and that's Venruki, and he's been killing it today. So I had to pick something weird. I'm sorry, the Move. You know I love you guys, but I got to make something happen for myself. Got to keep the dream alive. But here's the current look at the prediction leaderboard for us. Chat still cruising ahead of everybody, and then Lithy following closely behind. Zico, the Prophet, though, is you're not doing so well, man.
I'm 1 behind Lithy and 2 behind Chat. I feel like it's going okay, you know. There's a little margin for you know, unexpected situations such as Streamer Zone beating Echo. You know, these things can happen. Yeah. You know, against all possibilities, and that's the thing. You know, these teams, you can't really know what they're gonna do ahead of time. I feel like now more than ever, there's more newcomers. There's more teams that just show up out of nowhere and just have insane performances. And I feel like F tier definitely is one of those teams. You know, and also Mentally Damp, for example, like. I would say 2 out of the teams here in this top 4 are teams that you typically wouldn't see here in a different AWC season. If you look back last year, if you look back before that, it's historically always more or less the same kind of players, but mixed around on different rosters. The old Cloud9 roster with Cubsy, Liquid, obviously, the Move, teams like that, and also, of course, Luminosity or Welcome to the Jung. So you kind of have those kind of big name players. Usually mixing around a little bit their teams, but it's usually the same names there. But now more than ever, you're seeing names that you have never really seen before making these deep runs. So that's been awesome.
No, it's a good point. Got a lot of young blood coming into the scene on both sides from EU and NA, and it's cool to see them make such an impression. And I do hope these teams stay together, the new ones. Not even just the ones in top 8. Some of the ones that we kind of didn't really see make it to the top 8, like Ski Instructors comes to mind over on the EU side. I feel like a lot of these new teams have a lot of potential to, sort of. I said the new Kawhi yesterday. Just players we haven't seen in AWC just absolutely dominate in their region. So we'll definitely see what these guys are capable of. But the loser of this one knocked out, and the winner moves on to face off against Mentally Damp, who is kind of another one of those teams, I guess, if you don't count Dopamine. Sort of a newly formed roster this season. Who do you feel like Supatees is most prepared to take on Mentally Damp?
I think the Move probably stand a pretty good shot considering they're playing the similar composition to Welcome to the Jung, so I would imagine that they're feeling pretty good. F tier, they've been struggling with the Feral Paladin team, so for them it's about figuring out if they can beat that type of Kryptonite. Saul's gone out of his comfort zone. He's branched out on the Elemental Shaman. It's been very important. I think that's what secured him into the top 3 on points. If he was still playing only Enhancement, I think they would be far down there, but they are throwing a curveball in game 1. Laros is coming on to play here on that Fury Warrior.
All right.
Ooh, very spicy.
Yep, spicy indeed. Game number 1 kicking off here, Zico. The Move versus F tier.
Let's go. We got Laros tagged in here. F tier backs against the wall. Who is going to take it? Qualification is on the line. F tier trying to block the Move here from getting through that guaranteed qualification. So let's see what they decide to do here. Immediately charging out onto WizK. Nice leg sweep coming out there from Dorito, but not too much pressure at the back end of that. Just, nice fear on the Celestial Conduit. Meanwhile, Peekaboo's looking for a Cyclone there in the backline. He finds it onto Chaz, but nice fear coming out there onto Peekaboo from Laros is going to slow down the assault there. But WizK and Absters are doing a lot of pressure, but here comes the Bladestorm. WizK is tanking it out pretty beautifully so far. Nice Entropic Rift coming out there as well, cleaving a little bit here in the midfield, and the Move looked like they're going to stabilize decently in the opener. Big damage onto Laros, but Peekaboo not able to find a follow-up Cyclone there.
Yeah, nice shutdown from Dorito with that Ring of Peace. Now whirling Dragon Punch, knocking Peekaboo up. Peekaboo's still trying to find a position here to look for a Cyclone. He's finally going to find it onto Dorito. Dorito saves his trinket here. It's really important he saves his trinket to line up with his offensive cooldowns. In the meantime, Peekaboo swaps to Shaz. He knocks him in the middle of the map with a Typhoon. Big ferocious bites coming in from Peekaboo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And Shaz needs to escape, but he gets pulled back into the middle by Peekaboo's Vortex. Then he gets Cycloned at low health, but then he walks into a double leg sweep, forcing Absterge's hand here with a Blessing of Protection. Shaz is trying to find a Searing Glare, but he's a bit worried about getting interrupted because Peekaboo is immediately right on his back, full bleeds applied. Now he's coming back to assist WizK, looking for Cyclones. Another Cyclone to Dorito with no trinket there. It means that Abster should be able to restabilize WizK. Look what WizK is doing here. He's pulling Laros far from Shaz, so Shaz has to leave the pillar, and as soon as Peekaboo sees that, he starts running at Shaz, but Shaz baits him, he stuns him, but he doesn't get the Tears Deliverance off. Insane. Peekaboo actually going for it by himself right now, almost taking Shaz out.
Yeah, he forced his trinket there as well. Really good work there from Peekaboo, and also really good positioning, like you mentioned, from WizK. But here is the knock-up coming out. Celestial Conduit gets popped now onto WizK. Nice interrupt there coming out from Peekaboo. The Siphon is immediately killed off there from WizK, and WizK still taking a lot of pressure here. Double leg sweep connects. This could be the dispersion. Doritos pushing for it. Absterge is not in crowd control. Does use the lay on hands here instead to try to save it. WizK with a nice fake cast there, but still not feeling too safe. Now Shaz is going to leave that pillar, and he gets swapped to a big swap onto Chaz, but Wiz is not feeling too safe in that position and will trade out his dispersion.
Oh, Ring of Peace with the clone. Nice line of sight there from Shaz on Peekaboo's clones. Usually Peekaboo versus Shaz, and then Laros and Dorito versus Absterge and WizKid, like a 1v1 on one side. Oh, Absterge sneaks in. He gets a full repentance, but here comes a Blade Storm. They have to both be offensive and defensive at the same time. Searing Glare hits, and Laros might just go down. It's massive pressure as he gets rooted up by Peekaboo. He gets a Shockwave on the Cyclone. Peekaboo's moving over towards the Paladin. He gets paralyzed. They're putting all of their crowd control into Peekaboo in this type of matchup, trying to limit his Cyclones while training down the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, and so far the Shadow Priest is finally feeling a little bit of that pressure, but Dorito sitting through a full Hammer of Justice. Chaz in a full Cyclone. Laros realizing he is in big trouble. He's going to kite away, and Tropic Rift is about to crash here onto Laros, but Chaz manages to sustain him reasonably as he looks to charge back in, but those Void Tendies are doing a lot of work there onto Laros. Finally, they will disappear. Peekaboo was caught up in a leg sweep there for a moment, but he looks towards Chaz, and actually somehow Absterge is losing on mana toward to Chaz here on the Paladin. So this could be a game where if they can just sit on Pika or on WizK long enough, they could be able to win on mana, and that is going to be the blessing of protection onto WizK there. Traded out from Absterge. Also had to use his medallion a little bit earlier. Peekaboo now is taking a lot of damage here, and the pressure's coming in, but look at Laros. He's charging in, and I don't know if he charged in at the wrong time, and Tropic Rift is about to explode. He has the wall. He might need to trade it there, but it's so far, so much damage is coming out. Chaz trades out the Trinket Sacrifice, but Chaz could get swapped to. He's got no bubble, and he could be a big target here moving forward. WizK also still feeling the pressure, but he has his dispersion once again.
I feel like this is looking good for F tier other than them just being a bit greedy right there. And actually Absterge gets another repentance. Maybe he can carry the team with these repentances. Now they need pressure. They're not finding it. He gets a Cyclone out of the repentance. Double fear. Doritos out of the game. It's 3 versus 1 on Laros. Void Torrent fully channeled, and Tropic Rift is out. Double fear from Laros. Just in time to disrupt this crowd control into a double leg sweep. Paralyzed Laros and Dorito. Turn that on its head. I thought it was over for them, but now they're starting to turn up the heat. Absterge is locked in crowd control, and this is massive pressure onto WizK. Big heals come through, and he does manage to finally restabilize. Both teams playing it out here. Bladestorm comes through, trying to force that dispersion from WizK, but just not enough damage. Peekaboo gets a Cyclone. WizK repositioning with the Blessing of Freedom. I love that they save that for whenever Dorito's crowd control to get some distance. Another Cyclone. Peekaboo is in this tough position. Do I help WizK or do I attack the Paladin? And he's so conflicted as to what to do, and all this time he's spending bouncing between means that they're just getting more momentum.
Yeah, and Peekaboo opting for that crowd control playstyle right now. Nice Hammer of Justice coming out onto Peekaboo, slowing down that Cyclone. Not able to find the Cyclone that would have been the game. Beautiful damage is still coming out from WizK, but since they weren't able to find that Cyclone, Chaz is able to power through it, and now Wiz is in big trouble. Absterge has almost no mana left here, and Wiz has this dispersion, might have to trade it out here, but the Vampiric Embrace is doing a lot of healing here for WizK, but I think he's going to have to pop it. Almost in touch of death range right there, and now Peekaboo trying to take control over the situation onto Laros, but he is not feeling too confident himself. He's very low on HP. Absterge caught up in a full blinding light. He has the bubble, he has answers, but he can't be too greedy with them. Beautiful damage coming out once again. Nice Cyclone there onto Dorito as well, as all of these teammates are falling lower and lower.
That rift is getting bigger and bigger. Laros gets stunned up. Shaz is in a repentance. Absterge is still getting lots of crowd control for his team to try and keep them in the match because their mana is in shambles. Big damage out on Laros. They bop him at low health. He gets a double fear. WizK is alone, and that Tendi is trying to take him down, but it's not enough damage. Laros heals up with the Victory Rush. He's back into Berserker stance. He's ready to lead the charge. Here comes the Blade Storm. Laros is ramping, and our F tier actually going to do it. Can they beat their Kryptonite? This Feral Shadow Priest Holy Paladin has been a nightmare for them, but another repentance from Absterge forces Shaz's Divine Shield. Even with its protection, Laros is just dying. He's trying to stay on target, but it's so much damage. It's tremendous pressure. Ring of Peace does nothing. Laros is still melting. Peekaboo goes for the clone. He gets it. There's no trinket. Laros leaps in desperation, but Peekaboo is there to deny F tier in game 1.
They finally find the Cyclone, and Absterge does such a great job in this matchup, landing repentance after repentance, landing Hodge, not afraid to be aggressive in the matchup, keeping Wiz up. Just in general, the move looking very, very solid here in this game. I was doubting it a little bit there at one point. They were going for, in the start, going after Shaz a lot, pressuring him with damage, but then they just kind of opted to just go for CC over and over and over. And at some point, I was like, he's going to have his bubble back, he's going to have his trinket back, and maybe they can actually survive and win this on mana. It was so close that they were able to, but in this position, Shaz's bubble fades. Laros is still very low. The damage is just so high, 31% 100% dampening, and then they get the Hodge, they get the full Cyclone, and then that is it for Laros. Not going to be able to do anything in that position. And honestly, I really like this pick from F tier, bringing in the Warrior Windwalker. Made it look really good. You could see kind of what their win condition was and how they would play to get to that win condition. But I don't know. I feel like the map especially made it very, very difficult. But I could see this kind of working out for them.
Yeah, I think out of all the compositions we've seen so far from them, that they were winning on mana. If they could just keep Laris alive a little bit longer, and again, maybe it comes down to that overlap earlier, where they use the in-range regen and the sacrifice at the same time. If they had been able to stagger those cooldowns, that might have been able to extend the game a little bit longer for them to be able to pull off the win. They're going to a smaller map, which I feel like could be a double-edged sword, as it's going to bring Shaz closer to Peekaboo. I can't imagine the move are going to change. I feel like they're all in on this comp. It's like they're dedicating all their time, all their practice. Peekaboo, I don't know how many shuffle games he has on Feral Druid at this point, but it's a lot, because I think he's over 2,400 now at this point. They're pretty all in, set in stone on, like, this is the comp we need to get good at. We need to win the mirror. We need to beat everybody with this comp. So they're taking the time maybe to think about strat on the small map, because it seemed like it was such a difficult thing for Peekaboo. He's like, do I come back and help WizK, or do I attack the Paladin? At what point should I be doing what? And if he makes the wrong decision at the wrong time, well, sorry, WizK, you're dead. Or, oh, I could have killed Shaz. So it's that assessment that Peekaboo needs to constantly be making throughout the game.
Look at his def log. Damage contributed. WizK 1 mil,
Absturge.
Pika 1.2 mil, Absturge 1.4 mil. These blessings of summer, I mean, it's pretty cold out here in Sweden, but they are definitely looking quite hot here. Absturge adding in some holy shocks in there as well. And I really like how he played that first game. But again, we're going to go to the smallest map in the pool. And I kind of like it. I mean, sure, it's going to be, you know, a fast-paced match, no matter what happens here. And I think the downside is it's going to be a little bit harder for F tier to get to that kind of win condition and still stay
he's
alive.
arms. He went arms warrior.
Oh, he's going arms.
Big boy Laros is going arms warrior here. Demolish time. That thing can hit really hard. It is a serious threat that the move have to be aware of throughout this game. It's going to be this. He's likely going to play a Colossus arms warrior, and he can just channel this demolish that he builds up through his attacks, and it just cracks for insane damage. If he gets a big crit with that during like a Blessing of Summer window, I feel like he could maybe like 60-0, maybe 70-0 WizK if he's not ready for that type of hit. And I feel like F tier, they need that. They need that hard-hitting melee burst to try and get through the defense of the Shadow Priest in this type of matchup. So I want to see Laros line this up, because I know what's possible from this. But in this case, in this situation, they're probably just going to be attacking the Shadow Priest, focusing him down, maybe swapping to Peekaboo a little bit with Sweeping Strikes, of course, because he's also going to get 2-target cleave. He's going to be able to apply Rends to 2 targets, so his cleave damage and overall damage is likely going to go up. They lose a bit of the Mortal Wounds pressure, though, which can definitely help against the Void Leech from the Shadow Priest, so there is a trade-off there. They lose the healing reduction, but they gain access to more cleave damage and burst damage from the Arms Warrior.
Yeah, I kind of like it, the excitement that we're seeing, especially from you, Sid. So it's going to be awesome to see what Laris can do on that Arms Warrior. So it's going to be a little bit more added pressure as well. Like, once they do get that pressure, the Sharpened Blade is going to do a lot of work as well. I guess Wiz is still going to be the main target here, but F tier mixing it up, not afraid to try some new strategies here, because it is a rematch. They already did go 0-3 against the move earlier this week, so I think it makes sense. Make sure that you're exploring all your options, and maybe you think Thunder could work. I feel like it probably wouldn't be on the tables, but maybe if this doesn't work out, we could see that come out from Saul. But for the move, I think for them, this is the most important game in the entire series. Like, this is probably their most important game this entire season, because they played to a point now where if you're up 2-0 and you've beaten multiple comps from F tier, that's when you're starting to feel kind of comfortable. That's when you have like that solid lead, and that's where you're starting to see, okay, we got this, guys. Top 3, it's locked in. But I feel like if they lose to this, then it can get into their heads a little bit. So I feel like for the move, this is going to be their hardest map, and this is going to be something that they potentially haven't really experienced before in this matchup. And yeah, they're going to have to really make it count here. They're going to have to bring their A game. A mistake at this point could potentially cost them, a lot. It could cost them, Gauntlet or the top 3, and it could also cost them who they face in that initial first match if they do make it to the finals, going up against Welcome to the Jung or getting another match against F tier. I know if I'm the move and I'm winning against F tier and I have yet to win a single map against Welcome to the Jung, I know who I'd rather face. So this is such an important game for them.
Such an important tournament in general. This series, getting top 3, definitely that's what you want to do. So, and this is where the move can kind of set up, what are they going to be like for the future? Are they going to actually be a threat, or is Welcome to the Jung just going to be gapping every team by this massive margin and nobody's even coming close? So it's similar to in Europe. Everybody's trying to level up. Everybody's trying to catch up to where Echo is, and in North America, they're trying to catch up to where Welcome to the Jung is. A lot of them are doing it in their own unique ways. A lot of them are trying to chase the meta a little bit. It's interesting that in Europe, we see the meta of chasing kind of being like the Feral Mage, but in North America, it's the Feral and the Shadow Priest. There's always a little bit of a difference between North America and Europe. I'm interested to see how that evolves as well moving forward past this into the finals, given the new patch and all the changes that are coming along with that, and likely other changes after this week's round of changes moving forward for that tournament. It's going to be an amazing final. Right now the teams they're just getting ready to jump into this. F tier want to bring in some big burst damage. They want to get in the face of the move. They want to try and find some massive critical strikes with that Colossus Arms Warrior, but if they can't, the move are going to look strong. I just don't know how they can maybe protect Laros more. I wanted to see the gear, because I think in the past Dorito had been playing some interesting embellishments, and I want to know if he's still playing. I don't know if it even shows embellishment. Now he's not playing it. I think at one point he was playing the embellishment where you like swap some of your health to it's like a healer embellishment, but he was taking it because Windwalkers healed themselves for quite a lot, so he can kind of like give some of his health to an ally. And I was wondering if maybe he was possibly doing that, but it looks like he's not doing that. He's sticking in with the Ascendants.
It looks like they're doing a admin ruling, and that's why there's a little bit of a delay. It looks like there's a admin ruling spec. So we're not sure. He might be Fury, he might be Arms. It depends on the admin ruling. Basically, he locked in Arms, but he wants to play Fury, so maybe he locked in the wrong thing here, or he changed his mind. But it's confirmed he will be playing Arms Warrior. So wonder how that's gonna affect the series. If you're having second thoughts on that as well.
I didn't mean
you're
to
like,
be
I
Arms.
play this. Actually, no.
Yeah, but what if it works out, though?
That was a mistake. I mean,
if it works out, you're like, man, I'm glad that this is in the rulings.
He's like, oh, thanks, admins. So, yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. But I feel like if I was in Laris' shoes, maybe I wouldn't be feeling too confident, or maybe it would fire me up a little bit to just try and make it work extra hard. But we'll see here. F tier, they are, facing elimination here in this tournament. So if they lose here, they are going to be out. No more points for them to be gained. But I think that their second place is locked in no matter what happens. So it's not the end of the world, but they have a chance here to be gatekeeping the move and, bringing Liquid into that top 3, or keeping Liquid in that top 3. We'll see what happens here. Finally, the game is underway. The move versus F tier. And if you are a member of the move, now is the time to let it be known, because they need it. This is everything on the line for them. The entire season rests on this series right here.
All right, I think he wanted to be Fury, but now he says he stuck his arms. He's got to make it work here. Colossus Arms Warrior, similar to Blizzo in Europe, Laros and Blizzo, trying to make the Warriors have a spot in the current meta. Is he going to be able to fight against the tide of the re-rollers and manage to put some points on the board for his team right here? They absolutely need him to deliver. He's got to get some really big crits in this type of matchup if they are going to come out ahead, but Peekaboo's already intercepting, stuns over onto Laros. He dodges the leg sweep. Now they're double feared. Peekaboo is swapping to the healer, but Dorito's on his tail right now, looking to punish Peekaboo for going after the Paladin. They make a big swap. Peekaboo sees it coming. He's in bear form, retreating away while WizK is rotting them down. That Entropic Rift is getting larger and larger. Laros manages to avoid the big hit right there, but he's just taking so much damage. It's the dive of the sword. The Demolish gets bark skinned and basically does no damage, and being down your dive of the sword this early on is going to be rough for Laros.
Yeah, that Demolish looking more like a tickle at this point, and Peekaboo is just going to be walking that off. And Whiskey is doing a good job just kiting away. Look at Absterge here, going for nice spear hand strike there on the Repentance. Absterge was fishing for it, but Whiskey finds the follow-up here. They find the trinket sacrifice there from Chaz, and now Laros making his way back onto Whiskey. They need pressure on the side of F tier. They're bleeding cooldowns at this point. Peekaboo is just doing a good job staying away from the fight. He doesn't want to get double leg sweep, but Dorito manages to find it. Peekaboo forced to trade out his trinket. Heart of the Wild here because he doesn't have that bark skin, so early trade coming out from Peekaboo as he is in bear form, and the frenzied region is good, but Absterge still sitting through crowd control. Whiskey also taking a lot of damage. The Shadow Crash connects, reapplying some of his dots there for the Shadow Priest. Nice whirling dragon punch coming out from Dorito, and now Shaz caught up in the Hammer of Justice. The full Repentance gets loaded up. Oh my god, that Ring of Peace is absolutely beautiful, shutting down Absterge in that position, but we got Whiskey swarming Chaz on one side and Absterge on the other side, looking for the full fear, not able to find it just yet. Whiskey actually still doesn't have it back up yet, so maybe just trying to zone Chaz there for a second, but here's the Demolish. Immediate Blessing of Protection there. Nice reflex from Absterge as they look to swap to Whiskey on the side of F tier.
Yeah, Bladestorm coming through right after the Blessing of Protection, though, so if that Demolish can bait a cooldown and then Dorito can come in with something, or Laris can come in with a Bladestorm, it's going to create an opening. It's not only just a threat itself, it can just force cooldowns, but another go on Laris. Here's a trinket, died by the sword. He's popping up Victory Rush, Spell Reflecting Desperation, but that Entropic Rift, he charges away from the Entropic Rift. He needs to dodge it. He went right back into it, taking a huge hit of damage, and oh my god, the Mind Flays are just channeled from Whiskey. He's forced to retreat back behind the pillar. Shaz is rooted, trying to get to his side and get him restabilized here. He's very worried about a Siphene, so he wants the pillar to line of sight. Now that he's recovered, he's charging forward. Shaz is chasing down Absterge, looking for crowd control, but he gets forced away by Peekaboo as he's silenced and bashed. Absterge is looking for Repentance. He gets paralyzed. Laris jumps over. They make a big swap onto Peekaboo. Demolish, but Absterge just immediately sacrifices and makes it do 0 damage, not even a dent towards Peekaboo, and that Entropic Rift is stacking up. Laros charges away from it. He needs to dodge it. It's about to go off. Another huge hit onto Laros, and everyone is dying on F tier. They get a fear onto Peekaboo with no trinket. Shaz has Avenging Wrap, and now he gets feared. Luckily, it's going to break to the dots, and Shaz manages to pull his team back from the brink.
That was a heavy healing situation here for Shaz, but he manages to recover. The next Demolish could be big here for Laros. They're going after Whiskey. Whiskey, what is he going to do here? But actually, it's going to be Laros caught up in a stun. Nice bop there coming out from Shaz, but look at Absterge. He's going for the Repentance, and he finds it. Laros, that might just be the game here. No, Shaz, he's going to trade out the Divine Shield in time and manage to save him, but this is not looking good. They massive spell the bubble. There's the Silence. There's the full Cyclone. The fear on the trinket coming out, and the move manages to clean it up here beautifully at the end of that match. That was an insane CC chain. They get the Repentance onto Chaz. He bubbles out of that one. They massive spell the bubble. They drop the Silence. They follow up the Silence with a Cyclone. Chaz trinkets the Cyclone. They fear his trinket, and they just go through his entire spell book and win the game.
Okay, the move, man. They want Liquid spot. Liquid right now, they're currently top 3 on points, which means they would auto-qualify into the War Within finals. But if the move win this series, they take their spot, I think, by something like 8 points. They just have to win one more game, and they take their top 3 position. But this crowd control chain was wild. The pressure was wild. And honestly, F tier, they just didn't get any pressure, really, throughout this game.
Yeah, that was insane. So they Hodge rep Chaz right there. Then they silence him, and then Peekaboo gets the Cyclone. He trinkets, and then Wiz fears his trinket right there. That was beautiful. I'm actually surprised that Master Spell hits Chaz, though. Can we see that one more time here at the beginning of the replay? I don't actually know how that hit. So Chaz, look at him. Here it comes Absterge. Hodge into a rep, I believe, right there. So Hodge, rep, and then look at Wiz. How does he actually hit this Master Spell? Because, like, look, that is... How did that hit? That was it doesn't even look like it was on him, but yeah, he hits it. Then he gets a Silence, Cyclone, Trinket, Fear on the Trinket, done. Game is over. Really, really excellent push there from the move. Even when they're playing this Feral Shadow Priest, they're managing to find these kind of clutch plays, you know, that we expect to see them on things like the RPS, where they're just like going through multiple defensives and just staying ahead of the cooldown trade beautifully. So really nice exchange there. And the move now just one away here from qualifying as the 3rd position team. No Team Liquid are sitting somewhere right now watching this and sweating.
Yeah, Liquid, they're praying that F tier can come up with something to be able to reverse sweep this. I don't think it's going to be the Arms Warrior, though. His damage is just... it's not going to be good enough. He's not applying enough pressure, and he's too squishy. It's like both. It's two-pronged problem. His defense is limited. His damage is not high enough. It's just not there. It seems like, unfortunately, I was really getting excited. I thought the Colossus Demolish was going to get some work done here, but Absterge had some really clutch preemptive bops at some times. Maybe those Demolishes would have hit really hard, but then there were other times where he'd do it into like a bark skin, and it would be like, it looked like he was flicking him with his finger as opposed to chopping him with an axe or something. It was not very impressive, unfortunately, for Laros on the Arms Warrior. Just not going to be fitting into the current meta at the moment for him. The Fury Warrior definitely looked a lot better. So moving into match point, do they go back to the bread and butter? Do they bring back Saul on Ellie, play Windwalker, or do they bring back in Laros on Fury? Because obviously if he didn't mean to lock that in, then yeah, okay, so we don't need to ask that question. They're just immediately getting back into this. F tier know that this could be a long series, so they probably just want to get into this as fast as possible, because they're going to be fighting, if they manage to reverse sweep this, they're going to be fighting Feral Druids probably for the rest of the day, so they got to get their games in. They can't get fatigued by it. They have to continue to play as well as they did in game number 1, because game 1 was their best game, I'd say, out of all the games they've had against this composition last week and this week. Game 1 was F tier's best game, so they've set themselves up for the same comp, but they went to a big map instead of a small map this time.
Yeah, so I kind of like that, because it's just such a hard position, right? Because you need the small map to get the uptime, and then also to be able to kind of duck in and out like that. But on the small map, your Paladin is just getting swarmed by CC. All of a sudden, fear becomes just such a real possibility. You know, we saw it multiple times during the game where Absterge goes for the Hammer of Justice, he's going for the Repentance, they shut down Repentance, but then Wiz is there with the Silence, ducks around the corner on the other side and manages to get the Fear. And it's just so hard on these smaller maps for the Paladin to actually avoid the situation in terms of crowd control. So I think that the large map makes sense. You defensively, your win condition is stay alive and pummel WizK. Eventually, your Mortal Strike effect, all of that cleave damage, all of the, you know, like 2 melee on a caster damage is going to start adding up. WizK's self-healing is going to get weaker as the game goes on, and you're going to be able to win on mana. That is at least how it looked on Nagrand. So for F tier, I think playing to that win condition is a little bit easier, but the problem with the large map is WizK is just going to drag your melees to, you know, really, really far away, and that's going to force Chaz to have to chase them and run out in the open, and that's where he becomes susceptible to things like a swap or you know, a crowd control chain.
All right, if you're a Move fan, let's see it in the chat. If you're a Liquid fan, even though they're not here in the top 8, you better be cheering for F tier, because if F tier win this, the Move won't take their spot, and Liquid will be guaranteed in the War Within Season 1 Finals top 3. So this is a big game for the Move. Peekaboo's been putting in so many reps on this Feral Druid. He's starting game 3 off well with a stun into a Cyclone, targeting down Laros. He's taking so much damage. He's trying to be greedy. They get through it, but Repentance, Absterge has been stepping it up with the control throughout this entire series. It's so much damage. He's dying through his enraged region. They clone him low. Peekaboo, Absterge, and WizK are just tearing them apart. They try and set something up on Peekaboo. He wild charges away. He's back into bear form, tanking the damage. WizK will be free casting if they go after Peekaboo too long. He's kind of baiting them, taunting them in cat form. They catch him with the Storm Bolt, pop the Storm Earth and Fire, Whirling Dragon punch him into the air, but I think they've realized they can't leave WizK open this long. But a nice Shaz pre-sacrifices Absterge's Repentance, breaking it, but with redirected damage. But Peekaboo's there for follow-up and gets a Cyclone. Laros is still the target. He pre-Blade Storms the stun. He knows that Peekaboo wants to stun him when Shaz is crowd controlled, so he saved that, immunes the stun, and now he's getting pressure onto Peekaboo. Nice turnaround. He grips him, but they reconnect. He's going to restabilize with the Heart of the Wild. Laros is trying to make some plays with what he can on that Fury Warrior, but it seems like every setup, they fall one major cooldown behind.
Yeah, but Peekaboo is still a little bit in trouble here. Had to activate the Heart of the Wild there, and the renewal there as well, actually. People looking for Chaz, chasing him around the corner. Chaz is just trying to stay away. He realizes, hey, I don't have a trinket right now. I don't have my sacrifice. I'm going to have to trade out something. WizK actually starts off the CC chain with a disarm into a silence. Peekaboo, can he find the follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Absterge, though, is charging in. Beautiful Repentance, beautiful. Oh, my God, that Cyclone onto Dorito as well. And now Laros, what is he going to do? They trade out the Divine Shield. They trade out the lay on hands. They trade out so many big cooldowns to keep Laros alive in that position. Peekaboo getting offensive bopped out of a stun there as well. And Laros is getting chomped and chomped. Absurge looking for the fake cast, not able to find it on that Repentance. Gets caught up in a leg sweep instead. Whiskey going for a master spell. Celestial Conduit onto Peekaboo. Sacrifice is traded onto him from Absturge. Now they're going to swap back to Whiskey on the side of F tier. They're trying to get some pressure. They know we have no cooldowns left. We need pressure to be able to stay alive. And look at Absturge. He's just chasing Chaz around that corner, trying to find the stun. He finds the Hammer of Justice. He go for the Repentance. He manages to get the Repentance as well, but it looks like it broke there to something, but the silence is there to follow it up. Big damage onto Laros. Whiskey's in the back line with a Siphon. Oh my god, that Siphon has the longest range I've ever seen in my life. It's still hitting Laros there in the back line, but somehow Chaz manages to recover.
All right, Laros, another Entropic Rift, fully channeled Void Torrent. They're trying to go after Peekaboo. They're trying to take him down, but they can't even scratch the surface of his health bar at the moment, and that Rift is massive into the full maim stun. Big explosion, multiple Void Tendies. Absurge is charging in, hammers down. Shaz is rotting to redirect the damage. They get the leg suit to try and turn it around on Peekaboo. As long as Peekaboo isn't greedy here, he should be able to walk this off. He's going to pop Renewal in bear form, pull away, take some damage while his partners are in crowd control, but he goes into Cat again right during a critical moment. He has to trade Survival Instincts as well. Now they're switching their pressure, but clones are coming through. He gets one on Dorito. Now he's charging in, getting bleeds back up onto Laros, getting ready for the next attack. Full maim stun. Another Rift out from Whiskey. And how is Laros going to survive this? The silence on the Shaz. He trinkets the silence, but now he's vulnerable to other crowd controls. And he gets cycloned low health by Peekaboo. He can't recover him immediately here. Shaz has to time a big heal right now. He gets it. He hits the timing, but now he's into a stun. Laros charges over to force Peekaboo away, but there's another Psyfiend. Laros has to line of sight. He line of sights the Psyfiend, but Peekaboo is going clone crazy. Dorito in a clone. Shaz in a rep. Peekaboo gets kicked by Dorito as he trinkets to assist, but hammers down. Full fear from Whiskey, and Peekaboo is tearing in, but a double leg sweep bop. Maybe they can turn this around. It looks like Absurge is immediately responding to this, though. Bladestorm comes through, and Laros is just rotting. He's just rotting down. It's still so much damage coming out of the move right now. They want Liquid's top 3 position more than ever.
Yeah, and they are so close to doing it right now. The move is finally just pushing in, getting the dots now onto Chaz, actually. It looks like they might be setting up for potentially a swap to Chaz. There is an opening there. Absurge gets caught up in a Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo, finally, without any cooldowns, could be in a lot of trouble here, but Whiskey and Absurge still have something to respond with. Absurge charging in, baits the sacrifice there in that exchange, but they're going to Hammer of Justice him, and here's the swap to Chaz, potentially. Peekaboo gets over there, looking for the damage. They find it. Beautiful intervene from Laros. It's not going to be enough, I think. Chaz on his last leg, trying to wrap around the corner, manages to survive with the Dwarf Racial. Absolutely insane that he survives that situation. Chaz keeps F tier in the fight for one more push.
Oh, paralyzed on Absurge. He's being greedy. He's not tricking. He bops, but he bops into a Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo needs to get a clone here. He's trying to Shattering Throw. Laros pops the bop, and F tier out of nowhere almost dropped Peekaboo. Whiskey's there with the Void Shift. He doesn't panic. He holds his resolve, but Absurge gets another Repentance. Laros has his Enraged Regen. He's trying to stay aggressive with it, but he gets knocked away. The Rift is down. Peekaboo's retreating. He can't get to a target. Laros is just dying in the middle of the map right now. Whiskey's free casting. Peekaboo's back in cat form, loading up full bleeds onto Laros. Dorito is rotting. Shaz is trying to pull off a miracle right now. He dispels the dots, trying to keep his team on target, trying to finish Peekaboo. There's no bot for 15 seconds. Peekaboo's taking tremendous damage. Absurge clutches out some Holy Lights. Peekaboo's looking for a clone. They charge forward. Whirling Dragon Punch. He's in the air. Shaz is in a position where he's vulnerable, but he's trying to lead the team to victory. He charges forward. Hammers down onto Absurge. Clash to pull Whiskey in, but there's no leg sweep, it seems, at this point for Dorito, but maybe it doesn't matter. They're killing him through sacrifice. Absurge is actually almost out of mana. F tier may have just pulled off an insane miracle on match point here, but no, a full rep. Shaz bubbles it, but it's so high on dampening at this point. Can he heal him? He MDs the bubble again into a full fear, but they get the triple stun. Peekaboo trinkets out. Can they close it out with this fear? They paralyze the Shadow Priest. Laros is doing whatever he can to stay alive right now. Bloodthirst after Bloodthirst, trying to heal up. Bop comes up in 1 second. Shaz has a bop. He pops Laros, and he's at 10%. How are F tier doing this?
I have no idea. They're leading on mana. They might have been able to pull it off here. Peekaboo is running for the hills, ducking away in bear form. He's so low. Absurge line of sights him there for just a moment. Was looking for a drink there potentially. He manages to recover Peekaboo, but now he's caught up in the Stormbolt. Whiskey trying to carry the team onto his shoulders. He gets a full fear. Laros, what is he going to do? The pre-sack is good, but it's not enough. And it is going to be the move that qualifies as the 3rd seed in North America. They take F tier down, and they manage to win the series. Absolutely insane. how did that not break the fear on the sacrifice at the end? I actually thought that he got it off preemptively and it was going to be enough maybe to perform one final miracle there for Shaz, but didn't look like it. And yeah, Laros actually does go down there. Oh, I think it was, wait, what happened here? Yeah, no, I think he did pre-sack it here right at the end. So he bops him here. Then Laris goes back in, and they start hunting down Peekaboo. They manage to get good pressure. Nice Ursults there actually on the charge. Beautiful stops coming out with the Ring of Peace there as well. And then WizK gets that last push, and Laros at that point, he just cracks to the pressure. But I'm pretty sure Shaz pre-sacked it. So so they get the silent or the psychic horror, and then they paralyze. And there's he gets the sack off, but it's just not breaking to the sack damage right there. It breaks right at the end, and he dies. So that's very unfortunate for F tier, but still they fought absolutely valiantly. I would say Laros, he represented all the warriors across the world very well.
Yeah, he's letting out his battle cry right now for all the warriors in North America and Europe. It's a hard ride right now as a warrior, and he's going to be top 3. He got in there. He's going to be top 3 for the finals. So at least he has that. And obviously there's going to be some changes coming through. So Warriors have been getting nerfed seemingly every patch, though. So I don't know if it's going to get better for him. Maybe that'll change. But they do get top 3. The Move take Liquid's spot, too. Liquid are destroyed by that one. This entire season on the line. And now the Move, they just keep getting a chance to keep proving themselves here in this final cup.
Yeah, they certainly do. Team Liquid, they did not make it to, Saturday's games, and they had to sit and watch that series knowing the fate that was possible, and they just saw their dreams crushed by the Move with that 3-0. They made that look easy. I've got to apologize as well to them with my prediction. F tier, they definitely put up a good fight, but yeah, I think the nice timing production. The Move, they proved me wrong, and I'm happy to be proven wrong as well. So they're going to be moving forward in the bracket, and they're going to be up against Mentally Damp for this next series. We've got the updated standings right now. There it is, the Move in 3rd place with Liquid following closely behind Zico.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to feel good for the Move managing to pull it together. They had a rough start to the season. There was, Absturge was sick. They were attending weddings. They were doing all kinds of stuff, playing on laptops and things like that. But then they pulled it together here for these last 2 cups. They made some deep runs happen, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket final. I mean, they could still make some moves here in that lower bracket and potentially continue to go further. I mean, ideally, if you are the Move, you want to go and get that rematch against Welcome to the Jung and at least take some games off of them, because at this point, they haven't even taken one singular map against them. And here are the tweets. Yay. We have squeezed into top 3 and qualified for the AWC finals next month. No gauntlet from Absturge.
I'm glad Absturge is, finally having a dub. The first couple of cups he was traveling, and then he was sick, and now he's got this result. So yeah, they certainly deserve it after the season they have had. But now they got to fight Mentally Damp. This is another strong team. They did fall to Welcome to the Jung earlier on, Supatees, but do you think that Mentally Damp is up to the challenge that the Move is going to bring to the table?
I think all they did was get better at the matchup. Even though they might have lost all 3 games, they're getting better at the matchup. And let's be real, Welcome to the Jung, I think, are playing the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin at the highest level. So Mentally Damp, I think, are in a good spot to at least take some games, but I feel like the Move also really want to prove something. So I'm leaning still a little bit more towards the Move right now.
Yeah, Mentally Damp, the Move, they're just like, okay, let's not think about it. Let's not think about the fact that if we win this one, we go to Welcome to the Jung. We're just going to think about this next up series and try and focus on one thing at a time. So we're going to head to a break. It's Mentally Damp versus the Move coming up next. But before we do that, we are going to play a game of Spell Guesser. We haven't had a lot of these this weekend. You guys feeling good about your knowledge, your spell knowledge here?
Hopefully. They're going to
Yeah, they were getting tricky. Like last time, there was this code going on. There was,
I know.
It was tough. But
next time there's a code, I'm entering that as soon as I see it. Anytime I don't understand what's going on, it's hieroglyphics. I'm just leaving Battle.net open. And
you were the one that redeemed it, Sid. Okay. All right. Requires level 39. 2 charges and blank. The ally blank 20% is blank by 0. Something 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
Could be, yeah. It's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
That looks like a 1. That's not a lot of spot for room for another number.
Ooh.
No, it's
Detective
definitely
Aya. Detective Aya, get your magnifying glass.
Oh,
Zoom
yeah,
in on that.
okay,
Zoom in on
okay.
that.
I
Zoom in on
think
that
I can
blur.
see what's behind that blur. Is not that blurry. I feel like I can see the number. I think it's 40 seconds. I think, yeah.
We need to get
I don't know. What's something that has 2 charges and something on an ally, 20%, and then I guess the cooldown is reduced
Safeguard, I think.
by
10
I think
seconds.
it's safeguard. Requires 39.
It's a PP talent.
Purification. What is that? That's double dispel, right?
So, yeah, dispel's 2
the
charges.
dispel has 2 charges.
But it only heals for
Dispel-
8%, I think. Or it's lower than 20.
Yeah.
The amount that it heals by is lower than 20. What is Protector of the Frail?
That sounds like druid territory. That should be you.
This is another new tooltip I don't know. They're like, because the Trank Shield used to be Keeper of the Grove, and then they're like, this is a hero talent now, so we need to rename it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you did that. Fortified
I
Bark,
feel-
too, is...
I feel like safeguard is 20%, right?
Yeah, so
There
it's not
is a talent to
purification.
make. Oh, it's definitely
It
not,
increases its cooldown also when you respec Safeguard. So that's what the increased cooldown
Yeah.
is. Increases it by a certain
Yeah.
amount of time. So I think it's
yeah.
Safeguard. Because Fortified Bark
I
makes
feel-
it... There's no double Iron Bark talent. So I don't even know what
Yeah.
Fortified Bark is. But if it had anything to do with double Iron Bark, I don't think it does. And the Protector of the Frail is probably some passive on a hero talent tree, which is like maybe it randomly could be that. But I'm thinking it's Safeguard.
I feel like
Safeguard.
it's between Protector of the Frail and Safeguard, and I feel like Safeguard makes more sense because you can get double charges, you can 20%. I'm looking in Safeguard.
Listen, we learned that we gotta stick with our heart, and you guys thought it was Safeguard initially, so I think you should stick with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're locking in Safeguard.
Sid, you Safeguard as well?
I already locked that in like 20
All right.
seconds ago.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're confident. Okay, Safeguard it is. Let's see. Oh.
Yeah.
A new transition.
Yeah.
Nice.
Confused for a second. Okay. Safeguard it is. Let's see if we can get the icon correct. And who spells it anyways? Okay.
I want to say A.
Wait, really?
I want to say A or D.
Right, really? My initial reaction was it's C or B.
No, I think it's brighter color.
Is it?
The middle ones look bitter. Like, I don't know. I was pretty sure it's a brighter
You look
color.
kind of dead.
They look bitter.
Bitter.
I don't know. Like, one of them looks like a fresh peanut, and then the other one looks like it's been left out for too long or
I
something.
feel-
What?
I feel like A and D look like they've been out in the sun too much. Is it actually that bronze?
I swear it's that bronze. And the blue is that
That's
bright,
right to
too.
me.
Yeah, the blue looks.
I don't
you're
know
right
how
about
many
the
How many
Blues it
dots
has.
though? How many dots? Yeah. Is
We
it?
need
Is
to-
it?
we
And
should
also,
split
is
our
it
bet
dots
here.
with the little
I think it's
lines,
D.
or is it? You think it's
Your
D?
guy's
actually think
telling
it's
you.
D.
Do you think it's easier to erase bumps or add bumps? Like,
Erase.
do any of the bumps look like they copy pasted them? They don't, right? They look like unique bumps, I think. You think they would have
do.
turned the bump? I think it's D now because
Let's
the bumps
see.
look unique.
Yeah, I feel like D looks the one. D to me is the one that looks the best.
Okay.
For me, I would
erasing
say
the bumps
the
is
blue.
easy.
Hold on.
The blue on the D looks right. The
Oh, there's
bumps,
a line on A too.
Wait.
There's lines in the D.
Guys, I'm about to big brain this. Ready? Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Look.
yeah.
Okay. You see an A? See the line right there? On the left,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
leftmost bottom corner.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see that spot on all of the other ones?
No.
It looks like someone took a brush tool and copied it and
Erased it.
masked it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying right now?
Oh, you mean mask
see
the
that?
line?
Yeah. And duplicated it. I see it. I see the brush strokes.
So you think it's lines versus bumps? Is there 3 lines or 3 bumps? Because look at the lines at the top of it.
I think
3
someone
lines or 3
erased that
bumps?
line. I am sus.
I feel like my initial reaction is C, but Sid, you've convinced me that the bronzeness of the color, like the shield is more tanned. The shield has been out in the sun a little bit longer, and if that's true, then I feel like D looks more natural than A. So I'm going with D, but if it ends up being C, Sid, I will
saying
be
A. I'm saying
moderately disappointed.
I'm going
Going
A.
with
Okay,
A.
we're okay.
Yep.
All right, I'm locking in D.
Okay. Let's see it.
If it ends up being C, what's gonna happen, Zico? Oh my
I
god,
would be
it's
moderately
from the
disappointed.
see.
It's from the middle.
Oh! My microscope coming in clutch, guys.
I got
I'm telling you. Look at this. No one can
Nice.
defeat. No one can. No one is more powerful.
No one can
than
defeat
the-
Bubble Zaya.
No. Okay. All right. Anyways,
Nice.
we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is Mentally Damp versus The Move coming up next. back, everyone. If you are just now tuning in, we have had an incredible change of events here. The move beating F tier means that they secured their spot in the top 3, knocking out Team Liquid. Now here they are, still in the lower bracket, facing off against Mentally Damp. Mentally Damp kind of just playing for better seeding in the gauntlet, Zico.
Yeah, the move, they're feeling great right now. Mentally Damp, they just had a brutal defeat in that upper bracket. The move, they are just feeling ecstatic at this point. They just won. They managed to get their top 3 locked in, and they just had that nice 3-0 series against F tier. So I think the move, they're gonna have a lot of momentum heading into the series.
Definitely, and I've learned my lesson. I am not voting against the move. We had our predictions sent in for this one, and unfortunately, I think wow, we're pretty close. Okay, Super T's is the only one that slightly differs, but we're all on the side of the move. But Mentally Damp, I think there's a reason why we still have some games then on the side of Mentally Damp. This is a team that is ramped up, especially over the course of the weekend, and we've seen a pretty good series from them. From Welcome to the Jung, I know that they lost 0-3. But the games themselves, they put up a good fight.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, at this point against this composition, I'm pretty sure Mentally Damp is about 1-1 in terms of overall, matchups. So this is definitely a matchup that they can win. We know Welcome to the Jung, they play the Feral Shadow Priest Paladin at such an incredibly high level. We'll see if the move is going to be able to put up the same fight. I kind of reckon that they will be able to. They looked really good in that last series, and it seems like the move is kind of powering up. That being said, Mentally Damp, they don't have to play Dopamine on the mage. We mentioned it, Dopamine can play lots of different things. So if he wants to, he could maybe go on the Shadow Priest, go into potential mirror match, and that might be Mentally Damp style line to victory.
All right, we'll see if that plan works for them. We're heading into the game shortly now. Mentally Damp versus the move. They're facing off here in the lower bracket. Winner of this one moves on to face off against Welcome to the Jung for the 4th and final Championship Sunday before heading into the finals for season number 1. It's game number 1 now. Mentally Damp versus the move.
Let's go, and we are going to see Dopamine tagged in on the mage, at least for this game number 1. The move going to be leading with the Feral Shadow Priest Paladin once again, and we'll see if they can kind of do what Welcome to the Jung was able to do in that earlier upper bracket game against Mentally Damp. But we're going to see Dopamine just charging in here. Absturge sitting in the starting room here. They're going to be repositioning to the pillar, and Whiskey looks like he's going to be the target here for just a moment. Both Feral Druids sitting in stealth. Whoever opens first will be opened on by the other Feral Druid, so they're trying to avoid that. But Peekaboo, he's had enough. He's going to be opening up onto Dopamine, but Bleeds taking his time here, maybe looking for an Absturge opener, and he will be opening up onto Absturge, targeting the Paladin. Beautiful Vortex though on the blink of Dopamine, but look at the damage onto Absturge, already taking so much heat, but actually greeting every cooldown in the game, and it pays off.
I can't believe Absturge, greedy, but oh no! The full polymorph is going to break to the water elemental, sabotaging Dopamine there. Here comes the Siphene, dropped out by Whiskey, getting a lot of damage rolling onto Dopamine. It looks like he will snipe it off, and now it's going to be Peekaboo under fire. Cyclone lands here onto Absurge, but it looks like they're going to be able to survive. An offensive Cyclone coming in here from Bleeds, just trying to slow down the damage, pause Peekaboo's health low during the Barkskin, getting damage rolling onto Whiskey. Now he's Cyclone, and Bleeds is really doing a phenomenal job landing these early Cyclones.
Nice kick there on the ice wall of Dopamine. Could have been a deadly situation. MGXO taking a lot of crowd control here. Whiskey going for the DR fear there as well. Absurge looking for potentially a repentance. He gets a Hammer of Justice. He repositions. Is he going to go for the rep there? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. Dopamine still taking a lot of pressure, but Peekaboo gets Cyclone, and Dopamine will recover with that Tears Deliverance being cast. But look at Absurge. He's trying to interrupt MGXO on that cast, and Bleeds, meanwhile, is taking a lot of damage here. Bleeds, what is he going to do here with MGXO? Or with Absurge sitting at Polymorph, still not able to recover fully here as he gets swapped to as well. Absurge finally with a full row of Bleeds onto him as well, and both of these teams trying to cleave each other, but I feel like it's going more in favor of the move. Nice bop there on that stun onto Peekaboo to keep him free, and now another Hammer of Justice onto MGXO. They're looking for the Cyclone. Peekaboo manages to find it, and Bleeds could be in a lot of trouble here, but he's going to be kiting a little bit and manages to activate the renewal to recover for just a moment.
Yeah, looks like he's just kiting around, avoiding a lot of incoming damage. In the meantime, Dopamine is getting destroyed here by Peekaboo. Bleeds needs to back him up. Dragon's Breath into a Maim Stun, and this is going to be the Icy Veins here shortly for Dopamine. Peekaboo could fall. Ray of Frost gets channeled out, but Dopamine, he holds on to his Icy Veins, so doesn't combo them together. Now, finally pulling the trigger here with this Icy Veins, and Peekaboo could easily fall. Cyclone on Absurge, beautiful Ice Wall, and Peekaboo is so low. Absurge gets there in the nick of time and tops him off. Now it's going to be the move looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Dopamine could be forced into the Ice Cube here, dropping very low, but the sacrifice might be enough to block it for just a moment. MGXO trying to fake us the interrupt, but Bleeds is rotting down, has a full bash onto MGXO. Nice mass barrier there from Dopamine, just pausing the damage for a second, and he's teeing off right now with the Icy Veins onto Peekaboo, trying to reverse the pressure, but WizK is doing so much work right now for the move, getting dots onto everything, just rotting them down. Dopamine now finally going to be popping the Frozen Orb, looking for some Ice Lance damage, but unfortunately he procs a Frostbite onto Peekaboo, so his knock is not going to work there. Nice alter time, just pausing the damage there for a second as he continues to kite Peekaboo out in the open field, but WizK getting counterspell there. It's going to slow down his damage for a second. Dopamine looks for the polymorph, able to find it onto WizK, not able to find one onto Absturge though, which would have been the ideal target. Actually does manage to find it, but it is overlap, but Bleeds once again taking so much damage. Nice pre-bear form though on the stun, but Dopamine rotting down, could be his ice block, but once again a big heal coming out from MGXO, trying to recover his entire team, and he's able to do so.
Yeah, Icy Veins in 40 seconds. Basically, the way this matchup works is the move, they're going to be pulling ahead while Icy Veins is on cooldown. And when Icy Veins is off cooldown, that's when Dopamine really can kind of push through and get a bunch of defensive cooldowns out of the way. Bash on the Bleeds, Maim Stun onto Dopamine. MGXO looking to avoid Absurge at all costs. He doesn't manage to, and they find a full polymorph. Big damage here on Peekaboo. He's trying to find a Cyclone of his own, but unfortunately for Bleeds, he's not able to find it. Absurge with the beautiful interrupt at the same time. Hammer of Justice here onto MGXO into a full repentance. Absurge making absolutely beautiful plays. Peekaboo gets the Cyclone on Bleeds. Full fear on MGXO, and Bleeds could easily fall. Divine Shield trades, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. That's a Blessing of Protection. It gets ripped off immediately there by WizK, but massive defensive cooldown overlap. However, mentally damp, they're not out of it yet. Full Hammer of Justice on Absurge. They're getting the pressure on Peekaboo.
Nice pre-sack right there on the polymorph. Absurge also walking into the Frozen Orb here. Really doesn't want to get crowd controlled in that position. Peekaboo is taking a lot of damage though. Absurge might have to use his Divine Shield here as he's taking a lot of pressure from that redirect damage, but they swap to MGXO. Huge swap coming out from the move. They're going for the kill. Can they take him down? The bop is good here for MGXO. It might be enough to stabilize him, but Peekaboo now could be in trouble. Nice double fear coming out from WizK. He gets polymorph to pause the damage for a second, but Bleeds is rotting down, and the move might be able to take him down so low. The Frenzied Region, I can't believe it. I really thought he was going to go down there, but now Peekaboo in trouble. Beautiful bop there on the stun, and Dopamine is going to get interrupted there for a second on his Ray of Frost. Nice Tears Deliverance being casted by MGXO, and he managed to pull his team together one more time.
Yeah, Bleeds going for it, trying to slow down the Cyclone. MGXO is forced to trade out his Trinket. Dopamine is low on health. WizK going on a solo mission. This could easily be the ice block here for Dopamine, but he is greeting it, looking for the Ring of Frost, looking for the Ring of Fire. Big damage incoming. Ice Wall might get channeled out. He manages to find it. He's trying to just escape WizK, but his health is going nowhere but down. At the same time, Bleeds is just rotting out. Peekaboo looking to make a push and gets the full Maim. Repentance on MGXO. The move looking to claim game number one, but Bleeds in bear form and defiantly going to escape. He does have defensive cooldowns. I think Mentally Damp should be able to hold on. And all of a sudden, Peekaboo's the one on trouble.
Yeah, Absurge sitting through a polymorph here, potentially out of that Cyclone. Peekaboo in pre-bear form, though, doing a good job. They still have the Void Shift on WizK. They might need to pull it, but he gets counterspelled for a moment. He's not able to activate it, but Heart of the Wild is available for Peekaboo. He's going to pull the trigger on that immediately. Absurge still sitting through a lot of crowd control. Triple DR poly, double DR Cyclones there as well, but Peekaboo is able to stay alive for now. Bash now onto Absurge as well. The crowd control is never ending. The Ray of Frost gets channeled out, but they managed to stop it there from Dopamine. Now the Icy Veins for Dopamine, huge damage. MGXO though in a Cyclone. Dopamine and trying to get the damage off onto Peekaboo here, but Peekaboo is doing a great job stopping it. Bleeds now in huge trouble. There's the full Repentance, full Cyclone. That has to be it. The mass barrier coming out from Dopamine manages to save the day, and now he's teeing off onto Peekaboo with that Icy Veins the last couple of seconds, making them count here in this game. Number one, Bleeds gets the sacrifice, and he will recover one more time. MGXO really pulling miracles, but now they swap to him. He's gonna have to Trinket out of that that rake stun as they swap to bleeds once again with a maim stun. Big damage coming out from Peekaboo and Whiskey. They might be able to take him down right now, but it ducks into bear form, manages to recover with the renewal, the frenzied region. Here comes the incarnation of bleeds. Peekaboo in huge trouble, can just die. He's going to die, both of them maybe, but Wiz saves the day with a beautiful void shift, and the move takes game number 1. That was absolutely insane how close that was at the end though.
I like I like that Whiskey was not afraid. Just trade out the void shift. I was thinking that just please void shift. You just use it. He ends up getting it off, and Peekaboo goes to full health, and it is bleeds that falls first. But a really close game number 1 here. Move looking good though. They had a lot of pressure. Whiskey doing a great job backing up his team. Peekaboo playing really aggressively here too. This is the incarnation, so this is kind of the maximum damage Peekaboo's going to be able to do. He's got the bleeds onto bleeds as well as MGXO. So both of them kind of rotting down, but it's at this moment Dopamine's able to basically just free cast. He actually goes for an ice wall play here. Whiskey, here comes the void shift. So it was really low. There's the void shift. The ice wall, unfortunately, not able to do too much in that situation there for Dopamine, but that's very close. That could have easily been a cross kill.
That was about as close as it could possibly get right there. So mentally damp, this is why we predicted. I think compositionally, we expect the move to pull ahead here, and just based on how it went with mentally damp versus Welcome to the Jung, but they can easily take games here off of the move. They could easily win the series too. Mentally damp definitely showing a pretty unique playstyle here, and I mean, that was just way too close. If Wiz greeted one more global there, that was just done immediately right there. He wouldn't even have been able to access that void shift. Peekaboo with a sliver of health manages to stay alive, and the move, they are gunning for that rematch against Welcome to the Jung. They want that grand finals spot in this cup number 4. They want to go out swinging, and so far it's looking good. The Pika Cat has been leveling up week after week at this point, and now we are going to Tolveron Arena for Mentally Damp.
Yeah, the move, I think it's been a real journey for them. They had some setbacks in Cup number 1. They had setbacks in Cup number 2, but they've been looking better and better. Unfortunately, they got owned in the mirror match that we saw on Saturday or yesterday. So yeah, them getting that rematch, I think it would be important for them. Like if they could even just take a few games off them, make it really close. If they can somehow win, that's going to be a massive confidence boost for the move. They're taking their time here, choosing their composition, but I think there's almost no way they aren't going to play this the entire way through. Seems like this comp, the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin, is really well-rounded at this point, both defensively and offensively, so I don't really see them making a change. Mentally Damp, they're going to lock in Dopamine on the Frost Mage once again, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we will see how it goes. I mean, that was a really back and forth game, and I gotta say, MGXO has been really impressive on the Paladin too. I feel like there were so many times where I just thought, okay, the game is done, it's over. He's getting swapped to, he has a sacrifice taking, doing even more damage to himself. His Feral's on 10% HP, everybody's dying, but he managed to pull them back together multiple times, and in the end there, they ran out of cooldowns, they ran out of steam, but they definitely made it competitive, and Mentally Damp, they're going to have a lot more space to move around on here, especially for Dopamine, because on that Frost Mage, having that extra distance where you can just kind of sit back and spam Frost Firebolts, that is where a lot of that pressure is going to really settle in for him. So the one kind of downside of the comp that the move is running is the lack of ranged interrupts. It really is just Peekaboo who can access kind of a ranged interrupt there onto Dopamine during those moments. So it's also a long way to travel back to the pillar during those Icy Veins moments. So if the move aren't careful on a map like Tolvir, all of a sudden, while they're running back to the pillar, they are going to be taking massive damage, and it might end up costing them the entire game.
Yeah, certainly. Just lots of opportunities for Mentally Damp. Dopamine, the ice walls. He's been making some solid attempts. I think this map, you can really create some great opportunities. I think if Peekaboo overextends and you can kind of isolate him from Upsurge, you can cut off a large portion of the map, and actually, in some cases, completely block it off. So, see once again our predictions here going in favor of the move. They've been looking like they're on fire. Mentally Damp, I think for me and my decision, Zico, was just they had kind of already lost this matchup. We knew the move was going to be running this composition, so I think the move are definitely looking good for this one, but Mentally Damp, they made that extremely close.
Yeah, and for Mentally Damp, if they can win here, like we mentioned a little bit earlier before the series started, they will be climbing up one more spot in that standings. So they will have to play one less series in the gauntlet, and in the gauntlet, anything can happen. You have one life in that tournament, so it is going to be very important for them if they can get a win right here. Getting a win right here with no, chance of being knocked out from the gauntlet is always going to be huge, and we're seeing already a big opener here on to Absurge.
This offensively bopped Bleeds in the opener. Literally, he got rake stun, bop, full instantaneously to try to stay ahead of the damage. I mean, I don't know if I totally agree with that. That seems a bit reckless, but it seems like that's what they want to do. Just really try to ride some early momentum here in the match, but they don't really get too much done. They get the bark skin here. Absurge is going to be using a stone form. He's now into a cyclone. Peekaboo is in maybe a little bit of danger. Dopamine fully ramped up here with frost firebolts, just ice walls, frost firebolts. Big damn here on Peekaboo, but still, Dopamine is in trouble. There's no greater invisibility. There's no alter time. He needs to be careful. There's only really an ice block left. MGXO could trade out the sacrifice, but both his teammates are under pressure. At the same time, Peekaboo's low on health. Absurd trades out his sacrifice to keep him in the fight. And Peekaboo's looking to make a push here on Dopamine, who honestly has great positioning at this point.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I really like Dopamine's positioning. I like that sneaky Ice Nova he did as well, just to prevent Peekaboo from being able to charge him there before he got around the corner. Ring of Fire being casted here for Dopamine, just trying to get a little bit of pressure going. Looks for the polymorphs here onto Absurge potentially, but Absurge is avoiding it. Ray of Frost getting fully channeled out there. Absurge now caught up in the Dragon's Breath into a full polymorph. No silence coming out there from Whiskey interrupting it, but Absurge gets fake casted on his Rebuke, and Dopamine will find the polymorph. Peekaboo could be in trouble, sitting in bear form, just respecting the situation. Meanwhile, Wiz is teeing off. They get a full stun onto Bleed, and he is taking a lot of pressure. Peekaboo, though, at the same time, still feeling it, as Absurge was sitting through a long, extended crowd control chain. But if they can just pull back and play a long game here on the side of the move, they can definitely win, because their overall damage is going to be a little bit higher than that of Mentally Damp. But Peekaboo finding himself in yet another maim stun. Whiskey gets counterspelled there by Dopamine, slowing down his damage there for just a moment. Ring of Fire being casted down here for Dopamine as well, as MGXO gets put in the Hammer of Justice. Can they follow it up with any crowd control? Absurge gets bashed. Peekaboo looks for the Cyclone, not able to find it. Instead, he's going to Cyclone Bleeds, and Whiskey is just going to have a 1v1 here, meanwhile, in the midfield against the Mage, but it looks like they're trying to get some dots rolling onto MGXO as well. Absurge getting polymorphed, though. Dopamine with a nice alter time. I think Whiskey actually purged it, though, in that moment, and now Dopamine could be forced into his first Ice Block. Nice silence on the Ray of Frost. MGXO has a lot of healing to do. He's changing the pillar there, just crossing the map, making sure that he's staying away from the crowd control. Peekaboo does manage to get... Oh, no, he got counterspelled on that ending of that Cyclone cast, so he's not able to find the CC. MGXO will be able to recover most of his teammates, but Dopamine still taking a lot of pressure from Whiskey here, fully powered up. Dopamine, what is he going to do? He's caught up in a full stun. Could easily be his Ice Block, but instead they're going to trade out the Lay on Hands, but now Bleeds is taking so much damage. He trades out the Bark Skin, and he manages to recover as well.
Yeah, watching Whiskey's point of view in this match is kind of hilarious. He's like, it's like he's playing tower defense. Like anyone in the open is just blasting and supporting his team when he can. Dopamine and Bleeds both rotting down right now. Full maim stun here onto Bleeds. Whiskey still fully loaded up with damage. Dopamine trying to make something happen. He's trying to chase down Absurge. He gets caught with a Hammer of Justice, but the polymorph will inevitably land. Actually, a sacrifice there by Absurge will break it. So great play by Absurge. Dopamine overextends, and they might get punished. Psyfiend comes down. Bleeds is in a lot of trouble. They need to kill the Psyfiend. Dopamine manages to do so, but it might be too little, too late. Sacrifice trades, and it looks like Bleeds will be able to hold on. At the same time, Peekaboo is under fire. This is the Icy Veins. They really have to respect it. It was just a proc, but the real Icy Veins is up in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, and in 15 seconds, Peekaboo could be lights out for him. Nice Master Spell attempt here for Whiskey on that Cyclone of Absurge. Manages to find it. Peekaboo still under heavy fire right now from Dopamine, and in 5 seconds, he's going to need to be running for that pillar. He is Cyclone right now on half HP. Shifting power comes through for Dopamine. He's ready to go at this point. He's going to immediately pull the trigger on that Ice Events. Huge damage here from these Frost Firebolts. Peekaboo gets stunned up in Dopamine's line of sight, but Bleeds actually is the one who's taking the brunt exchange of that damage, and we got to see MGXO repositioning far behind here. He does not want to get crowd control in this position, and Peekaboo respecting the situation. Nice ice wall there, actually cutting off Whiskey. They're isolating him for a moment, but he manages to get in line of sight of Absurge. Absurge is met with a bash into a full poly. This could be the dispersion, but Bleeds also very, very scared in that position. Doesn't want to push behind the pillar. Another bop immediately as they swap to Peekaboo. So much damage. They need to respect this situation when the Mage has all of his cooldowns up, because they are taking so much pressure on the side of the move, but finally Absurge recovers his whole team.
Yep, they're going to be all full health, and Dopamine, once again, he hasn't really had to ice block yet in this series, so need to be careful. I really want to see more pressure on Dopamine in this matchup if I can. It seems like the move, they're favoring going after the Feral Druid a lot more. Peekaboo in bear form, once again, just trying to be durable during those CCs. Anytime Absurge gets put in crowd control, Peekaboo tries to go to bear form, but he gets caught into a full stun. Cyclone lands. Absurge has to immediately use his Divine Shield. Great CC there by Dopamine and Bleeds, netting some massive defensives from the move.
Yeah, I don't think Absurge is actually going to see another bubble here in this game, so that is a huge deal that they're able to get that at this point. Now, Whiskey caught up in a counterspell. They look for another CC onto Absurge. They find a full polymorph. If they can chain it with anything else, it could be a good situation, but looks like Peekaboo is just going to be defensive, run back to the pillar. The side feed gets killed off from Whiskey. Whiskey now caught up in a Cyclone. Bleeds pushing in, but he gets Cyclone on low HP as Dopamine is taking a lot of fire here. This could be his ice block. He doesn't have the alter time. They're pushing for it. MGX so in a Cyclone, they're just going to swap to Bleeds here as Dopamine blinked back behind that pillar, and now Peekaboo is feeling a little bit more confident as he has recovered, but still more damage. Icy Veins being pulled here from Dopamine, and Peekaboo gets stunned up in line of sight. Beautiful sheep there onto Whiskey, slowing him down. A nice bop there from Absurge, just freeing up Peekaboo from that dangerous situation, and now they're respecting Icy Veins. Whiskey, he's going to have to be the main tank here for his team for a second. He has Dispersion to trade, so he shouldn't be feeling too scared. Nice double Cyclone there coming out from Bleeds onto Whiskey and also from Peekaboo onto Bleeds, but Bleeds trinkets in that position. Nice ice wall. Oh my goodness, Peekaboo could be in a lot of trouble here if Dopamine can make it around that corner and blast wave Absurge back behind the wall, but doesn't look like he's going to be going for it. He blinks in. There it is. Dragon's Breath into a knock, but he knocks a little bit too early. It's not going to work during that Dragon's Breath, and now as a result, they will recover on the side of the move.
Yeah, bash into Cyclone here onto Whiskey, and it looks like Mentally Damp fully recovers, like you mentioned. Dampening getting higher. Whiskey and Peekaboo under fire. Absurge, what is he going to be able to do in this situation? He trinkets out of the maim into a Hammer of Justice. Is there anything to follow it up? Polymorph lands. Mass Dispel from Whiskey. It does free him from the crowd control, and Absurge can once again look for crowd control of his own. He gets the full repentance at the same time. Dopamine is on the run. He's got the Icy Veins up. It is do or die for these teams. Peekaboo looking for the Cyclone. He finds it here onto MGXO. They're making the push on Dopamine. Can they drop him? Can they get the second ice block? Is he on hypothermia? But Absurge gets swapped to a miracle swap coming in from Bleeds, as both Absurge and Dopamine are under fire. Peekaboo is just rotting down. This is not looking good for the side of the move. Absurge has to pull off some miracles, and the Tears Deliverance might be exactly what he needs.
Yeah, and he manages to get back here behind the pillar. Yet a little bit of healing. Pause the game for just a second as the move recovers. But Peekaboo had to trinket there out of a stun immediately. And now still just not feeling too confident. And I really feel like this is the play right now for the move. Just let Whiskey do his thing here and just make sure that he's the main tank for your team as much as possible. Because when Whiskey gets to do all of this damage, it can be very scary. But Dopamine spell steals the power infusion. And now he gets aggressive onto Peekaboo. They got crowd control onto Absurge. Peekaboo very, very low. He's got the renewal in just 1 second. They interrupt the Ray of Frost with a Fear. Beautifully done there by Whiskey. They stun Dopamine up there, and now Dopamine with the Icy Veins is looking to hunt down Peekaboo. Absurge, though, gets caught up in a Dragon's Breath. Ice Wall onto both of them. Huge Ice Wall. MGXO on the other side there could potentially get something going onto Absurge, but doesn't have the Hammer of Justice available there for another 15 seconds, so a little bit unfortunate timing, but that was another great Ice Wall here from Dopamine. That is my favorite spot to block off on this map, and Bleeds, meanwhile, is rotting down, though. The Side Fiend is good. They need to kill it off immediately. They try to target it. They manage to do it, but Bleeds is still down to half HP. MGXO recovers with the sacrifice here onto Dopamine, I believe, and big heals onto Bleeds.
Yeah, not looking too bad here. That was a really big panic moment for the move. Beautiful ice wall by Dopamine, but at the same time, it feels like MGXO is running out of time. He's running out of cooldowns. He's running out of mana. Big Ray of Frost, though, on Peekaboo. Massive swell of damage there for Dopamine as he drops down the Blizzard to get some crowd control, but all three members are getting destroyed. MGXO is forced into the Divine Shield. Does he have the healing to keep Bleeds alive? There's no defensive cooldowns left whatsoever. He's forced to trade out the Blessing and Protection. He doesn't have heals. Whiskey is pushing in for the win. All three members. This could be a triple kill, potentially. Bleeds is just so far on the back foot. He's going to go for the stun, but Whiskey denies it with the Fear. Silence on MGXO, but somehow, some way, they've stayed in the fight. However, this is just going to be too much. A full repentance lands and Bleeds. How can you possibly survive? Bear form and Barkskin seems like it's going to be enough, but Peekaboo gets the full Cyclone, and Bleeds is not getting out of that one alive. The move up 2-0.
What a nice CC chain there. Just turning it around from that ice wall. I feel like WizK really popped off in this game. He was able to, he got polymorph there right at the end, got dispelled, and he deffed the repoly, pushed in behind the pillar, was able to secure some crowd control, was able to secure some stops, was able to land the damage. The move now up 2-0 in this matchup. Just one more game here from getting that big rematch against Welcome to the Jung in that grand finals. And we're going to take a look here at the last couple of moments of WizK right there. Gets dispelled, then he defs the resheep, and then they push in, they get the pressure. Bleeds is rotting down. The Bop is doing some work here, but at this point they get a silence onto MGXO, and then they get the Searing Glare down as well. They get the Maim onto MGXO, and then they follow it up with a big Repentance, and then as soon as Peekaboo gets the Cyclone, it is lights out. There's nothing you can do at this position. Bash onto Bleeds, no counterspell available for Dopamine. They got the Siphene down as well in case the Frenzied Regen shenanigans come out from Bleeds, and Bleeds will fall at 49% dampening. The move looking really clean on this composition. You can tell this is what they have kind of prioritized, and this is what they have prepared for this weekend, and it's looking good.
Definitely is. Now, do we feel like Mentally Damp is mentally damp at this point? I mean, they're kind of just like they're fighting a brick wall. You know, the last 5 games against this composition, they've lost. It just seems like the Feral Druid's so difficult to take down. They can't find an opening on the Shadow Priest. Like, they just keep living. I think Mentally Damp is doing good setups, but you got to wonder, like, what's their mental at this point?
Yeah, I think when you're 0-5 against the same composition from 2 different teams running it, that can definitely dampen the morale of the team. But honestly, it depends on how you look at it, because they have had a solid performance. I mean, they are in a top 3 position here as a more or less new roster in the AWC. I feel like these guys, they've performed really well so far, and I don't think you can count them out. Game 1 was really, really close. Game 2 also had some really close moments, but it definitely does kind of affect you when you're 0-5 against this composition. And this is the time, you know, where we see some teams crumble and some teams kind of rise to the occasion, figure out a new strategy, try a new composition, and make a switch, because what they're doing is not working, and that's what we're gonna have to see. I feel like the key to victory for them, and this is a lot easier said than done, is to just target the Paladin more. I feel like anytime you go up against this Feral Shadow Priest, the Shadow Priest is the worst target. The Paladin and the Feral Druid, those are your main targets that you want to be hitting. Unfortunately, Absurge is making it really difficult with his good positioning, but I feel like going after Absurge a lot more in the matchup, keeping Bleeds on him as much as possible, and kind of playing the game on top of Absurge is probably the best line for victory for Mentally Damp, and then just throw every crowd control in the game onto WizK.
I'm just trying to look right now. I'm looking at Absurge's gear. He's doing the same thing that Zhang did, where he's making himself a really difficult target. He's even playing some stamina gems. So he has some stamina gems in. He's playing, I've never even seen this before. It's an embellishment that you gain a shield. You gain a shield for 8 seconds when you get damage below 30% health. He's playing the emblem. Like, he's going some defensive tech, and that just makes it like you don't have an opening, right? Like, you want to go after the Paladin. You want to be able to make swaps on him, but Absurge has built his character like a tank. WizK, I don't think is going to be a great option to go after in this game. And then Peekaboo, we've seen that as well. I mean, Feral Druids in general, quite tanky right now. They have a bunch of talents, something we don't talk about very much, but Feral Druids have a ton of talents that give them plus healing. So especially if they have a lot of bleeds out, they're getting a tremendous amount of plus healing from all sources, including their team. So they're really easy to top off. Frenzy Regeneration becomes really powerful, and it'd just be difficult to take them out unless they're in a stun.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I don't know. It's going to be hard, but I think with a little bit of dampening, that could be our way to victory. With
little damp. That's all we need.
Sprinkle a little damp on top of that, and you're going to be good to go. But yeah, if they can target Absurge more in the match, I think that could be a line to victory for them. I like their setups on the Peekaboo. They're looking good. They're looking flashy as well. You know, you get the big ice walls, you get the CC chain with like the polymorphs and the Hodges and the Cyclones, but it's just not enough. Peekaboo is so slippery on that Feral Druid. Like you mentioned, he has a lot of healing talents as well. So I feel like having multiple pressure points, having the bleeds kind of rotting somebody else while you're doing that, and then swapping to that person really is the most effective way to get pressure. A lot easier said than done, of course, with how these players are positioning and how they've built their characters. But we'll see. Oh my God, look at that. Bleeds almost ran up onto Peekaboo. He gets open on immediately on his first stun. Did he actually trinket that? Yeah, he trinketed the first rake stun. So really prioritizing the offense here. And now they're getting good bleed damage onto both Absturge and Peekaboo here in the opener on the side of Mentally Damp.
Yeah, WizK right now looking for more pressure. Bleed's moving forward, putting out quite a bit of damage here on the WizK, and maybe that's going to be the adaptation they make in this game. They need to go after a different target. It's primarily been Peekaboo, but maybe they just want to kind of cleave here. Frostbomb gets interrupted there by Dopamine. He's actually, yeah, he's playing Frostbomb in this game. It's not typical. You see that for a Frost Mage, as it normally just gets dispelled off and doesn't do that much damage, but it looks like they might be able to do it. At the same time, though, Bleeds is in trouble. He might just go down. Psyfiend is up for WizK. They need to really respect that Psyfiend. Dopamine is there to snipe it off, but that's going to be one of those tools that allows you to push through and take a Feral Druid down.
Yeah, and Peekaboo is rotting down here. Can they find the polymorph on the Absturge? They find it, but it breaks there. So very unfortunate situation for Absturge, or for Dopamine rather. Ice Wall being dropped down here as well. Doesn't look like, oh no, it was dropped down there, but Absturge managed to get around it. Bleeds, taking a decent amount of damage here. Look, Peekaboo looking for the Cyclone, gets counterspelled Absturge in a DR polymorph. So he's going to be immune to crowd control now for a little bit, and he could potentially push forward. Bleeds taking a lot of damage from WizK. They get a full Cyclone onto MGXO. Trinket lay on hands immediately traded here from Mentally Damp.
Yeah, big cooldowns being traded out. Peekaboo is behind the pillar in bear form, just trying to be durable. Moves forward, he's topped off, now can get the damage rolling. WizK just getting dots out on all three members once again. His damage is actually being gapped by Bleeds. Bleeds is actually top damage this game, which is surprising. Really just focusing on pure aggression. MGXO has a massive mana lead over Absurge, and Mentally Damp, maybe they're just completely changing it up, not really going for setups and just going for all-out aggression in this match.
Yeah, I really like that. If they can keep it up, just make sure that you're getting bleeds on all three targets as much as possible. And you are going to see a lot of, oh my goodness, what was that? That was a huge swing of damage onto bleeds, but also a huge heal from MGXO, managing to recover them for just a moment. Dopamine now with the Icy Veins is teeing off onto Wiz, and WizK is feeling the pressure. Nice rake stun coming out here, keeping him in place. I really like what Bleeds is doing with these incarnation rake stuns, making sure that he's pinning target in line of sight of Dopamine, making it a little bit easier for him to get his damage off. Ring of Fire is going to be ticking onto Absurge and WizK, and the damage is looking good here. Peekaboo is getting absolutely destroyed on the damage meters, but still a lot of cooldowns left on Absurge. Mana, though, not looking good, like you mentioned, and WizK could be in trouble. Big comments raining in from above onto WizK as he drops to 50% HP. Absurge also dropping down to about half. MGXO gets a Cheers Deliverance off behind the pillar, should be able to easily recover his team in this position, but he gets silenced on it, and now he can't access his heals for a couple of seconds, but finally is able to keep Dopamine nice and healthy. Bleeds is going to trade out his Barkskin in that situation as well, and they're just continuing this bleed damage onto everyone. Bleeds really living up to his name. Peekaboo taking a lot of heavy fire here as he takes another Comet Storm to the face. Big Ice Wall gets dropped there for on Absturge and WizK, but it's not going to be enough there. They managed to get around it and keep Peekaboo nice and healthy.
I like this strategy. I wanted to see this. I mean, Dopamine is literally just going for damage. Damage. Icy Veins going to be rolling up here very shortly for him. Bleeds almost doubling the damage of Peekaboo so far in this game, which is very surprising. Dopamine has not really made himself a target. He's overextending Peekaboo. Peekaboo gets the interrupt. MGXO is there for the Hammer of Justice, and Peekaboo could easily fall, and that will be a big heal incoming from Absurge. He trinkets, uses the lay on hands to top off Peekaboo, but this is looking a lot more convincing for me.
Yeah, I really like what's going on here from Mentally Damp. Just play for damage, play for pressure, but Dopamine, ooh, nice heal there coming out from MGXO. Once again, keeping Dopamine completely topped in that position. Here's the Icy Veins from Dopamine doing a lot of work. Absurge looked like he wanted to sneak away for a drink there, but if they can stop the drinks, the win condition is very obvious. Nice fake cast, though, by Peekaboo, making sure that he fake casts that Cyclone, and then he gets the Cyclone there onto Dopamine, slowing down his Icy Veins those last couple of seconds, and now ducking behind the corner for just a moment. Tears Deliverance being casted. Bleeds not able to find the interrupt. They find a rake stun there on to Bleeds, now onto Dopamine as well, as he catches a lot of damage from WizK. The Greater Invis comes out for Dopamine. He just wants to stay in the open field, getting a lot of damage. They get a full polymorph onto Absturge, but a nice sacrifice from Absturge there. He's gonna save his Divine Shield in that position. MGXO is taking a lot of damage here from Peekaboo. Peekaboo realizing, hey, we don't need to win this on CC. We need to get some pressure of our own, but Bleeds caught behind enemy lines. This could be it. Bleeds taking so much pressure, but he trades out the survival instincts barely in time and survives.
Yeah, the move just one game away from eliminating Mentally Damp and making it into the finals for their rematch against Welcome to the Jung. Can they get this win, or is Mentally Damp going to put the first point on the board for their squad? Bit of a strategy change here, but Dopamine has that Icy Veins coming up in 15 seconds. That's going to be his moment to really make a play for his team. Dampening is getting higher and higher. The game is getting unstable for both Paladins. Mame stun now onto MGXO. Peekaboo finds the full cycle, and he immediately trinkets out, trying to keep Bleeds alive, but it might be overlapped here with the Divine Shield. Another nice cyclone there by Peekaboo. Freezes Bleeds' health, not allowing Mentally Damp to get any pressure rolling.
Yeah, Dopamine down to half now as well. He's feeling a lot of cleave pressure from Whiskey. Peekaboo is starting to climb up a little bit on the damage meter, but Bleeds is still very, very far ahead. Nice ice wall being dropped here. Dopamine gets cycloned on it, though. Bleeds is actually trapped behind that ice wall with Absturge, and he's taking a lot of damage, forcing to bear from for a moment. Whiskey getting dots here with the Void Crash onto Dopamine. Dopamine trying to land something onto Absturge, trying to shut down these Repentances. He gets a full poly there. Bleeds, though, what is he going to do? He's dropping so low, but the Heart of the Wild is good, but nice low cyclone. Meanwhile, Whiskey is getting blasted here. Leaps of Faith Absturges back into that fire, and Dopamine could be forced into the ice block. The sacrifice comes out onto Dopamine, but Bleeds is taking so much damage as well. This is such a hard position for MGXO to navigate. Had to trade out his Divine Shield in that position. His team is not feeling 100% just yet, but they are continuing the assault. They're continuing to push forward, and it could cost them the game here. Peekaboo down to half HP as well, trying to stay alive. Wraps around the corner. The sacrifice comes out right before Absturge gets cyclone, and here comes the move. Big setup coming out, but Peekaboo as well gets counter-stunned as Bleeds trinkets out. Peekaboo could fall. Bleeds could fall. Absturge pushing in for the final crowd control of the game. Gets a nice Hammer of Justice. They look for the Cyclone, but he's not going to be able to find it. MGXO could be able to recover here in this position. The Incarnation is rolling for both of these Feral Druids, and somehow, some way, both teams recover.
Yeah, triple ring of fire, though. Dopamine is loading up his damage, trying to put his team back in the game. Absturge is almost completely tapped on mana. If Mentally Damp can recover here, they can easily win this, but that's a big if. Bleeds is low on health. MGXO tops him off once again, but just look at the mana difference. It's completely different here. Absturge is way far behind, but it might not matter. Full Hammer of Justice lands on the Bleeds. He's got the Bark Skin, but opting not to trade it out. Ice Wall drops down, but that's going to allow Bleeds a little bit of room to be defensive. Full bash now onto Whiskey as he's looking to get his damage rolling here onto Peekaboo. A full polymorph lands on Absturge. He's got the Divine Shield. Doesn't want to greet it. Whiskey might want to trade out the Void Shift. It is a race between these two teams. 40% dampening. We are almost at the point of no return. These Paladins are not going to be able to keep up, but Absturge, Zico, has nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, and this is Dopamine with the Ice Events just doing tons of damage with the Frostfire spam. He gets the Ring of Fire as well. Huge Frost Bomb potentially here onto Peekaboo as well. They need to dispel that, but it's going to cost a lot of precious mana. Absturge trading out the Divine Shield in that position. Peekaboo gets Cyclone, Bleeds on half HP. MGXO with the nice trade there with the sacrifice, but still Bleeds is definitely feeling the pressure. Now, nice Cyclone onto MGXO. Peekaboo pushing in for the win. Can they do it? Dopamine is dropping low. Whiskey trying to carry the situation. Dopamine could be forced into his Ice Block. And there it is. Dopamine has to use the Ice Block. Nice Hammer of Justice onto Bleeds, but it does get dispelled by MGXO. They just need to hold on the side of Mentally Damp, and they've got this one in the bag. The next Icy Veins in 60 seconds will close out the match, I think, for Mentally Damp.
Yeah, it definitely could. Full Repentance secured here onto Absturge, though. MGXO making some plays. Almost 50% dampening at this point in the game. And this is where the Feral Druid healing is not super high. Bleeds pulls the trigger with the Incarnation. Peekaboo does the same. Both these Feral Druids just exchanging blows here, putting up bleeds, putting up damage. Siphene drops down for Whiskey. He pushes in for a fear. He wants to end this game. Dopamine has no ice blocks left, and this could easily be the end. But Absturge! Cross kill! Oh my goodness! Whiskey saves the day once again. He did it in game number 1. He did it in game number 3, but those 10% health void shifts, those are intense, that's for sure. But the move does it. 3-0.
The heartbreaking void shifts from Whiskey. He came in clutch both of these games, manages to bring his team all the way to the grand finals for the rematch against Welcome to the Jung. That was so close there. If you just greed one global of damage in that position, you just lose the game, and you wish you would have void shifted, but he managed to get it off here in time, and it was a bit of a race there at the end. Once again, if they could have just bought a little bit more time on Mentally Damp, they had such a nice mana lead, but but this is where the pressure, you know, when dampening is this high, it becomes so hard to actually heal it. You get a nice CC chain here onto Absturge. Peekaboo's taking tons of damage. The sacrifice comes through. You get the bash onto MGXO. Dopamine is taking so much pressure, but so is Peekaboo in this position as well. So both teams not feeling 100% confident. Dopamine blinks away, gets the greater invis in that position, and then here is where the race kind of begins. To get a full fear onto MGXO. He trinkets out, gets silenced on his trinket, and then Absturge gets swapped to at the same time as Dopamine is about to go down. Look at that void shift right there. I think that final ice lance that would have killed him was actually mid-air. That was in how do you say that was mid-air, about to become a big cross kill right there.
Okay. Woof. The move 3-2-0. They're having a fantastic day. They beat F tier is what they needed to do to get into the top 3 and kick out Liquid. And now they've beaten yet another powerful team, Mentally Damp. And now they've just got one more step to being the champions of this 4th cup, which means they've come a long way then from when we first saw them in cup number 1.
I mean, there really is no doubt about it. The move, they faced some obstacles. Like, they're playing in a hotel room, 2 of them on like a little tiny table. Then Absurge got hit with like a massive sickness. He was at a wedding, he got really sick, and that lasted like multiple weeks. So the move, they've been struggling, but they're showing they still got it, putting on a phenomenal performance. And I would say it's better to have a good finish near the end, right? It's better to have a good finish than a good start, in my opinion, for these tournaments. So I think the move, they're picking up momentum, they're building confidence, and they're starting to make some of these other teams sweat a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly are. We can take a look at their journey that they've had this weekend. We can see they beat F tier 3-0 in that round 1, and then they eventually got dropped down to the lower bracket, but they fought very nicely. They had 3 3-0s in a row down there, so they've had quite the momentum going into this final series of the day for them. It's Welcome to the Jung versus the Move, Zico. Welcome to the Jung. They're kind of like the NA Echo. I mean, these guys have been undefeated multiple cups in a row. The Move has already lost to them once also, but maybe the momentum that they're getting with all these series wins in a row might just be enough to get a victory here for Cup 4.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even taken a map off of Welcome to the Jung at this point. Every time they've fought, I don't know what the exact score is, but the Move is definitely just getting beaten up at this point. So it would be a nice finish here if they can make this a competitive final against Welcome to the Jung, show that they have some tricks up their sleeves, and show that they can tangle with the best in NA right now. And I mean, if they could win against Welcome to the Jung, that would be the ultimate way for them to finish this cup and have that momentum kind of heading into the grand finals. But still, it's been a big day for the Move. They've managed to clean sweep the lower bracket here, 3-0ing the Power Toads, 3-0ing F tier, 3-0ing Mentally Damp, and getting that 3rd place position. So they've really showed up to play here.
Yeah, they certainly have. So I cannot wait for this series. Before we do get to that series, however, we're going to head to a quick break. And with that, we're going to do some predictions. You guys want to talk some predictions first before we... Not real predictions. Just like a little preview
Pseudo
predictions.
Yeah,
pseudo predictions. That's
we
the
just
word.
have a little taster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reveal I don't care. I'm going with the Move. I believe in the dream. I want the dream run. I want to see it happen. I know it's not the popular team to go with. Welcome to the Jung. They're looking good, but I believe in the Move for this one.
Okay, the Move. Zico?
I don't believe in the Move.
Oh no!
You know, as much as I love the Move, I feel like, so this is my reasoning. I feel like they're trying to catch up to Welcome to the Jung, doing the same thing that Welcome to the Jung is doing. I feel like Welcome to the Jung has been doing it for a little bit longer, so naturally they're going to be a little bit cleaner. Drake's been playing Feral longer than Peekaboo, Prev, and Whiskey. I mean, pick your champion. They're both insane on that. Shadow Priest, Absterge, and Jung. They're also, going to be a top tier healer to have at your position. But I would go slightly in favor of Jung as well in that position. So I would say 2 out of 3 members on Welcome to the Jung are looking stronger in the mirror. And then when you look at the history as well, just a head-to-head record, it's a really tough beast. Now, I would love to be wrong here. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see, the move give us the kind of the final that we've seen over in Europe, like last weekend, and to some extent even this weekend. I would love to see the move at least take at least 1 game of Welcome to the Jung. That for me would be huge. Because that would show just how much they have improved in just such a short period of time. But ultimately, I believe in Welcome to the Jung. I think they're going to take it.
Okay, I'm just going to write this down so that I can send it to production for my prediction after this break.
When I'm wrong.
All right, well, before we go to the break, let's play a quick spell guessing game. Get these teams a little bit of a chance to take a break before we head into their next series. So spell guessing game, last one of the first 4 cups. Kind of. It's a momentous occasion.
Excited, actually.
Yeah.
That's
gotta get
a
right.
bittersweet one.
I know.
Ooh.
I know.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is this a dispel? Removes. Nah. Is this stone form? I think it's either stone form or dark iron.
Fireblood?
Yeah. Is Fireblood 6 seconds? I think it's 8 seconds, right?
Stone form is 6 and Fireblood's 8.
I don't know. I'm actually not sure. It could be something else.
Okay, so I don't. What is it? Mending.
That's the survival, bleed removal.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it removes diseases though, does it?
I don't think it does.
Bleeds, magic, and diseases.
Is Fireblood 6 seconds?
You should know.
Like,
you're a Dark Iron
Yeah,
Dwarf.
I'm a Dark Iron Dwarf. I should know this, but I don't know. I just press it to remove the silence. I don't like. I just use it to remove UA on myself and then die 50-0 and then have my healer asking what happened.
Question mark? And you're like, I don't know. Catapult, I guess. I know.
Is there any heals?
Well, I do play Evoker a little bit. Green Lizard, my Evoker. I know it's not Cauterizing Flame. Cauterizing Flame is a longer cooldown than what it is showing there. Although that could be is it 20-yard range? That's not. I think.
I want to say it's stone form.
That's my guess too. I think it is stone form.
I feel like Fireblood is 8 seconds, and does Fireblood remove diseases? I know it removes magic effects. It removes bleeds as well.
I think it does. Yeah, I think both of them remove everything. Clean slate.
Okay, I'm gonna go based off of the 6 seconds versus the 8 second theory. I think Fireblood is 8 seconds. So, and also, where is the increases your intellect? I feel like Fireblood would have more text. It would be increases your intellect for blah 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 blah, depending on how many things you remove, blah 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 blah. But it's not there. So with Stoneform, it would just be and gives you 10% fizz damage reduction or whatever, 10% more armor for 6 seconds. So I'm going with Stoneform. I could be wrong, but I'm leaning towards Stoneform more.
Yeah, I'm going B, Stone Form as well.
All right.
Lock it
in. Is it B? Is it stone form?
Oh.
Oh.
No, it's not. It's Bending Bandage.
What?
25-second cooldown.
Okay.
Bleeds poisons. It's poisons. Oh, I thought it was going to be magic.
Me too.
Oh,
and I thought it was going to be 2 minutes cooldown, not 25 seconds
forgot about
cooldown.
poisons.
All right.
Oh, I ruined it.
Okay.
Well,
we have another chance to bring it back. Let's see if we can get the icon.
Sure.
Potentially.
I've never played Survival
We can
Hunter in
do
my
it.
life.
I don't know what it looks
Who would,
like.
honestly. Sorry.
Big Mix would like a word with you.
You're right. I'm sorry. Sorry, Big Mix. All right.
Okay.
C looks
I
like
think it's
B.
green. I think it's green.
Really?
I think so
Okay.
too.
I think it's green. Yeah, I think it's green. So immediately
Actually-
we're going for A or B or A or
Yeah, that
B.
makes sense. I feel like hunter abilities are all kind of green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Alright.
that means we're going to be eliminating B. We're not doing B. We're not doing C. And the only key difference is it's a little more beige, right? It's a little different
Yeah.
color.
Okay, so this is the safeguard debate right here. So if we're going with the safeguard logic, Blizzard likes to have their icons a little bit more tanned. like a little bit more bronze
So
or whatever.
true.
Like at least with the
Makes it
safeguard,
pop
right?
more contrast.
Yeah, it makes it just like it makes it
So you
pop a little bit more.
So you think it's D?
So I'm gonna go with D, just completely based on that.
I'm gonna go with
Okay, I
A.
locked in
D.
D.
All right.
Locked it in.
All right, give it to us.
I think we're wrong.
Yeah, I think we're wrong.
All right, I was just kidding. We got it. I knew it.
I knew we were
You knew
right all along. Easy
oh,
clap.
Nice.
Me too. Yeah. Never
Okay.
a doubt in my mind.
All right. Well, let us know, chat, if you got that correct. And with that, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going into the finals of North America for Cup number 4. It's Welcome to the Jung versus the Move coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the grand finals for North America, and it is Welcome to the Jung versus the Move. We just saw the Move play a bunch of series in a row, Lithy, a bunch of 3-0s in the row as well from the lower bracket.
They have indeed looked very, very good in the lower bracket in general. This weekend has been the Move in top form, but now they're meeting a team that once again they have not won a single map against, and as much as my heart would love to see them win, I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at the predictions and see where we stand here on the casting desk. I know that the prediction has gone out in chat, and it is Welcome to the Jung. Looks like 4-1 right now in terms of points, Supertees.
Okay. And Rookie is going with his heart today, you know, heart of the cards here. If he wins this, he's going to get a lot. I mean, I don't think anybody could have predicted Streamer Zone in Europe taking that series off against Echo, so possibly, but I don't know, man. Welcome to the JUNG. Just when it comes to strategy and performance altogether, I feel like they've definitely got this, but Peekaboo has been getting better and better at Feral. You know, the first time they went up against Welcome to the JUNG, he was top of the damage. Now in the lower bracket, he's been getting better at cloning. So as he's continuing game to game, he's getting better, which is why I think they could take some games, but an entire series, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I mean, we know how consistent Welcome to the JUNG has been for these first 4 cups throughout the entire season. The move, kind of a little bit of a different story. You know, they started off not doing so great. They were traveling, they were sick, but now they're just kind of in full force right now. So I don't blame Ven for being on the side of the move. I mean, they're having an incredible weekend so far. Like you were saying, Sid, we've seen Peekaboo put so much time and energy into, you know, working on that Feral spec, which has certainly paid off for them. But the thing is like, yes, it may have worked against some of these other teams down there in the lower bracket, but this is a different caliber in front of Welcome to the JUNG, Sid.
Yeah, completely different caliber. The move have been leveling up. There's no more problems, no more personal issues. They've got a comp. They've been putting it in the time. You know, a lot of other teams, they can't settle in on a comp. They're playing like a bunch of different things, but they haven't got anything particularly mastered. Whereas the move have been dedicating to this. They're ready to take it to Welcome to the JUNG here in North America Cup 4 finals. The last time we're going to see these teams go head-to-head until the War Within grand finals later this year. Can the move pull off the upset and take down these absolute monsters?
Let's see. We've seen some upsets already this weekend. The move looking to make another one happen. It's Welcome to the JUNG. This is best of 7 here in the grand finals for North America versus the move, Liffy.
Let's see it. The mirror matchup once again. We've seen this so many times between these two teams. And so many times it has not worked out for the move. But Pika, as we've been saying, he's been looking better and better. The highest rated solo shuffle player in the world. At least that was the last status last night. Let's see how well he's going to perform here. Drake opening up with a nice quick rake stun, and Peekaboo immediately pounces on him. Upsurge looking for that Searing Glare, connects, and the move looking for a good opener.
Oh, Peekaboo has bleeds going out onto 3 targets. This is a great opener for Peekaboo, and WizK just tearing into Drake. What is this? They get Void Shift in the first 30 seconds. It is usually Welcome to the JUNG are just invulnerable every single game, but that is a major pull for the move. Their early aggression is definitely paying off. Drake is starting to fall behind in damage, but now, no, maybe not. Maybe catching up. Cyclones onto WizK, and this is where the clones come in. But Peekaboo gets a clone onto Drake, matching him clone for clone so far.
Yeah, it's looking good. Great start out of the game. Pika really catching Zhang on the wrong foot there. But the follow-up, that's where it all is gonna count. Usually Void Shift doesn't come in until like 5-6 minutes, so the chances of Prev getting that back up are not 0, at least for the moment. Immediate bob onto Drake, so he doesn't have to sit in CC. Zhang really keeping his team on the offensive, and overall Pika is with the attempt to push in, getting hodged up, trying to land those clones, trying to fake those casts, doesn't get the precog proc, as Zhang just doesn't fall for it, and in the meantime Drake in the 1v2 just keeping the move busy in the backline.
Yeah, this is good pressure. Oh, they catch Drake. Peekaboo is getting a ton of CC this game, and Zhang is forced to trade out Sacrifice to redirect damage to himself from Drake. And even with the Sacrifice, he's still taking immense pressure. WizK is tearing into him at the moment. He's trying to catch up to Prev because Prev has established quite a significant lead at this point, almost clearing 20 million above WizK. And if he continues to scale like that into the late game, Absturge will run out of mana. So WizK needs to keep his pressure up. Peekaboo's into a Cyclone. Absturge gets stunned, gripped away by WizK to center field. Really nice grip, slowing down some of Drake's assault, but he does ultimately reconnect during the silence. He kicks Shadow. He's looking for a clone. Absturge shuts him down with the Rebuke. Now he's tearing in with ferocious bites onto Absturge, but he stuns him out of range with the clone onto Zhang. Nice knock behind the pillar, but do they have the damage to back it up? It doesn't look like it as Drake ducks into bear form, reducing damage significantly towards himself. Absturge recovers, but he's got to find a way to maintain his mana into the late game.
The mana game is going to be super important, and so far Zhang always has gotten the better of the other paladins in that regard. WizK still looking for pressure, has the last few seconds of the power infusion running now with the Dark Ascension, really trying to punish Drake for overstepping behind the pillar. Survival Instinct traded out because he wants just to stay so aggressive on Absturge, down to half. but the big heals are coming through. The Wings proc is more than enough to stabilize himself here as Pika is being hammered by Prev, trying to stay on the offensive and keep the Shadow Priest under control. Drake really gathering all the attention of Absturge and Whiskey this entire game long, but the pressure is not really paying off for the move at the moment.
Yeah, their damage is starting to fall off at this point, and Prev is just getting a bigger and bigger lead, and Drake has caught up to Peekaboo's early aggression, and it's so difficult to maintain that momentum and maintain that high level of play for such a long match, as this is expected to go, upwards of 6+ minutes between these teams of this caliber and these compositions. So can Peekaboo manage to keep it going consistently? He's on the back foot. Prev is tearing him apart right now with this Entropic Rift. Whiskey gets kicked by Drake. Nice recovery by Absturge in this position, but once again his mana starts to fall a bit behind Zhang in this position. He may need to look for a drink, but Drake is absolutely not going to let him. Another Hammer of Justice Typhoon behind the pillar. Nice little catch there from Peekaboo, and Absturge kind of tag teaming on Drake, but Whiskey is just dying to Prev at the moment. It's tons of pressure. He's going to use a Stone Form there to remove some of those bleeds and dots to enable Absturge to potentially save his mana a bit here, which I like that. Just trading some defensive cooldowns earlier on to conserve mana.
Yeah, definitely catching up a little bit on that blue bar compared to Zhang, but it's still not quite evened out. And Drake is going to swap over onto Whiskey. The damage on the Shadow Priest on the move just rising with every passing minute of the game. And you can see Whiskey down to 20% already. There's the defensive shield procced when you drop too low. That is a little bit of a lifeline. The Priest gets through the talents. The dispersion traded out. Drake gets feared away.
He got caught
from Whiskey. The swap over is massive from Pika. And great grip from Prev to get Drake out of the line of fire. Defensive fear on Pika on the follow-up as well. Prev really playing this clean, but they're not out of the woods yet. Zhang really needs to bring in some healing throughput, and he's working on that, especially with the Wings. The swap over on Whiskey is good. Drake clones him low, and Absturge will need to check if he can somehow recover him. Cheers Deliverance gets interrupted. Pika is trying to clone defensively and finds Drake.
Oh man, Prev is just doing so much damage. It's getting ludicrous at this point. He's almost leading 50 million to the next player at this point, and it's going to be completely uncontested and uncontrolled. Look at the pressure. All three targets are getting low on the side of the move. Peekaboo's feared in the middle of the map. Absturge can't risk the Dispel right now. He's trying to get a Tears Deliverance, but he gets bashed. He needs to finish this Tears Deliverance cast, or it's going to be his Divine Shield. He's trying to sneak around the corner to go for it again. Will he find it? Drake can't get there. Great route on Drake into a Cyclone from Peekaboo to guarantee Absturge certainly finishes that cast. Another big swap onto Zhang in the move out of nowhere. Pull a Divine Shield from Zhang. They Mass Dispel it as well, but I don't think it's going to be too much consequence. Drake's going in behind the pillar. Are they going to do that stun knock combo? That's definitely a win condition. If Drake isn't careful and he goes around the corner and Peekaboo's there to back up Absturge, they could punish, but a full clone now lands onto Absturge. Peekaboo immediately uses Barkskin, but Whiskey's the target. Dispersion comes up in 1 more second for Whiskey, and now he's got that safety net if he needs to trade. Surprisingly, Absturge has taken a mana lead, but he needs to do some emergency recovery measures to try and make sure he can maintain it.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. The playstyle for the move starting to pay off a little bit slowly but surely, but it's the incarnation that we're looking for. 20 seconds for Pika, 30 seconds for Drake. Definite timing advantage here for the move as Drake drops down to 20%. Zhang dropping lower and lower on the mana bar and on the HP on his team, but with Heart of the Wild and Survival Instincts, yes, Drake gets cloned on the defensives, but he is more than fine as he recovers. Pika still very far in the back line. Absturge rushes in to bob his Feral out of that sticky spot, and Drake once again trying to swap over, keeping that precious play style from Zhang on towards Absturge and Whiskey moving, while Pika is just sitting on Zhang in the backline, but taking so much damage. Massive Void Torrent. Pika down to half, gets hodged up. A very sticky situation, gets into Bear and has the Barkskin available. The Incarnation has run out with too much of an effect, and Drake swaps over. Incarnation, big bleeds and big damage. They're just looking to finish the move off, but the counterpunch is great. Another Void Shift coming in from Prev, once again saving Drake's life, and it looks like for the moment they're surviving, but Prev is not out of the woods.
No, Drake Barskin's critically low health at this point. Blessing of Protection, he might die through it. Is he going to fall here? Another Blessing of Protection comes through, and Zhang is so terrified, but Absturge is equally as well as Peekaboo is trying to get out of that Entropic Rift. He's looking for a Cyclone. He's not able to find it. He kites out of the Rift's explosion, and he's back into bear form. He's expecting to get stunned. He's so terrified to make a move right now. Drake jumps in. He's bleeding 2 targets. This is devastating. Peekaboo is getting crushed. Prev's damage is completely out of control right now. There's a Repentance over onto Whiskey. Absturge is making miracles happen right now. Double fear onto Drake and Prev from Whiskey. Can he manage to turn this around? Hammers of Justice are down, but Zhang trinkets out, and Absters doesn't have that luxury. Can they chain the CC on Absters? They need more CC. They're not finding it. There is 0 mana for either side at this point. Sacrifice is up for Zhang, but Barkskin is up for Peekaboo. Defense is looking equal. Who will fall first as the Shadow Crash comes in from WizKid? Drake tries to duck back to the pillar, but Zhang's into the Cyclone. He's immediately back into Bear. Full repentance from Absters onto Zhang, but Peekaboo can't push in behind the pillar. He's gonna die. He's terrified of going down. He tries to get a clone, but WizKid's there for the fear. Can they finish? Drake, Barkskin trades for him. He's going in onto Peekaboo. Has Renewal. He needs to pop that immediately out of the stun. Bear form Renewal, trying to stay in this. Frenzied Regeneration. Anyone could topple. Hammers are down onto Zhang. No trinket available. Bleeds are ticking away. Dots are ticking away. WizKid's trying to get the Shadow of Death. If WizKid can get there, Drake can go down. WizKid's wrapping around the corner. Prev is off healing, but WizKid can't get there. He gets silenced, and they do connect. There's no way the move have done it. They've taken down Drake, but Prev is not going to give up too easily here. Oh, his healer is going to tap out. I can't believe he tapped out. I thought he would want to keep this going, but Zhang does not feel like it's possible, and the move get their first map against Welcome to the JUNG.
Change my prediction, man. This is done. I need to listen to my heart. I just can't, man. The move looking incredible in this game 1. What a back and forth between both teams here. Grand Final Cup 4. This is prime time hour. And it's looking really damn good, but close. Down to the wire. The move managed to somehow recover the momentum they started off with in the early game. They lost it in the mid game and then got it back towards the very end until everyone was and out of defensives, and they claw the victory for themselves.
Oh my god, man. The calculations that you have to make at this point. Do I push in? I don't know, man. I'm out of mana. It's like, if I go in, I might die, but if I don't go in, he might recover, and then we're gonna die. It's like making this... Look at Zhang. Zhang got some mana amidst all that. If they didn't win right there, he actually got a bit of mana, and his Divine Shield was coming up. If they just have been able to somehow make it through that point, but all of that practice is starting to pay off for the move. They get their first win against the JUNG. We have not seen Welcome to the JUNG bleed since Cup 1, when Cubsy and the Arcane Dream managed to reverse sweep them 4 games in a row. Welcome to the JUNG wanted to prove that was a fluke, and they've basically I think they've not even dropped a map until now, basically, since then. And the move are looking so good, but this is not a free series. This is looking like it's probably a Game 7 series if every game is close like this.
It's incredible. This is the 9th map, Welcome to the JUNG, lost this entire season. 5 out of those in the grand finals of Cup 1 and 4. Let's see how many we can make that by the end of this series. But man, yeah, this is honestly the series I've been waiting for the entire weekend. I somehow didn't think it would happen, but I am so happy we're getting it, and it's looking as good as it can be, really.
Yeah, we saw Streamers Zone level up. They took Echo out in the first series. Echo came back swinging with Chanimal off the bench for that grand final, and oh my god, Chanimal. It makes you wonder why he's ever on the bench when he does step in this case. And now we got the move. They've leveled up similarly, I want to say, to that of Streamers Zone in Europe to go head-to-head with Welcome to the JUNG, because, let's be honest, the first time they tried this comp in a mirror, they got doubled in damage. They got absolutely destroyed last week when they went to head-to-head. And then in the series we saw in the upper bracket, it was looking, they're better. The damage was good, but then there wasn't enough crowd control. Now they're meeting for the 3rd time, and it's the whole package. Peekaboo's got the damage. He's got the clones. They got the pressure. They're not overextending. They've got a couple of clutch strategies as well, trying to catch the Feral Druid behind the pillar. They're keeping their pressure on the Paladin. It's looking evenly spread out. All of their efforts seem to have paid off for anybody that was doubting them during the growing pains of the first couple of cups while they were trying to figure out their moving situations and their personal illnesses. They've definitely looked strong here in Game 1, but it's a best-of-7 series. This is a marathon, not a sprint. They have to maintain this for 3 more wins.
Indeed. And Welcome to the JUNG is going to Ashmane's Fall, the move taking their sweet time with the comp pick. I wouldn't be surprised if we're just running it back all 7 games in this series. But who knows what else they have in their back pocket. Of course, there is still Giants on that team. The move has options. We haven't seen him really at all on broadcast this entire season, but...
He holds the
Maybe, like,
record for
one
the
map or
fastest
something.
death at the moment, I think. I think it might have actually been faster
no.
than Venruki's. His Giants down goes
God.
moment, I'm pretty sure, was either close to or faster than Venruki's down goes moment. And unfortunately, I feel like Giants was
That feels
focusing... he was focusing on Death Knight and Hunter, which were looking pretty decent towards the start of the Cup season, and now it's just not so much. So for me, it's like... Giants either needs to expand onto something else, but maybe, Hunters are getting a rework with the Dark Ranger, so we could likely see him come back into the mix a bit later. But for this final, I'm not sure how useful he's going to be with what he's prepared so far. Welcome to the JUNG could also be a team that, if they feel forced into a corner, which I can't remember the last time it's happened, maybe they make some considerations as well as far as compositions, because they have other ones, much like Echo. They played the Warlock and the Rogue, so they could possibly consider that if they really get desperate. I can't believe I'm saying welcome to the JUNG get desperate, because I didn't really think the move had much of a chance here. So this is very impressive from them. We got the mirror matchup once again. It's a large map, so welcome to the JUNG want to play the large maps because they know Prev is doing more damage, and so that they have more certainty on winning on mana later in the game.
Yeah, and also Zhang's positioning. Zhang loves to stay a little bit further behind, not get as aggressive, and use something like the Hodge a little bit more on the defensive. Punish Peekaboo for pushing in too far. That's been working for them very well, and we've seen that throughout the entirety of map 1, really, that the move was playing a lot more defensive, while Welcome to the JUNG was on the offensive the entire time, basically permanently pressuring Upsturge, while Zhang was sitting largely untouched except for some pushes from Peekaboo. But we'll see how that goes. We're getting into Ashermane's second map of the Grand Finals. Let's see who takes the advantage here.
All right, gates open. WizK's open on. Peekaboo gets feared away immediately. He jumps over onto Zhang. I think whoever's on the Paladin first is usually getting ahead. A stun into Clone, and that got Zhang's Trinket, whereas Abster just sitting through the crowd control and trades a Blessing of Protection. Completely different initial routes for defense from both teams in this stage, and every minor detail like that matters as far as making sure that your mana stays ahead. Peekaboo is getting completely shredded by Prev. WizK's doing his best to try and keep up with him, and WizK hasn't really ever been challenged on Shadow Priest. We usually expect him to be the dominant one and top of the meter, but Drake is setting up massive damage on Absturge, tossing him into the middle of the map and chomping Divine Shield not even a minute into this game. A very scary start for Absturge in the move.
Yeah, this is looking much, much better for Welcome to the JUNG, at least at the moment. Pika finding a full clone onto Prev, swapping over on Zhang, trying to change the clone around, but getting hodged on the attempt. Great defensive play here from Zhang and Prev, and they're punishing Pika for overstepping. In the meantime, Drake is sitting on Absturge and just bullying him, basically unpunished, and that's going to take so much momentum away from the move. But they are able to weather this storm 4, 5, 6 minutes and look for that all-deciding play towards the very end. We've seen that throughout the years, time and time again from this team.
All right, we see Peekaboo catching Drake in a bash, Prev into a Cyclone. Peekaboo's getting good control right now. Cycloning him out of the stun, pushing in on the Paladin. Might be met by Hammer Justice, so he's trying to peek around the corner so that Absturge can dispel it, but Prev, once again, ripping in with an Entropic Rift, and Peekaboo's just in bear form, off healing. He gets stunned as soon as he goes into cat form. Big Void Blast, Mind Flay combo, massive damage incoming onto Peekaboo. Psyfiend is down, but Absturge is there with his sacrifice to redirect damage, and now Drake is trying to come back onto Peekaboo to peel him away, get some bleeds up before he's likely to go back onto Absturge. Clone cast from both Druids as Prev goes into a Cyclone and Peekaboo goes into the Cyclone at the same moment in time, where obviously I would love if we could get details at the end of this game to see how many Cyclones were casted between these Druids, because there was such a huge gap the last time around, and I'm curious to see if Peekaboo is able to shore that gap up here for game number 2. He gets a stun into a clone, but that Rift is about to explode. He's back into bear form and using Renewal. He catches the bear form right before the stun, but decides to Trinket anyways, and this is a bit of a reckless Trinket because he pre-bared the stun, and now he's got to pop his wall. Everybody is dying on the move, and Welcome to the JUNG are not pulling punches in game 2.
Yeah, the move is really struggling with the positioning on this map. They're not really quite sure where to put Absturge, where to put Peekaboo. Peekaboo is getting punished for overextending again and again, and Absturge can't leave his pillar because Drake is sitting on top of him with Prev more than ready to pounce on the follow-up. It's a very difficult position that they're in currently, and the best chance they might have is actually drawing Zhang out the way they're doing it right now, but they're so far behind on defensives, they can't really afford going overboard on taking risks, because because if they get punished, it's devastating. Upsurge looking for the full repentance, finds it, but Pika immediately breaks it because he is still sitting on Zhang. Tears Deliverance comes in on the Cyclone. Great peels from Drake, but the Hodge behind the pillar is fantastic from Upsurge, and Whiskey punishes Drake massively for the first time this game.
Nice Cyclone from Peekaboo. Zhang is kind of panicking here. Double Typhoon, he's silenced. Peekaboo jumps in, but a bit surprised to see him not going Zhang during that silence. He's now going to get feared by Prev. Drake is looking for Cyclones. Whiskey into his Cyclone. His damage is going to stall, and Prev continues to build a lead, 20 million above Whiskey at this point. Peekaboo seems to be struggling on overall damage in game number 2, but even despite that, Absterge's mana isn't looking too bad, so as long as Peekaboo can compensate that damage with some good clones like this onto Prev to slow down their attacks, then he might be able to compensate for this kind of gap in damage that's currently developing. He gets another stun into clone onto Drake. He's pushing forward over onto Prev, getting a couple of bleeds out, swapping over onto Zhang, getting a bash, max ranging any potential shenanigans for a trinket kick on the clone. Nice positioning from him as he comes back onto Prev, looking to force dispersion. Big crack of damage onto Prev as he trades out the stone form. Void Torrent trying to go for some big pressure. Zhang pops out that lay on hands, so Prev is on forbearance. He can't use a bot for some time now. Big pressure back and forth. Absterge is struggling, and he's got this hard decision of, does he use mana inefficient big heals, or does he try and use efficient low-cost heals to recover the situation? He's managed to restabilize the team, but it cost him like 15% mana there. Zhang has a lead.
Yeah, it's looking dire in terms of the blue bar, but the Incarnation is rolling for Pika. He's looking for a little bit of damage, finds the maim stun onto Prev. The follow-up Cyclone is in as well, and Zhang instantly trinkets that, not even taking any risk. In the meantime, Drake is pushing and punishing Whiskey massively. The Shadow Priest dropping lower and lower, and Absterge really trying to recover his team here in this situation. Finds the wings, has a sack out, but immediately the swap comes in. The move sealer out in the open field, completely caught out of position, and Prev pushing in for the punishment. Pika taken down to half, as well as Absurge finally finds some massive heals with the Divine Toll, topping off his team, at least for the moment. Drake with a full Cyclone. The amount of pointed and well-timed CC Drake is finding in this game is absolutely incredible, and Pika is just suffering all the way through. Great grip from Prev there on the maim stun.
Yeah, Peekaboo's trying to off-heal a lot here with Regrowth and Bear Form, but Absterge gets caught by Drake now. Peekaboo forced off into one corner, and Absterge is dying. He's got Divine Shield, but he uses the Stone Form. Rip immediately reapplied from Drake as Absterge tries to duck around the corner. He gets put into a full clone. They catch Peekaboo and Hammer of Justice and Cat. He's going to have to Bark Skin immediately. Mana is starting to be a big problem for Absterge. A full Repentance slips through from Zhang, but at the same time, Peekaboo gets a clone. Nice Master Spell from Prev. Peekaboo jumps over now onto Prev to try and get bleeds over towards him and disrupt some of his momentum as he kicks him on Shadow and puts him into a Cyclone. Now he sees Drake coming, he's into Bear, back into Cat, trying to get his bleeds rolling. He's got Adaptive Storm, but he's caught into another stun. Absterge has sacrificed, but he's choosing to dispel dots instead during this fear and trying to make sure that these dots are under control. Big swap onto Zhang, but Peekaboo gets cloned away by Drake, and now Drake is free, uncontested, going after Absterge, getting big bleeds up. Does he have the Tiger Sphere? It's coming up in 2 seconds. It's going to be a big burst of damage for him, depending on who he sends it on. He's sending on Peekaboo, and Peekaboo sees it. He immediately trades Survival Instincts, but Absterge is still just dying to dots. He's just dying behind the pillar. Is he really going to have to Divine Shield behind the pillar? He's still struggling just with dots. Whiskey is dying in the midfield as well. This is so desperate for Absterge. He's trying to use Holy Lights, but there's 2 players so critically low. Whiskey charges in. He gets a fear. He silences the trinket. He's trying to turn this around in defiance onto Drake, but they're not finding enough damage. It's not sticking, and it's really all of the weight on Absterge's shoulders to keep his team alive right now.
Yeah, but he has the wings up. This should be good enough to recover the team. But the question is, what is coming after? And that's where this game is going to get really dire. Drake finds a nice rake stun here onto Absterge, but Pika is there for the peels. Drake instantly trinketing that maim, doesn't want to be caught out of position behind line of sight away from his healer. And the move making some solid defensive plays, but they're down on options so far, actually. Nothing left in the tank for Pika. Absterge has to bubble, but can he even keep Pika alive here? The grip gets Vortex. Drake with the massive plays. Clone on 20%. Can Pika get out of this? The counter punch is good. Nice silence onto Zhang. Pika recovers with some big heals from Absterge, but that was even more of this small mana bar remaining on the move's healer. And right now, the move is all out of options. 30 seconds on the sack, 5 seconds on the bark skin. Pika's top priority right now is to survive.
Right, he's got options. He's got bark skin. They stun Drake behind the pillar. They're cycloning Drake. They're slowing down his ability to get bleeds. but he's kind of just stuck at the pillar right now. Maybe he's going to re-stealth and stun Drake, but the DRs aren't going to be reset. He gets kicked on his clone. Drake is tearing in onto 2 targets with big cleave. Prev is continuing to ramp his advantage at this point. Peekaboo gets caught. He immediately barskins. They overlap with Sacrifice, and Absurge might die to the redirected damage. He is taking huge pressure from Prev at the moment behind the pillar in a silence. His Avenging Wrath is likely going to fade here pretty shortly, and he's trying to get as much value out of it as possible. He goes for a Hammer of Justice. Despite his entire team being dead, it forces the Divine Shield from Zhang. Absurge is doing what he can to keep his team in the fight. He's juggling both offense and defense in a very high stress situation and doing a great job. Peekaboo's pushing forward, trying to get a stun onto Prev, trying to control some of the Shadow Priest pressure. Gets a clone around the corner, line of sighting the kick of Drake, but Drake is there for the main stun, shutting down Peekaboo. They bot Peekaboo. He's trying to stay ahead of the damage. Absurge knows that he doesn't have the mana to keep healing. He has to trade cooldowns early and often if he's going to keep his team in this game.
It's gonna come down to the wire. Barkskin available for Drake, so is the Void Shift for Prev. So overall, Welcome to the Jung still looking peachy in terms of defensive. But Pika finds a connection onto Zhang. Massive damage, looking very, very good. He actually needs to kite back, get away from Whiskey, but Pika gets countered by Prev. Massive damage, the Entropic Rift coming through. Pika's trying to kite away, avoids the detonation damage, at least for the moment. And Drake, once again, has to pull back.
They're doing it.
No defenses for Zhang anymore. Everyone on Zhang is just dying, and Zhang needs to make something work here. He's losing on heals, on throughput, and he's losing his Feral as well as the second map. There is no way the move are up 2-0, but the counterpunch might be coming in. Pika's still dying. Maybe not quite enough. The survival instincts are enough. Zhang's looking for the repentance. Pika doesn't get the kick, and Upsurge is CC'd off to the side. Super, they might be looking for that kill. Prev still has a lot of damage.
Yep, the silence, Absurge stone forms, trying to do whatever he can with little mana that he's got left here. And Zhang, he taps out early again. I feel like you got to give it at least a bit of a go here in these 2v3s, because Absurge is totally doomed. There's a little bit of off heals and stuff like that, but I feel like he's kind of tapping out just a little bit too quick on these games. I kind of wonder if it's getting to them maybe on the mental side of things here, because it felt like they were winning this game. They're absolutely crushing it, and then the move out of nowhere, and it's all thanks to Absurge. You know, his whole team is dead earlier on in the game, but he got a repentance on Zhang, which forces Divine Shield. So then Zhang doesn't have Divine Shield here at the end of the game because Absurge went for crowd control while his whole team was dead and he's out of mana. So like Absurge making these hero plays to give his team the position that they're in right now where they can actually win the match. He gets Peekaboo back to full. They stun Drake and they're able to just clobber him with pressure as WizK sneaks in around the corner. And because Zhang has no crowd control breakers, I think there's some crowd control here, a bash, and they can just kill him while Prev's in a clone and he can't void shift. It was just great control by the move, and Absurge is doing his damnedest right now on Holy Paladin to keep his team alive with 0 mana for so long. He's doing it for so long. They get game 2. Is this actually happening? Is Welcome to the Jung going to be forced into desperation? Are they going to switch their comp?
This is so the move. Just this entire game, 9 minutes 30. It looks like they're falling behind. Absurge is losing on mana. They're falling behind again and again. Great plays, great offensive from Welcome to the Jung. And at the end, well, the move wins the game. It's just ANA, AWC in a nutshell, and I am absolutely in love. Of course, Zhang, especially Zhang, trying to do his damnedest in this situation. And really, especially the positioning, I feel like they were so far ahead until like 5 minutes when they started getting really aggressive. Prev switched sides, Zhang was forced to push in offensively to keep the aggression going and stick to Prev. And from that point onwards, the move got more opportunities. They got more opportunities to swap to Zhang and really pressure the enemy healer. And that's where everything started to fall apart.
Yeah, it's rough for them. I don't know if production was able to grab a clone counter for us, because I feel like this has just been kind of the name of the game, is comparing the Feral Druids and who's the chonkiest of them all. Because, you know, in the first week, people was getting out damaged, out cloned, and then the second time they met, he was getting out cloned, and like now in this series, is he getting out more clones? Is that the main difference between them that's enabling them to win in these final moments? Because, I mean, Prev being in a Cyclone meant that Prev couldn't Void Shift, so he's got to be getting close, but I need the specifics. This is like a 10-minute game. I'm not keeping a clone counter in the back of my head for 6 targets getting cloned, so I would love to see that information if we got that kind of comparison down on details, but Absterge is being an absolute legend right now to even be thinking about an offensive opportunity when your whole team is dead. Like, you know, I'm about to be 0 mana. Do I heal Peekaboo or do I go for the Repens? I'm going for the Repens.
Peekaboo lives. Yeah, no, it's every single time. Once it comes down to the wire, the move just knows offense is the best defense, and it keeps working again and again and again. Pika 25 clones, Drake 23 clones over the course of those 9 minutes. So you can definitely tell Pika took those 15-3 clones from yesterday personal.
Okay, Peekaboo's coming back on the clone economy. The Pika Drew stonks are starting to go up, and welcome to the JUNG. They're not backing off. They're keeping the same composition. They just got to figure out how they're going to clean this up because they really haven't been challenged like this in some time, and I'm hoping that the mental game isn't getting to them considering how quickly they are tapping out of these situations where it's like, yeah, I get it, the Feral and the Shadow Priest are really tanky, not really likely a Shadow Priest might be able to finish them, but it's that close. I feel like it's worth it, you know? It's like an extra 30 seconds. It's like maybe there isn't a shot, but that 1% chance that it happens, I feel like it's worth it in this grand final situation, because the move here, man, they're looking to get a lot of points, looking to have huge momentum as well moving into the grand finals. This is like, you want to finish strong before that point. You want the vibes good, but you don't want to be like tilting with your team and not feeling confident about what you're doing. So this is a really important kind of Cup 4 finale for the mental game moving into the grand finals.
Especially considering how rough this season it was so far for the move, right? Not a single cup so far went completely smooth, and it just didn't quite work out in terms of gameplay. It was always someone on the road, someone sick, Peekaboo playing with like 5 centimeters total in terms of mouse space on that second cup while in a Airbnb or something. It's been a rough time for them, and to see them bounce back so strong towards Cup 4 is absolutely incredible. But on the other side, of course, welcome to the JUNG. You cannot understate how well they've played this entire season through, and this series is far from over. This is not a team you can count out.
All right, here we go. Gates have opened. Peekaboo, Drake, and Stealth. Are they going to start on the Shadow Priest? It looks like it's going to be a Shadow Priest opener. Prev trinkets right away and fears. So a little bit of an initial aggressive play by Prev as he gets the Void Eruption off for free now, as Peekaboo was not in range. Peekaboo's looking for a Cyclone on the healer, and that gets mass dispelled by Prev. So he's playing really heads up right now. Peekaboo's falling behind. He pops Heart of the Wild. His aggression is certainly not going unpunished.
No, it's definitely a little bit of a repeat of last game, even though the aggression is not quite as deep for the move right now. Pika getting cloned, Drake putting him on ice, at least for the moment. Jang trying to stay in field and keep the heals going on his Feral. And it's looking good for the moment. Whiskey getting pushed very far back. Defensive positioning to keep the line of sight to Absterge consistent, making sure that he doesn't have to move out of the pillar's protection. And Peekaboo getting punished in the process. Pulls back for a moment, gets a big heal. Now back into the fray. Nice maim stun on Drake. On the offensive here for a moment, especially with that silence onto Zhang. But he line of sights on the curve of that pedestal there. Hodges Pika, and now the punishment damage is coming in.
I like this setup between the Shadow Priest and the Holy Paladin. You silence the Holy Paladin and you Hammer of Justice the Feral, and that way the Paladin can't dispel the Hammer of Justice. I think both teams have been doing that throughout this series, and it's definitely a way to kind of close out a game in the early game with that type of cross-crowd control. We see Peekaboo pressuring the Paladin quite heavily, and Drake doesn't like that. He's going to jump immediately onto Peekaboo's back right now. Stun comes out from Prev. Does he have any follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Absterge is free as Whiskey breaks up that chain, and now Drake is being pressured. He's trying to get away from Peekaboo. He's looking for a Cyclone. He's trying to fake cast the kick, and it doesn't look like he's finding that fake. Peekaboo repositioning. Drake still trying to go for a Cyclone. Peekaboo's taking a lot of damage. That low clone could be devastating if they can switch crowd control on Absterge, and Prev's trying to get there. He's freedom feathering at Absterge. He gets the Psychic Scream. Peekaboo pops the Renewal, and he's in a good position, but Drake is there. He's in Bear. Now a Hammer of Justice, but he gets caught in Cat, but he pre-walled. So he pops his Survival Instincts, knowing that he's going to get stunned when he goes into cap, but he's dying through it. This crowd control chain from Welcome to the JUNG is so long right now. That forces Void Shift as well from WizK. That felt like something like 20 seconds of crowd control on Absterge, and this is definitely a way for Welcome to the JUNG to close Game 3 early.
Exactly. Going back to the basics, going back to what has gotten them so many advantages in Game 1, and JUNG is really putting the pressure on the move right now, but of course, you cannot count them out. The pressure might be unrelenting, but the move is only done when they're all in the dust. In the meantime, Pika is swapping back over onto Prev. Drake gets a bop so he can stay offensive. He's immune to those physical crowd controls, but is looking for some more clones. Getting shut down by Pika. Zhang trying to push back in, get silenced on the attempt. WizK dispels with the MD, trying to get rid of all those dots Prev is tossing in, and Pika gets another bop from Absterge, trying to stay on target, finds a full stun onto Drake, but the damage not quite coming through as Zhang trades out the sack. It's a very solid exchange of offensive and defensive cooldowns here between both teams, and that's exactly why we're not really seeing the health bars move too much right now.
They're very evenly matched here in Game 3. Zhang into a stun. WizK gets intercepted. He can't get there for the fear. He's going to go into a clone from Drake. Drake's pushing in on top of Absterge. Stun onto Pika, or kick onto Peekaboo. Stun onto Absterge. Drake is really starting to tear in, but Peekaboo's punishing him as it's Peekaboo versus Drake here in the back line. And Drake gets caught in Hammer of Justice. Big push from the move right now. Silence onto Zhang. Drake typhoons them away, and he's trying to pull back to his healer as he jumps to WizK, looking for Cyclones. Peekaboo skull bashes it. Now he's just trying to get bleeds going. Tiger's Fury. Big pressure. Peekaboo, no trinket. He bark skins immediately on the stun lock, so Drake is likely going to try and Cyclone this. He's trying to fake the Mass Dispel, I think, there. He anticipated a Mass Dispel on that clone, so he stopped his cast. That was really heads up. WizK is slipping in. He gets a double fear onto the damage dealers. Vortex is down. Peekaboo's going after the healer Zhang in the back, getting some bleeds up before coming back onto Drake, as Drake has no trinket. He is likely going to be the priority target for the move, but the same is true for Peekaboo.
Down to half, doesn't really have any major defensives left in the tank. Absterge gets the sack back, but Peekaboo might just be dying. Massive heal coming through in the last possible second. The sack tossed in as well. Absterge stabilizes the situation, but the swap is over onto WizK, and he is taking a lot of punishment despite the Vampiric Embrace running. Drake swapping back onto Pika once again. Absterge trying to follow up a little bit, gets the Tears Deliverance out, at least you'd think so, but Prev shuts it down, pushes in for the fear, doesn't quite find it, ultimately grabs it, but Absterge immediately trinketing, not even spending half a second in that one, trying to stay ahead of the damage, and WizK once again the target. A little bit of a shift of aggression here from Zhang on towards WizK, away from Peekaboo, and so far it's working.
Yeah, welcome to the JUNG. They were playing really offensive at the beginning of this game and jumping on Absterge. They've been patient, and now they're taking their opportunity to pounce. Hammer of Justice, Repentance. They've shut down the Repentance with the Silence. Drake is trying to clone. He gets stunned. WizK shuts down all of that crowd control and says, that chain is not happening today. Double fear onto the damage dealers. Absterge is looking for Repentance. Zhang is wrapping around the corner, and Zhang is doing a much better job of avoiding Absterge. He's trying to make sure that Absterge can't be that miracle worker like he was in Game 2.
Yeah, he's staying far away, and that's usually what has gotten JUNG some good results, and at the moment it's really just Drake that is taking a solid chunk of damage. He's trying to get those clones in, does connect onto WizK, but immediately gets trinketed. He does not want to leave his teammates by themselves, and the follow-up is good. Drake finds the Skull Bash, interrupts him on the casts here for a second at least, but Pika keeps pushing in, looks for those clones. Maim stun onto Zhang into the full clone, solid connection, and maybe they can punish Drake on this. Pika swapping the clone over onto Prev, and Drake down to half, but JUNG gets the big heals. Mana-wise, he is losing more and more of that blue bar, but Absterge is a solid 10% less lower.
Plus here protection from Absterge here. He's trying to preempt damage as opposed to heal through it and spend his mana. He's dispelling dots. He's trying to put his team back in the game here. Drake is critically low, but with Heart of the Wild active and Renewal, he shouldn't die unless he gets completely caught out in left field. Clones onto Peekaboo. He's got Power Infusion. It's really good to Power Infusion a Feral Druid. Their combo points builders do way more damage with haste. And look at this push now with that Power Infusion. Peekaboo bears the stun though, and that preemptive bear form is tanking this attack for Absterge to get time time to use Sacrifice. And now Absterge is charging in. He's in a position where his mana is really bad. He's connecting a Searing Glare. Can he get closer to Zhang? Zhang Divine Shields in the backline and uses Sacrifice. That's a big opening for the move. The last time they had this, that's how they were able to win the game. So their next major objective is get Barkskin from the Feral, or just do an all-in on the Paladin while he's in Forbearance. And it looks like they're trying to set up for a Paladin all-in, but they're so fragile. I'm not sure if they can commit to it.
Yeah, I gotta be careful, especially while Whiskey is in the Cyclone. Pika needs to trade out the survival instincts here, and Zhang trying to reposition, trying to avoid Absterge as much as possible, who is rooted up, and Cyclone Drake has him caught out. Nice Vortex coming through as well, as Pika is trying to kite away from the Entropic Rift. Whiskey taking a solid amount of damage, but the swap over to Pika is massive, and he's down! Just like that, deleted from 80% out of nowhere. Zhang finds the burst and takes him out. They're back in this series.
Oh, that felt like, was he kicked? Because he had Void Shift as well. You'll see Prev gets like this Void Shift out at the last possible second to be able to save Drake, but Whiskey also has his. And I think Absterge might have had some options as well. I don't think Peekaboo was on Forbearance at that point in time. It felt like it had been some time since he bopped. So this felt kind of like a throw at the end of the game, because they still had some options, which I'm gonna clarify at 100%. Maybe my memory of this is wrong, even though it just happened, but it felt like they had a bop and they had a Void Shift. So Whiskey still has a Void Shift right here. Maybe Absterge doesn't have mana to bop, but I'm trying to watch the interrupt. So Whiskey's kicked, and I'm just watching to see what is Whiskey in, because he doesn't have a trinket. So Absterge is a clone and he can't bop. Peekaboo thinks he's fine because he has Barkskin and Heart of the Wild. Whiskey is kind of low health, so he can't really Void Shift. Oh, that's the problem. I mean, he could, but it's not going to really matter. I think this is probably Absterge needed to bubble, like a bubble bop, and get a big heal. It's just because Whiskey was rotted down, and that's because Prev is doing so much damage. Prev had him at that low health, so his Void Shift was not going to be usable really in this situation for him. So it's unfortunate for the move there. Prev's damage is finally getting a win for Welcome to the Jung.
Took them 2 games, but they're back in the rotation. They're back in the seat, and quite honestly, it's looking pretty good. I do like the style of game they've presented here in this third map a lot more. A lot more pressure, especially on Absterge, and punishing Pika even more for overextending a little bit. But first and foremost, I think we got to talk about Zhang's positioning, because that was just a masterclass, honestly.
Yeah, this is really good by him. I think he realized, like, he was just out in the open way too much on Ashermane's fall. Prev's damage was winning them the game, but then Absterge saw that opportunity presented to him, and he absolutely shut it down. But this game, Zhang did not present that opportunity, so Absterge didn't have any chance really to put his team back in the game. But defensively, I think he did. He still had the Divine Shield bop there, and then they could recover Whiskey. They'd have Void Shift. I think they're actually still in it to be able to take that. So by no means do I think this is like Welcome to the Jung reasserting their dominance, and this is going to be a clear line for them now to win 3 games in a row. We're going to the Robodrome of all maps. I feel like we very rarely see this.
Interesting.
It's a very big map, but it's a big map that has a little bit of a Z-axis, and we've seen a lot of these Feral Druids going for Typhoons and Life Grips, so I'm curious to see how they navigate around this map with those tools available to them.
It's also one of those maps where you can just draw people into very uncomfortable positions if you play the positional mind game right. And I feel like that is something the move has been incredibly good at. So it's a little bit of a clash of the playstyles here, with the move trying to position in a way to draw Zhang and Welcome to the Jung out of position, while you have Welcome to the Jung on the other side being expert at optimal positioning and not getting baited in too much. It's a very, very interesting setup, especially on a map that we don't see too much and that has a lot of this playmaking potential in that regard.
Welcome to the Jung. They're taking their time here on the clock. I can't imagine they're going to change too much if they didn't already at this point. So yeah, they're going to lock in the same thing. Maybe they want to talk about cooldown usage, because that seems to be a big debate, right? If for example, in game 1, Prev Void shifted in like the first 20 seconds of the game, but because the game went so long, he got a second one anyways. So maybe it's better to use a bop in the first set of cooldowns right away, because the game's going to go long enough that you'll get another one, and because you used the bop, it's going to save you mana. I think that's maybe like the next adaptation from both the teams to consider is their 5-minute cooldown or 4-minute plus cooldown usage, just throwing them out more early, more often to try and maintain their mana.
Yeah, it's such a high risk and reward structure of approaching a game, right? Because you know the game is probably going to go into the long run one way or another, but at the same time, if you start rotating defensives early, yes, you play a little bit more mana optimized, but at the same time, once you allow yourself like small little mistakes and something changes in the gameplay because you're now rotating CDs differently, suddenly you find yourself in a situation where that CD you used at 2 minutes that you want to rotate back up for the late stage of the game and save mana would now be crucial, and you lose a game off of that. This is the very important kind of trade-offs and risk assessment that you have to go through before you adapt to such a strategy, but between these two teams that are playing on such a high level, both offensive and defensively, very much something we'll be looking for in both teams here.
So for me, I think there's like 4 main win conditions in this matchup. One of the first win conditions is just do more damage and win on mana. And I think if it comes down to that Welcome to JUNG is going to be winning a game that's played defensively like that more often than not. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them focus more on defense. The other way to win the game is you pull the Feral Druid behind a pillar, you stun knock them, and you try and one-shot them behind the pillar out of line of sight. We've seen that a couple of times from both teams. And then like the third one is you kind of play really aggressive. You play on the Paladin, you try and kill the Paladin really early. We saw that from the move in one of the games here where they were pressuring JUNG, and I think they got his Divine Shield. Maybe it was Absterge. They got Absterge's Divine Shield basically like right in the opening. So they have a couple of lines. To me, the move need to play more of the aggressive lines, unless WizK can suddenly get his damage up. Because I think if they play the conservative line, if Absterge can't find crowd control and they can't be aggressive, then Welcome to the JUNG is going to win in attrition.
I agree to an extent, because so far, especially this third game, the kind of a little bit more defensive positioning from the move has not really paid off massively for them. But we'll jump into Robodrome, we'll find out if Welcome to the JUNG can even out the series of the move, is gonna move on to match point one way or another. This is entertaining as hell, and I am so here for it.
There we go. The gates have opened. Teams are down into the Robodrome, a map that we don't see very often in the AWC. And WizK's taking the high ground. He's taking Obi-Wan's advice, but Drake knocks him down. And Peekaboo meets Drake with a Rake Stun into a Cyclone, a very cheeky opener. Prev is actually going to Mass Dispel that Cyclone. He uses that utility very early. Dark Ascension catching Peekaboo in a stun. You can see both Feral Druids overextended in Hammer of Justice. So both the teams are mirroring each other. Now they're switching to the Paladin strat. Each Paladin getting attacked at the moment, but it looks like Drake's given up on that pursuit. He goes for a Cyclone. WizK Mass dispels it. Both of the teams understand this matchup so much more than they did in the past. They're just evolving game after game.
And especially after a day of warm-up, both teams are absolutely locked in here on Game 4. Drake trying to get in on Absterge, immediately peeled from Pika. The main stun is in. He's now trying to waddle over across the map to put some pressure onto Prev, get those bleeds up, but the defensive fear is solid, and Pika is just ticking down from the dots. Massive damage, taken down to half HP. But Pika at least can connect a few clones, and immediately Drake is in for the main stun. Massive grip from WizK. I love that position. Up the Z-axis, out of reach. Drake just sitting there and meowing at his food.
I don't know how WizK did that, but he gripped him in a way that Peekaboo's back was facing the edge. So if Drake feral charges, he'll fall off. I don't know how WizK did that, but that's actually really insane to do that. So it makes sure the Feral Druid can't reconnect immediately after the life grip. And now WizK doesn't have life grip, so he's playing on the low ground. He's making an adaptation so that he can stay with his teammate and maybe sneak in on JUNG. So this is a nice adaptation from the move to post up in a more aggressive position after their little defensive mechanism has been blown through. Drake gets a clone, but he's met by a Hammer of Justice. Nice dispel, though, by JUNG. Instant dispel. He's getting a Tears Deliverance off for free, and that's a big window for the Paladins. If one Paladin isn't able to get that off for a prolonged period of time, they lose out on significant healing.
And look at the positioning. Absterge on the pillar here on the left, WizK on the right here, and you're really funneling JUNG towards the back end here. Prev and JUNG both standing open field, just getting pressured by Pika. Yes, it's dissolving a little bit as Drake gets feared to the other side of the room, but Pika is still connecting onto Prev. They're trying to take control of the ramp, which would be a massive gain in just map control and position here for Welcome to the JUNG, but is it enough? The full Hodge on WizK comes through. Absterge doesn't quite have a Dispel available for that, and Pika gets bopped, cloned on the follow-up by Drake, and maybe Jung can finally find some momentum in this match.
Well, Peekaboo got Mass Dispelled on his bop there, so really nice timing there from Prev. I feel like he's getting a lot of value out of Mass Dispel so far in game number 4 in this best of 7 grand finals for North America. The last time that these teams will go head-to-head before the War Within Season 1 grand finals. Peekaboo gets a clone onto Jung. Drake is in a fear, set up for Peekaboo, but he jumps away. Peekaboo's chasing him down. Prev is trying to stay ahead of the damage. He uses his stone form, reducing the rot while Jung was in that crowd control. Peekaboo's now switching back to the Paladin, trying to get a clone. Jung line of sights him at the pillar, dropping down a consecration as well to try and add some damage here onto Peekaboo. Drake caught in the middle in a Hammer of Justice. And is he going to be able to punish it? He turns it around with a Shadow Meld stun of his own onto Peekaboo. Absterge dispels dots during the Bark Skin to try and stay ahead of the pace of the damage. And right now, Absterge is starting to fall behind on mana. Once again, the Prev difference in the late game is going to be key for Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, the damage he is doing is just so massive, but Whiskey definitely doing better and better with every game. Drake looking for that clone. Absterge can't quite get in range for an interrupt, and now he's just sitting on the sideline for a moment. Great grip onto Pika, repositioning him up top, and Whiskey just retreating for a moment. The move needs to recover and recuperate, at least for a few seconds, and this could be a welcome opportunity for Jung to make some space and get some positioning carved out for themselves. Prev is pushing in, finds the silence Absterge, the stun onto Whiskey, the follow-up Fear. Drake swaps over on the Shadow Priest with some solid damage, but Absterge is waiting to get those heals in. Mana-wise, both healers very even, but Jung with a slight lead. The big question is, can they gain some advantage, especially with that full repentance onto Jung, into the full clone. Drake in danger, has to pop the Bark Skin, but holding on to the survival instincts.
All right, good efficient trades here. Absterge's got some mana back. It's actually getting a bit closer at least, and that's going to be really important probably 4 minutes from now, assuming nobody makes a massive blunder, and both teams have a lot of options, so I think it would be unlikely. Drake is charging forward onto the Paladin, trying to get pressure. Peekaboo gets punished for his pursuit as he's put into a Hammer of Justice, but WizK gets there and punishes. Double Psychic Scream into the Maim Stun. This is a great setup from the move. If they can pull Divine Shield from Zhang here, they're going to be in a great spot moving into Dampening. He Stone Forms out of the silence, but into a full repentance. He's still just dying anyways. Drake has to trade Survival Instincts, and the move out of nowhere, throw an uppercut against Welcome to the Jung, forcing the Void Shift now from Prev, but they did not get the Divine Shield. Drake jumps over onto Absterge. He's trying to get a major cooldown as well for his team, but Jung has to bubble. Welcome to the Jung. I feel like they're falling apart right now. Drake is just dying. He's back into bear form. What is going on? The move are absolutely out of control right now. A Psychic Scream into a full rep from Absterge, but it breaks. Oh, tragedy for the side of the move. They probably could have closed the game out on that, but it breaks to some AoE. Absterge is trying to pull away. Drake is trying to swap to him, but Absterge is too far away. He can't keep up the pursuit. Welcome to the Jung survived that exchange, but they go into Dampening and shambles. They need to win the game quickly from this position.
Yeah, at some point, WizK just found the gas pedal, went in and got so many CDs out of the enemy team. And now Absterge bubbles. He's going on the offensive. He's looking to push Jung even further. Pika finds the full clone, the follow-up Hodge not quite in. And now Absterge finds himself in a very uncomfortable position. Hodge's Prev, that gets dispelled instantly. He's feared out to the side, and now the damage is in on WizK. Maybe the move overstaying their welcome ever so slightly because it's starting to look a little bit spooky. Full clone on Drake, Pika peeling for his teammate, at least for the moment, but Prev is still hammering those Shadow Priest damages in. It's looking crazy. 60 million damage ahead of WizK, and it's just getting more and more. Zhang once again finds a Dispel in terms of mana. He is starting to gain a massive advantage over Absterge, and it really feels like, except maybe Drake dying right here, right now, that Welcome to the Jung garner themselves a solid advantage out of that last minute.
Peekaboo recovers, Drake recovers, Zhang in a Cyclone. They need more crowd control. Absterge, I don't know how he's going to do it. Peekaboo is so vulnerable right now, but he needs to get a Repentance on Zhang if he wants to win this. His whole team is dying, and he has to get a Repentance at the same time his whole team is dying. Right now he's focused on defense. He's behind the pillar. Peekaboo gets stunned. He's going to Trinket out immediately, and oh no, Zhang is getting crowd control first. He's going for the rep, but WizK blocks it with a fear, but Peekaboo is still just dying. They don't even need the rep. Absterge emergency measures have been pulled by him with Avenging Wrath to desperately try and recover, and now Drake Drake on the back foot. Zhang into the Cyclone. Looks like he gets removed early. Peekaboo's rotting, but he's got Bark Skin. He should be pretty durable. Nice Cyclones onto Drake. He jumps up with a Vortex. He's cleaving 2 targets up here, but Peekaboo gets stunned and knocked behind the pillar. The stun Typhoon around the corner. WizK has no Void Shift. He grips Peekaboo. Back in line of Absters to get a Blessing of Protection. Crazy teamwork from WizK right here. And Peekaboo's trying to keep his momentum with this Blessing of Protection. He's immune to physical stuns and bleeds, but he gets feared during it by Prev, and WizK marches in. He gets a Psychic Scream. The move need to get crowd control. They need to win this game soon. They're almost completely out of mana. Here comes the bash. How are they going to trade? Zhang bops it, but now he doesn't have bop for Drake. Drake is just dying to the bleeds. Peekaboo fakes the kick, and Drake is going down the move. Go to match point.
What a beautiful map played. The Robodrome turns out to be the secret pocket pick here for the move. Fantastic positioning, fantastic play. A few ups and downs throughout the map here and there, but overall just such a solid performance here.
Oh my god, dude. Peekaboo knew when he needed to make the push. We got nothing. We're out of mana. Absurge. I'm going for it. Bops up. Surf's up, dude. I'm going in. WizK knows it too. He's like, we're on our last leg. We got to make something happen. I'm getting in here. That Dwarf Shadow Priest gets in there. He gets going. He trinkets the clone. He gets the fear. He follows up with a stun. WizK's taking control of Zhang. Peekaboo fakes a kick here, I think, by Drake. He gets the fake on the Skull Bash, I believe. And then he's got precog. They get the rep. Absurge gets the rep. I called it earlier. I was like, if Absurge gets the rep, man, they can win. And he actually gets it. His whole team is dead. Death Door is knocking. They're about to be losing the game, and they make the ultimate push.
It is incredible. The move goes up to match point. You were talking about it, Super. They've been ramping so much, especially Pika on this Feral. And the Cyclones this entire series, especially this game, have been so critical. He is looking like a completely new player this weekend.
No, he put in the work. He put in the rep. He put in the grind on that Feral Druid. And that's one of the things with the addition of Solo Shuffle, and we see it in multiple regions, is just new players coming out of nowhere seemingly, because they get all their class practice in Shuffle. They find some teammates from Shuffle. This is like Hula Bang and Dragonflight, and now basically they're Drive Overload, and they're, top 3 team. They're looking really impressive. And this is the same thing for Peekaboo. He's been able to get all of that practice in on the Feral Druid with the Solo Shuffle bracket, and now he's beating Drake in damage. Now he's getting more clones than Drake, and he's really putting it to welcome to the JUNG. The hard work pays off here, everybody, and the move, they're on match point. JUNG, I can't believe it's gonna be 4-1 for the move, possibly, when I thought it was gonna be 4-1 in the other way, in the other direction. This was a really good push by the move, and can they do it? They're locking in immediately. Another big map, and welcome to the JUNG. This is it. It's match point. Are you backing down? Are you changing comp? You think you can't win the mirror?
Nah, they're sticking to it. I still think that Welcome to the JUNG can very much win this game. They just need to play cleaner. They need to play better. They need to not let the move dictate the pace of the game the entire way through. And that's something they've been struggling more and more. Map 3, Map 4 has been looking worse and worse in that regard, because they've just tried to counteractively play against what the move has been presenting instead of doing their own thing.
Yeah, it just feels like welcome to the JUNG. It's just like they're about to win. They've got him out of mana. Prev did more damage. They got deep into dampening. It feels like, hey, we're about to win. But the move just do the classic. When they're backed into a corner, they just find a little opportunity and they sneak through and they get the win. They love doing it in all of their matches. And Welcome to the JUNG is just not finding a line in order to block it enough for their side. And even the game that Welcome to the JUNG won, the move still had options. I still think that they could have actually traded more efficiently in that moment, and possibly this could be 4-0 right now for the move. So that's why I'm saying, like, from the Welcome to the JUNG's perspective, is like, they must be thinking, like, what happened? Like, we were just insanely better than them last week. We were, like, there was not even close of a comparison between Welcome to the JUNG last week and the move. It was absolutely never going to happen. They could play 100 games in a row, and Welcome to the JUNG would 100-0 them last week. And now this week, in 1 week, Hyperbolic Time Chamber Solo Shuffle training, Peekaboo comes in. Absurge is making miracles happen despite the deficit and damage to his side. Welcome to the JUNG are not backing down. They're not backing down. It's going to be a mirror. They need to win 3 games in a row from this point if they want to be Cup 4 champions.
Definitely not impossible, but it's gonna be a tough one because the move, they have so much momentum right now. They're looking so damn good. And quite honestly, I told production I wanted to change my prediction. I'm not sure if they are actually counting it, but I'm starting to think that Ven had his heart in the right place with his predictions. He was the only one to really count on the move, and he is getting rewarded right now.
The one time Venrugi bets with his heart and it works out. That's probably why he's on the bottom of the leaderboards, because he just keeps betting with his heart and not his head. But the move are doing it for him.
The one time I'm not betting with my heart. It's so infuriating.
Oh my god. He could still get the score right too. This might even be a perfect prediction, which would be completely unprecedented in here, because I don't think anybody could have anticipated that. But we're going to Tolvaron Arena. We're going to the kitty litter box. Which Feral Druid is the chonkiest here between Drake and Peekaboo? Because Peekaboo is looking like a little chomper on this Feral Druid this time around. He's getting so many more clones. He's taken all of the feedback. He's improved so dramatically, and the move are taking it to them. But I think the difference maker on the Welcome to the JUNG is Prev on that Shadow Priest. He's continuing to build that lead. If they can just survive that Death Star shot from the move deep in dampening, they will overpower them with pressure.
Pressure or not, the gates will open in a few seconds. It's match point for the move. This is where the regular season will come to an end one way or another. Can the move do it, or will we continue this series with a 5th map? We're into the arena. Zhang immediately trinketing that maim stun, not even taking any chances, and the follow-up damage is definitely in. Peekaboo getting swapped to Whiskey, rotted down as well. Pref is so aggressively positioned forward, trying to keep all the pressure on Upsurge and on Whiskey, and Drake is getting punished for it, down to half. Peekaboo just hopping around the arena looking for a reconnection and a clone.
Yeah, welcome to the JUNG. They all use their medallions, which is their cooldown to escape crowd control, right at the beginning to get their early momentum. And look, it's starting to net them a lot of positives as Prev is starting to scale his damage way more rapidly. So welcome to the JUNG are just firing cooldowns whenever they see them. How can we maximize our output? They're not worried about that Death Star miracle moment set up from the move this early in the game. So they're just trying to get out of as much crowd control as possible, but they're being punished for it because typically we don't see Drake using survival instincts this early. It's 1 minute in and he's used that cooldown. He's still just dying. They might regret this aggression. Drake is just toppling at the moment. Zhang's finally out of crowd control, connecting some heals. Peekaboo's getting pressured by Prev. He grips Drake over to stun him and go on to Peekaboo. That is a nice little clutch play by Prev in this position, but Peekaboo's just walking it off. He's taking no damage, and the move are trying to punish this aggression from Welcome to the JUNG.
They're doing it really, really well, and especially if you look at where Zhang is positioning, where Prev is positioning, where Drake is standing, Zhang needs to ping-pong behind both sides of the pillar, back and forth, to be able to heal both his teammates, while Upsurge has a much easier time keeping Peekaboo and Whiskey alive. But of course, Drake can still connect onto him. Upsurge gets the Dispel in. Drake trying to get the clone on top of the Fear. Connects that, and he can swap over onto Peekaboo, land a little bit more of pressure, bleed him up. Swapping the clone over now, finds Pika on half HP. That's a massive deal, and Upsurge really needs to be careful here as he's silenced up into the full bash. Dangerous seconds here for Pika. Can he hold onto the Survival Instincts? Bear form and Frenzied Region are just going to take care of it as Drake is hodged up on the other side of the map.
No room for errors from Welcome to the JUNG. If they make any mistakes, that will be it. The move will take cup number 4. Upsurge is using Blessing of Protection really early here on Peekaboo. So he's trying to stay a little bit of heads up, whereas Zhang hasn't rotated one of those. So he might lose out on efficiency a bit later on. Again, all these minor details. Whiskey using Dispersion this early as well. I think that they're trying to just use their cooldowns earlier and more often. Peekaboo steps back onto Drake and look, just bop immediately from Zhang. If he sees Incarnation, he's popping a bop. He does not want to heal through all that massive bleed damage when Peekaboo has stacked all of his cooldowns together. Now Peekaboo into a Cyclone. Drake's going after Whiskey, starting to build up his damage. But we've seen teams when they focus the Shadow Priest, it tends to not work out for that team.
Exactly, but Drake is not just staying on Whiskey, he's also trying to stick to Upsurge and be in a position to land those CCs, but the move is just outplaying those setups so very well. Yes, every now and then there's a clone that goes through, but it's never quite working out in the way that Zhang is expecting it. Either Whiskey is there for a Master Spell, or they can't really follow up with too much pressure on the other members of the move. And so far, it's starting to look better and better with every passing second. This map really not working out for Welcome to the JUNG right now. But Pika jumps a little bit too far into the back.
Grip.
Great grip from Whiskey once again, saving his Feral, and they're swapping over on Drake with massive damage. He's falling behind on HP. He doesn't even have survival instincts, only a renewal. Zhang might have to throw in the sack to stabilize him, does exactly that, and maybe that is enough to stabilize the entire situation, at least for the moment.
Welcome to the JUNG, the tyrants of North America. Just total domination from them in this region. The move have leveled up. They've evolved. They're a completely new animal here against them, and they just need one more game to take cup number 4. And they were establishing a bit of a lead, but now that lead is lost. Drake has cooldowns rotating back up. Peekaboo's on the back foot. Prev is punishing him for his aggression towards his healer, and Whiskey's going to stun Prev and try and disrupt some of his damage, but the Entropic Rift is about to explode. Nice interrupt onto Prev, looking for a Cyclone. You can't get the fear. He trinkets a Cyclone right away. Drake is pulling back onto Peekaboo. He pre-bears, anticipating the stun. Drake is patient. He's not pulling the trigger. They should just go for the Hammer of Justice instead. Drake's going to look for a Cyclone. He gets silenced by WizK. Both teams continue to deflect. Aster's mana appears to be the main point of contention once again as we're getting to the 5-minute mark. Can he find a way to either extend his mana or get to Zhang? Because if he can't win on mana, he's going to need to get CC, and he's so far away on this map.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an issue, but Blessing of Winter is going to rotate up once again. It's sometime soon. That's going to give him a little bit more to work with. But Pika gets a Bob to stay offensive, finds a full clone onto Zhang. He has a trinket available, but holds onto it for another second. Double fear from WizK as Drake is down to half. Here comes the Incarnation. Can they make a push off of that? Full Repentance. Zhang still holding onto that trinket while Drake is on 20%, but WizK dropping lower and lower as well. Gets put into a full clone. Now Drake is onwards to on Absturge, but he immediately trinkets out of the main stun. Drake getting punished for the offensive moves here, but it's not quite enough to shut him down. Nice bash from Pika into a full clone. They survive the Incarnation, but I think Absturge lost a little bit of extra mana here.
All right, let's see. Can Absturge pull off the miracle? He just got a rep, forced a major cooldown from Drake. He's getting pushed into that corner where he's going to have nothing left, and he has to make a big choice whether or not to make a push and get CC or get inevitably crushed by Prev's pressure because he's just continuing to establish a lead. Peekaboo clones Prev. He's jumping onto Drake. Drake immediately barkskins. They punish him with the Hammer of Justice. They knock him away from Zhang. Zhang is rotting down. Zhang's going to get pulled into the middle of the map. WizK can dot him up. Peekaboo's moving over towards the Paladin, trying to punish that stone form. Is he going to be able to force it? He pops Divine Protection. Peekaboo is stunned behind the pillar. Psyfiend is on him. Is he going to drop? Drake gets a clone. Peekaboo's in trouble. He's going for a clone of his own, but he needs to get into bear form. He gets Typhoon on his clone. He tanks the hits, but Absturge didn't feel comfortable. He used Divine Shield. Now, he needs to get on top of Zhang with that Divine Shield to really maximize its potential, but he's not risking it. He's pulling away. Maybe they can take down Drake. Drake sees the attack. He's in bear, Heart of the Wild. Peekaboo's moving away. Vortex is pinning him. He goes for a clone with the Vortex, but Absturge, does he have any cooldowns here? Heart of the Wild from Peekaboo. Barkskin. Absturge is in a stun. Everybody is dying on the move, and as long as Welcome to the JUNG can just stay alive and maintain this position, they're going to basically get a triple kill.
Yeah, they're starting to rot down more and more, and Absturge is running out of options. He has a Bob available, probably wants to hold that for that next Incarnation for Drake in 15 seconds, but Pika has the Survival Instincts ready, Incarnation of his own, and they're swapping over onto Pika. He's trying to stay alive, big heals coming through, but everyone is rotting down. WizK on 20%. What can Absturge possibly do? Peekaboo's trying to make plays, but Prev's pressure is just preoccupying him completely. WizK down to 20, big heals coming through, hard cast Holy Light from Absturge to stabilize its team. It's enough for the moment, but the Incarnation is out. Absturge has a Bob to work with, but holds onto it for another second. Pika finds a complete set of CCs onto Prev and Zhang, but gets hodged on the response. Drake gets the Cyclone, actually doesn't, as WizK stuns him on the last possible millisecond, and Pika once again getting swapped to feared out Absturge with the Dispels. Now he'll be starting to look for CC. This is where the move can get a little bit desperate, but it needs to happen as WizK once again drops low, and Super T's, I don't think this game is going to go on much longer.
Oh, Drake is so low, but he's pushing for the kill onto Peekaboo. Can they secure it? Blessing of Protection blocks it. WizK grips him, but WizK's rotting. He has Dispersion available. There's no mana left. Peekaboo gets a Cyclone. They're going for it on match point. Can they drop Drake? No, he retreats away with Barkskin. The Cyclone is over. Zhang is repositioning, and Prev has done his job. He got his team to 8-minute mark. He's massively in the lead. They have a huge mana advantage. damage. Prev is pushing down hard now onto the move, and Abster just trying to cross the map, but his team is in complete shambles. He's doing whatever he can, dispelling dots, trying to stay ahead of the damage, but Peekaboo basically has nothing. Cyclone comes over onto WizK. Peekaboo gets a stun onto Drake, but he gets bopped immediately. Nice repentance and bop from Zhang. Peekaboo's desperate. He's charging forward in Bear to try and get something for his team, but there's just nothing left for the move in this position, and Mind Flays are coming through. He Shadow Melts the Mind Flay, but it is not enough. Welcome to the JUNG, put another point on the board, and they are going to make the move sweat for this series.
Oh my goodness, it looked so good at the start, but the longer the game went on, the more and more the tides shifted. Beautiful performance here from Welcome to the JUNG. Just never getting caught out of position and never moving too far away from where they want to be. And overall, it just came down to the mana. Absturge just needing to heal ever so much more. We can look at the meters here. 50 million healing done more than Zhang, and that's gonna be that 20% mana that he is missing compared to the other paladin.
Yeah, it's really looking hard for WizK. I don't know if we can get like a dispel tracker, because I think that's like the main thing that would be between WizK and Prev's damage is, well, the priest can dispel diseases, so they're going to be dispelling devouring plagues. The paladins can dispel magic and diseases, so if WizK and Absurge are getting more dispels, Prev's damage will be lower. If Zhang and Prev are getting more dispels, then WizK's damage is going to be lower. Obviously, Cyclones as well. So like a Cyclone counter and a Dispel counter is likely, you know, what's creating this gap between WizK and Prev. I believe they're playing very similar builds, at least. They're both playing the Mind Flay Insanity. I don't think there's any major differences there. So it's coming down to a couple of different small nuances between them. But the move got backed into that corner, and it was Zhang this time around that got to be the MVP. He got to trade the bop to keep his feral offensive, and he got to get the repentance deep and dampening. So he finally got to have the final say, and Drake got the clone. They just had total control. I thought for like maybe a second Peekaboo survived with the Shadow Meld when he popped it there. But yes, Prev's damage is just enormous, and that's why this series is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Prev, man, this guy's a triathlete when it comes to the AWC. He's still pumping the numbers. I mean, how often do you see a player coming almost close to doubling WizK's damage on his home turf on Shadow Priest?
That's unheard of, really. And the big thing also is, if you look at the damage and the numbers, it's not just the damage that's higher than WizK. It's also another 13 million healing done that Zhang doesn't have to do himself, and that of course helps your paladin's mana even more so. So overall, you can really see how much Prev is contributing to these matches and to these maps, trying to pull every possible advantage out for his team. And hey, they got another point on the board. The move is on match point still, yes, but Welcome to the JUNG is 1 point closer, but now we're going to hook point. We're going fishing, Super Tees, and the catch could be pretty big.
Yeah, the move, they know that they're not winning this game on attrition, so they're taking it to a small map. They're going to try and beat them with aggression, but I think Welcome to the JUNG, they can be aggressive too. So this could maybe backfire, because now Drake is going to be able to attack Absurge a lot more frequently. Zhang can get into the mix, and he made a big play at the end of the game with that bop and rep. So, you know, I think this is playing into the move's strengths, but it's a question of, you know, the move, I think at this point, as far as attrition, they're worse off than Welcome to the JUNG. Welcome to the JUNG's going to always win the late game. So now it's Welcome to the JUNG. Can they win an early game style of play?
So far, the openers we've seen maps from both teams that were very, very dangerous. We had that incredibly quick void shift from Prev on the first map. Same the other way around. WizK had to void shift Peekaboo very, very early, I think on map 2 or 3. So both teams very aware of how much pressure they can put out in the early game. It's really just all about executing it and what the game plan is coming in, because this is the move's map pick, so I will assume that these guys are coming out swinging, trying to put as much pressure towards Welcome to the JUNG as they possibly can.
All right, let's see. Gate's about to open. Okay, welcome to the JUNG. Deal with the aggression from the move, because I'm sure they've got wiggle room. So the move should just go all out on this game. I really want to just see it all out on this round with hook point, get in their face, get some crowd control. We see fears on the Feral Druids right away from both Shadow Priests and almost an exact mirror. Peekaboo trinkets out of the stun. He's getting a maim onto Zhang. He's line of sighting behind the pillar to go for the Cyclone. He gets the Cyclone. He actually popped his Heart of the Wild to speed up his clone cast. So this is an aggressive Heart of the Wild from Peekaboo. He may come to regret it, but again, it's been a long match every time. So actually both Feral Druids, they're just going to send their Heart of the Wilds in the early game, anticipating that they're going to get to that again later on.
Especially with the power infusion, those clone casts are so damn quick. Whiskey gets shut down on the Master Spell. Drake looking for his stun. Kicks Absturge out of the pillar into the line of sight of Brevin. They're doing so much damage to him. Dispels himself bold on 30%, but should be more than fine. Pops in the wings. Big heals. Has the Divine Toll available as well, I would assume. And that is more than enough to stabilize his team in this situation. But I think the first point goes towards Welcome to the JUNG in this early game as they're pressuring Pika unrelentingly here. He's still down to 30%. Full repentance on Absturge, but Whiskey saves it with a solid placed Master Spell. Prev's follow-up CC gets shut down with the silence into the fear. Whiskey has things under control, but Drake doesn't quite find the Cyclone.
Peekaboo's trying to stay aggressive. Stun. Pre-Master Spell on the clone. Nice play from Prev in this position. He hits some dots with it as well. So big value Master Spell. Drake is the target for Peekaboo. Whiskey's casting. He gets kicked. Abster's trying to dispel dots and try and keep his team's momentum at this point because Zhang is struggling. That sacrifice is redirecting a lot of damage behind the pillar. And Peekaboo's looking for any opportunity to sneak up, but he's also trying to protect Absterge as he charges back, but he's met by a bash. Drake looks for the Cyclone. Absterge into the full Cyclone. Peekaboo in dire straits right now. And Absterge is just going to trinket, but he trinkets into a fear from Prev. Whiskey gets kicked. Drake's looking for another Cyclone, gets it onto Absterge, but I don't think he can really capitalize on a kill here. Zhang is also posted a bit more aggressively. They see that, and they're going to take an opportunity to stun him and stun Drake at the same time. Nice punish from the move. They chain it into the clone. He times it on the end of the MD. Drake is now getting low, but Zhang trinkets and responds with a Holy Shock of his own, and watching these teams on a small map is a lot different than the big ones. They are both in each other's faces at the moment.
Yeah, this is where they both shine. They want to stay aggressive. They want to get those CCs, and then Drake once again finds Absturge. Prev is trying to push in for follow-up CC, but the clone is landed on the move's healer. And now the pressure on Peekaboo is on. He's trying to kite away, hides behind the corner, but Prev sitting in another re-clone. Pika is locking him down for another moment. Great grip onto Zhang, out of range of that Cyclone. Pika not getting the CC. Drake finds the clone cast, but Pika gets a precog proc here actually, and can maybe capitalize off of the back of that for the moment at the very least. It's evened out, but Drake is taking some solid amount of damage. Both Ferals have the Incarnation rolling, but Pika pops the bark skin, goes into bear, and hides behind the pillar as Whiskey is getting ravaged by the claws of Drake. Bob tossed out, and Pika clones him on it.
All right, nice punish. Absterge's mana is doing okay in this position on the small map. If he can manage to maintain that, they might be able to win in a late-game situation as well. Oh, fear on Zhang, stun on Drake. Drake's in trouble. Peekaboo got bopped. Absterge gets the repentance. No trinket. This could be a Divine Shield if they're not careful. Drake is trying to be greedy. They do it. He just Divine Shields it. Zhang, he got Master Spelled on it by Whiskey. I don't think it's going to matter too much, but the fact that the move are forcing these cooldowns only at 3.5 minutes, and sometimes these games go 9 minutes plus, is a really good sign for the move.
It's what you were talking about. You got to rotate these CDs if you want to win mana-wise, and that has been what Welcome to the JUNG has been banking on. But now Pika is dropping low. They might not even need the mana game if they can kill him outright. With the Entropic Void, it's not quite enough, but it was a good attempt. But for the moment, Zhang and Absterge are even on mana. The question is just, will the lack of CDs available for Zhang come back to haunt them further down the road? Because that bubble is on cooldown for another 3.5. Only one bob and no sack for another minute. It's gonna get dire if you're not careful.
All right, Peekaboo. Nice trades here for Absterge. Recovering him. He's got Barkskin. He's making his push. I should have decided to pull back here with Absterge. Drake's getting onto Whiskey. He doesn't want to go behind the pillar. Zhang gets silenced, but Whiskey gets stunned. He trinkets to try and keep his chain going. Peekaboo's looking for a Cyclone. He gets silenced. I really like this Shadow Priest defense where they're just protecting their teams from their clones, but Drake fakes Peekaboo and gets a clone. It looks like he's going to just trinket that right away to jump in for a bash and a clone of his own. So yeah, he gets stunned and intercepted by a Psyfiend. Absterge is there looking for a repentance. He gets it out of the Cyclone. Crazy timing from Absterge. He hammer justices, but it's on DR, unfortunately. immediately, and now that's going to be turned around on him, and he might have got a bit over eager. He grips him out of range of the Repentance. Nice play from WizK, but Absurge now needs to recover off the back of that push. He got the work done. He got the medallion from Zhang. Now he doesn't have Divine Shield to escape crowd control, and he doesn't have the medallion. So if Absurge can recover here and get set up for the next push, they actually possibly maybe could win with the right crowd control, because if they can CC Prev and prevent his Void Shift, that is an opening that they were able to win on Ashamanes with.
And now the sack is out as well. Drake is still down on half HP. If they can stop this clone, WizK does it with a stun. This is starting to look better and better with every passing second. Absurge looks for another Repentance, finds the full one on Zhang. Prenf doesn't have the MD, gets hodged up. It's half DR though, so not locking him down for long. Drake still under a massive amount of pressure and needs to be very careful. There's the Bark Skin. That's his last line of defense. One Bob and a Void Shift maybe to trade as Zhang is looking for the Repentance. Doesn't quite find it. WizK with a great defensive two-man fear. Pika now reconnecting, looking for some extra CC, but Prev is trying to waddle back in. Gets the Void Torrent, does some solid damage to Pika, but Absurge has everything under control with the Wings proc, but look at the mana. Zhang on 50%, Absurge on 15. This is dire.
Drake is
down so low! He might just die outright, but the damage is not quite enough. WizK gets the Void Torrent through, but scary seconds, and Zhang is in even more CC. Drake down to 5%, the move! Just take him down! This setup, this CC, everything is perfect, and they are back on top!
All right, the move, all their preparations, all their work, all their blood, sweat, and tears, all of the weeks of being totally dominated and questioned by the chat, they have come here to assert that they are North America's finest in Cup number 4. They do it in the mirror match. Peekaboo's Feral Druid is the chonkiest of them all. I bet that they are ecstatic about this. I don't know if it has any changes as far as like if they're number 2 in the region on points. I think they were pretty far behind F tier in that regard, but regardless, it's a morale thing. This is a huge psyche thing moving into the next tournament to show that they could adapt, they could make the changes that were necessary, and that they weren't going to fall off as a team in this competitive scene despite how terrible the initial cups were for them. This is a huge win, and they played into their strengths, they played into the aggression. Absurge was able to make tons of plays, and they got so much crowd control, and they were able to make up that deficit in damage with playmaking and crowd control. And I love that they were able to do that, play into their strengths. They take it 4-2. Venruki gets his prediction right on this. The one time betting with his heart actually worked out.
Gosh, no one is gonna doubt the move ever again, ever, especially me. My gosh, I voted against them twice, and here they are proving everybody wrong. They're the winners of Cup number 4. They started off with a really rocky start. They kicked Team Liquid out of the top 3 for the finals, and now they beat the best team in North America. They have had such an incredible way to finish the season, Lithy.
It was a run. Not the full miracle run. They started in the second round of the lower bracket, but they made it all the way through. 3-0 Power Toads, 3-0 F tier, 3-0 Mentally Damp, and then they 4-2. Welcome to the JUNG. Just an incredible performance. Peekaboo put in the work. He stepped up on the Feral Druid, put in a massive performance, and WizK and Absurge, just the ever-consistent, absolute legends that they always have been. A well-deserved victory, and this makes the season finals coming up next month just so much more exciting.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I am incredibly excited. I mean, the mix that we have for both NA and EU is going to make for some really exciting moments, to be sure. So we're going to get the updated standings in a moment here, as well as take a look at the gauntlet that we're going to have, because we can talk about that too. I mean, that's going to be looking extremely competitive as well. But here it is. Here's the final standings for North America. Of course, we see Welcome to the JUNG up there at 444 points, F tier at 300, and the move Supatees at 280 points in third.
Not enough to get second, but I think they're more than happy just getting third. And honestly, I kind of think getting third and second isn't that bad, because you avoid Welcome to the JUNG in the first round. So, like, It's not actually that bad. You definitely want to be in that position more than fourth. Fourth place is the one where that's where things get stressful. You got to play in the gauntlet, and you got a first class ticket to welcome to the JUNG. So the move, man, this was a great improvement for them. You know, despite their circumstances earlier on, their new fourth member, they couldn't really use him at a certain point with the class changes that went through, and their comps weren't working out. But then they committed. They're just like, all right, we're gonna fine tune this. We're gonna be the best at this that we can be, and they really delivered here in the grand finals of Cup 4. I was very impressed with them. Mentally Damp also, and the Abjured coming in at the bottom of the gauntlet really showed that they could take it to some of the best teams. Like, they're coming in 8th and 7th at the bottom of the gauntlet, but they were taking matches and getting really close against some of the highest seeded teams. So this in reality this is like the most insane gauntlet for North America. Like, every single one of these teams is actually stacked, and they have to play one after the other in a single elimination format.
It's actually crazy that Mentally Damp and the Abjured, especially Mentally Damp, are so far down in the gauntlet. If you consider the last and the fourth cup, the third cup, they are just looking so locked in, and I'm so excited to see them go all the way through this gauntlet, because I do think they have the potential to take it all the way.
Yeah. They for sure could. This is a look at the gauntlet, and of course it's a long journey from the bottom. I don't think we've yet to see a team make it from round 1 all the way to the end, but you never know. I mean, we've got some very powerful teams, Mentally Damp, the Abjured, down there, so it certainly could happen, and I'm for sure looking forward to that gauntlet, because it's always fun to watch and see just how far teams can get. But I mean, even if you make it from round 1, that's a lot of games in a row, so be sure to tune into that, because it's going to be extremely exciting. That's on November 15th. And if you want to follow us on WoW Esports, of course, we're going to give a lot of updates on kind of just like the schedule of things and the rest of WoW Esports for the season. But here's a look at the journey that these teams did take. Of course, we are now done with the left side of the screen here, the first 4 cups. And then we'll be moving on to the gauntlet, like we just looked at, and then the finals, the War Within Grand Finals, the $300,000 prize pool. The top 4 NA teams and EU teams will be competing on November 16th through 17th, Lithy.
It's gonna be so much fun. I'm super, super excited for the gauntlet, but even more so the grand finals. Sadly, little bit of a break between now and then, right? But that also means that the teams have that much time to prepare. We got some massive class changes coming next week with the 20th year anniversary for World of Warcraft. Some solid reworks. I think Supertease, you already mentioned the Hunter changes that are coming in could be absolutely massive. And I'm very, very hyped to see what new comps and gameplay styles the teams come up with until those finals.
I'm excited as well. I know that I kind of asked you a question like this similar a little bit ago, Supertease, and I know you said you had to have like basically a whole dissertation on some of the changes that are coming through, but any notable ones you might want to mention?
I mean, the Hunter one is the main one. I think Paladins continue to get stronger, so they're pretty happy about that. Basically the same, I think mostly the same specs right now are likely going to be remaining on top.
Yep. Okay, well, looking forward to it. Looking forward to that anniversary event, of course. And with that, I believe we do have an interview with Absturge from The Move in just a couple of moments here as he gets loaded in, but super excited to talk to him, and I believe he's here now. Hello, Carl! Can you hear us?
I can't hear him.
Oh my god, I was not expecting to be like, I wasn't expecting to be like on already. Jesus.
Okay,
Jesus.
sorry. Hello. Well, do you want to take a sec, or you good to go?
I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's send it.
Cool. Well, congratulations. First off, I want to say, like, you know, obviously you guys had a bit of a rocky start, and you finished basically as good as you possibly could have. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it's been an interesting interesting few weeks for sure. You know, the travel, and then like Pika and I are playing on like these janky setups with like this guy's playing on like a hotel table desk or something, like one of the mini tables that's like a foot wide, and it's like, and then we get back and I get COVID, and then it's just, and then I don't know, I haven't been able to stream, which is like, you know, it's kind of been stressing me out a little bit. It's like I haven't been able to stream at all for like a month, so it feels good, you know, because we haven't been really able to practice. So of course, you know, there's a lot of noise of like, oh my god, The Move does this every season, they never practice, and it's like, dude, I'm dying in bed, I'm laying in bed all day, I can't play. But sorry,
Okay.
It feels good though. It's nice. I feel like it's always nice to win, and it's just I'm pretty happy with the team. And then Drake's team is obviously just so insane. Those guys are
funny. Already celebrating. Okay.
You just stealthed into the call here.
Yep. The Vanish opener,
Did
dude.
you even know he's on
Oh,
camera?
am I? Yo, you guys hear me? Oh
Yeah, we can hear you.
man!
It's you.
Oh
What's up?
man! What is happening? This is the best day that could have ever happened. I was just running around my place screaming at the top of my lungs. I tried to pour a drink and I literally spilt it over my countertop because my adrenaline levels were so high. I think I must have been screaming for like a couple minutes straight. My mic kept cutting out. No one could hear me. Our call disconnected in the last game. I thought it was over. It was like, no.
Oh my god, yeah.
guys are cursed as a
You
team a
could
little
tell
bit.
that you DC.
Oh my.
We get the Discord DC, and all of us like, I don't know what they're doing when it's DC'd, but I'm sitting there, I'm still trying to communicate. It was like a minute of like dead silence, but I'm like, yep, I'm watching this guy. Yep, can you guys hear me? Hello?
I'm like using the pings in game. I'm like, oh, hopefully we're killing
Dude,
this guy.
yeah,
I
you
don't know.
pinged. This guy,
Yeah, I'm using the pings.
after like 20 seconds, this guy sends a ping on the barrel. And it's like, oh my god.
God. Wow, that's hilarious. Awesome. Okay, well, I mean, Peekaboo, I guess I'll throw you the next question. We know that you put a lot of work into learning a new spec. What was that process like?
Everyone on the internet telling me I'm the worst player in the entire world. I have no idea what's going on. I should quit playing the game. I need to retire. I'm getting backseated by everyone. It's unbelievable.
Man.
It is crazy. It's been a brutal process as I sit in 3-hour shuffle queues, playing the game all day. Everyone just telling me I should just go back on Rogue and give up. But it worked out. So clearly all that pain was... It worked out. I can't even believe it. My team is so good. These guys are so good. God, Wiz Carl Giants, they just sit and talk about the game so much, and they're able to figure out all these little minuscule details that really add up to a huge difference. I would never be able to do that. No chance. Luckily, they just kind of tell me what's going on. Give me like a mini breakdown, and then I'm like, all right, I can work with that. Okay.
That's
I'm
awesome.
kind of
Actually-
wondering. I'm just wondering what the
Go ahead,
mental is like for you, Absturge, when you're like 8 minutes into the game, you're 0 mana, your team's just all dead, and like you need to do something. Like, what are you thinking in that moment?
Honestly, I don't know. War Within's been weird because the games are damp, but the games are a lot faster, compared to like BFA, where like we're getting these damp games that are 15 minutes long. This expansion, it doesn't feel like it. Like it doesn't feel like we're playing these like 7, 8, 9 minute games. So it's, I don't know. I think when I don't really pay too much attention to the time. I think all of us just kind of can tell that we're getting pressure, and like that's when Pika just starts screaming his head off, and like we're just full sending like in damp. It's typically what's going on. Like we're surviving and like trading, and then there comes that point in damp where like you just hear the mic cut out over and over, and like we're just kind of running in, So I don't really think too much about how damp it is. It's kind of just whatever we can do to stay alive, in that moment. Or like at least keep momentum, I think momentum's a really, really big thing.
Lippy?
It definitely feels like you guys just have this perfect eye for this last final moment to know when you can go in and take the dub at the very end there. I kind of want to jump on what you said, Pika, adding Giants to the roster for this season. How has that kind of changed the dynamic within the team and prepping in terms of strats and game plan with his input?
Giants is great. I think honestly the best part of having Giants on the roster is that Carl and Wiz, or Absturge and Wiz, they actually both really enjoy being around him, and he's really good for overall morale and mental health. And he's got some really fried comments and jokes he makes, but they seem like they always have a good time together, and I think that's actually...
Sounds like he fits in, man.
He's completely cooked, but he's there, so it's a shame that his classes were just not the greatest, unfortunately. We're telling this guy's got to make more ults for us. We're playing the same comps all game.
I'm still like breathing hard from the game. I literally was running around. That was insane.
Should have had the cam on. You could have like the Sea-Doo punch moment.
Yeah, I like hurt my knees running and jumping. Actually fried. Like,
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I think that may be all the time that we have for you guys. I'll let both of you take a moment to sort of make any shout outs that you want to make. Absturge, you want to go first?
Same as always, shout out my parents, my girlfriend, always supporting. Shout out the team. I thought You know, I feel like Wiz doesn't get enough credit. Wiz played fucking insane today. Oh, can I cuss on here?
You already did. It's all right.
Oh my
We'll move
god.
on.
Bro, let me dial it back.
Sorry.
It's all
I'm
good, dude.
sorry.
You're
Too much,
excited. It's
yeah.
fine.
But yeah, Wiz played really well. You know, like Pika said, Giants is there. He's always kind of just helping us support, and even just being in the call gives us some information. Shout out the team, my parents, my girlfriend, and then the Move community. We've tried for many years. We're trying to get some wins, and a lot of people they start to lose a little bit of faith. But I swear we're trying. We're not just giving up. We're trying real hard every time. So, yep.
Peekaboo?
It's on to you now.
I would love to give a shout out to all the true fans, all the true supporters, everyone that always believes in us and gets excited about what's happening. Hopefully you guys enjoy the games. Massive shout out to the team. These guys are insane. They're carrying the team. They're crazy. Also want to give a massive shout out to all the haters, all the ban shatters, all the hate watchers, the multi-account makers. They can sit there and keep watching like they always have been. So overall, great day. Couldn't have gone any better.
Awesome.
Yeah, great day.
Awesome.
Great day.
Hell yeah. All right, I'm going to let you guys go so people can get to hate watching your streams. I'm sure you're going to go celebrate, and congratulations once again.
All right, nice. Thank you.
Drink
Thank
some
you.
water.
Nice you guys.
All right.
Congrats.
Wow. Here's WizK, first place cup for GG's. So welcome to the Jung Insane team. Frev is the damage goat for sure. All right. That was what a I think that might be my favorite interview we've ever done. We got to get both of those guys in here before again. Hopefully we'll see him again. All right. Well, that is going to wrap up everything. An incredible, well done series for the Move. And it's been such a pleasure to kind of watch them, rise to the top, Lithy, game after game, series after series.
Yeah, the Move is, they're my favorite team for a reason. It's always such a joy to watch them, to have the absolute pleasure and honor of casting alongside all of you. It's been so much fun, and I can't wait for the finals. It's going to be really amazing, especially if the Hunter changes actually come through. We can see maybe a little bit of the Move with Giants on the arena. Just all around good vibes, good times.
Yeah,
it's the
definitely.
best thing.
Of course, and then also, if you weren't tuning in, we were in EU this morning. We've got the gauntlet for that as well. Let's just take like a quick recap of that. Of course, Echo was the winner of Cup number 4, and they did end up placing first in the standing. So we have that grand finals and that gauntlet to get through as well, Supatees.
Yeah, November, it feels so far away now. It's like we just ramped up. Every team got so good throughout these 4 cups. I really love the improvements and the efforts that made it through this. A lot of teams had really interesting and unique compositions as well. ITL's used Balance Druid. I'm hoping Corky can make some miracles happen with that Balance Druid. He's the only one that stuck to it. Everybody else that picked it up in Dragonflight when it was strong, they abandoned it. But Corky, he stayed true to Boomkin. He didn't abandon it. So he's starting in the lower round 1 of this, in the 7th, 8th seed. But I would love to see what he can get done with his team with a month of practice now before this tournament.
Yeah, most definitely. So make sure you're tuning in for that, because the AWC is back on November 15th, and I could not be more excited for both EU and NA. This is, of course, the bracket for the European region. Drive Overload, Streamer Zone GG, and then the Gauntlet winner will be facing off against Echo in the quarterfinals. So be sure to tune in for that, for EU as well as NA, and I am excited to see exactly which team from NA and which team from EU does make it out of the gauntlet into the grand finals to close out this first season of the War Within. So with that, everyone, we are all done. We are all wrapped up here. We will see you guys in not too long, November 15th. Like I said, if you'd like more WoW esports, though, of course, MDI will be starting very shortly. We've had the time trials already on the way, November 1st through 3rd here at twitch.tv/Warcraft. So be sure to tune in with that. Follow us on WoW Esports as well if you'd like updates of everything happening with WoW Esports. And with that, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you're tuning in for MDI, and we'll see you again soon.